Chapter 42. Breaking through to the Void Crossing Realm, Attack of the Demon Lord. Guan did not continue to advance his cultivation level. He wanted to wait until he reached the first layer of the Void Crossing Realm. He was afraid that the time spent absorbing spiritual energy later would be too long, so it wouldn't be done by daybreak. If the disciples discovered he wasn't in the valley, that would be troublesome. As each hint fell, Guan clearly felt the spiritual energy in the earth rushing upward crazily. With a boom, the ground surged with a wave-like spiritual energy, pulling his robe upward, even messing up his black hair. His body wasn't blown away because the spiritual energy had already entered his body, like chains fastening him to the ground. This time, the commotion from devouring the spiritual energy far exceeded the previous breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. The ground beneath Guan was even trembling. He secretly rejoiced. Luckily there was the lifespan barrier, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hide his cultivation level at all. But he suddenly became worried. Would such a commotion affect the Supreme Sect? With the lifespan barrier activated, the spiritual energy wasn't produced from the void but drawn from underground. Thus the spiritual energy he absorbed was naturally that of the Supreme Sect. Guan had another new guess. Would his cultivation speed in the lifespan evolution be related to the density of spiritual energy in the current environment? He thought it was highly possible because he remembered Li Xiandao, who had reached the 8th floor of the divinity transformation realm at 230 years old, which was incredible. Thinking about it carefully, the gap between him and Li Xiandao was enormous. If Li Xiandao also had a heavenly spirit root, his advantage was far beyond what Guan could compare. As an emperor of a dynasty, Li Xiandao could possess the highest grade cave, enjoy the best immortal cultivation elixirs of a dynasty, and his cultivation technique was undoubtedly top-notch. In addition, there were formations, magic artifacts, and more. Perhaps these were also reasons why Li Xiandao could quickly cross the tribulation successfully. Before, when Zhua Yijian crossed the tribulation, many cultivators protected him. Others made thorough preparations, while he bore it hard in the lifespan evolution. In reality, death meant complete annihilation, without another chance in 200 years. Comparing the lifespan evolution with Li Xiandao, Guan seemed far inferior but couldn't be compared this way. Actually, Guan had reached the first layer of the Void Crossing Realm at 34. Could Li Xiandao reach the Void Crossing Realm before he was 300 years old? Is there a second person in this world who could nakedly cultivate, endure heavenly tribulations? Thinking this way, Guan felt much more balanced. The lifespan invested in cultivation was just numbers, while real cultivation was the truth. At the same time, he wondered if he should cultivate other attributes techniques or find a 5-element skill to practice. This might better unleash the potential of his top-grade 5 elements heavenly spirit root. Rumble. The sound produced by the earth spirit energy entering his body grew larger. Within the barrier, a vortex had formed. The 5-colored spiritual energy was about to engulf his figure. Dark clouds moved, gradually covering the bright moon. In a mansion, inside a small pavilion, a single oil lamp placed on the table, Zhua Yijian, with white hair, sat on the chair holding a book. Faintly, one could see the 4 characters Investiture of the Gods. Golden light above splits into 5 colors, red lotus below following through 10,000 paths, 8 trigram immortal clothes coming with purple aura, 3-edged treasure sword named Qingping, Zhua Yijian recited, showing a look of reminiscence on his face. He had been obsessed with Investiture of the Gods for several years, reading it repeatedly, always finding new understandings. Although there were no techniques of immortal cultivation, the described immortal sorcery made his heart long for it. He thought the book concealed the principles of the Tao, but he couldn't yet see through them. At that moment, Zhua Yijian seemed to sense something, suddenly springing up, his gaze directed towards the ground. The night was lonely, the cold wind bleak. The wind grew stronger. The flame of the oil lamp on the table flickered more violently, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Not only him, but cultivators from all directions also flew out of their residences and courtyards, with more and more outer sect disciples gathering above the city. What's happening? The spiritual energy is sinking. Did you feel it too? Could it be a demonic invasion? Unlikely, this is the Supreme Sect, who would dare seek death? Could it be an underground big formation being activated? The outer sect disciples discussed. Yilan also flew out of her courtyard on her sword, nervously looking towards the outer sect streets. The night was dark, with an endless stream of cultivators flying up. Those servant disciples who couldn't control swords gathered on the streets, each one filled with panic and confusion. Everyone could feel the spiritual energy sinking into the ground. Having never encountered such a situation, they naturally panicked. What unsettled them the most was the rapidly accelerating descent of the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the Outer Gate City was thinning fast. Spiritual energy is crucial to the foundation of any great sect, constituting part of the great sect's essence. In the mountain forest, Guan had already stepped into the divinity transformation realm, and his nascent soul emerged from his body, floating above his head. In the nascent soul realm, one could condense a nascent soul, but typically the nascent soul couldn't leave the body. Once it did, it would lose connection with the flesh, so it was only during near-death experiences that cultivators would let their nascent soul leave to find a new body to seize. In the divinity transformation realm, the nascent soul could transform into the primordial spirit, which was a manifestation of the soul. The primordial spirit emergence was a unique method of the divinity transformation realm, and it did not sever the connection with the body. Below the divinity transformation realm, the primordial spirit couldn't be seen unless the primordial spirit chose to appear. When the primordial spirit emerged from the nascent soul, the cultivator's divine sense would undergo a tremendous change. Guan was immersed in this change. His nascent soul gradually became a green lotus, and as it bloomed, his primordial spirit slowly stood up, looking exactly like him, even with the appearance of clothes. The divinity transformation realm wasn't the end. Guan was still pushing towards a higher realm, and the spiritual energy he was devouring became more and more enormous. He noticed the forest outside the barrier started to tremble faintly too. This made him even more anxious. The commotion was too great. Guan dared not let the primordial spirit fly out of the lifespan barrier, fearing it would be detected by divinity transformation realm cultivators nearby. The Supreme Sect surely had divinity transformation realm cultivators. After all, some powerful elders in the outer sect could reach the nascent soul realm, let alone the inner sect in the main city of the sect. He even suspected that the Supreme Sect harbored cultivators in the void-crossing realm. Otherwise, why would Li Xiandao, who was at the 8th floor of the divinity transformation realm, hide his cultivation? Time continued to pass. An ancient hour later, Gu An's cultivation level had reached the 9th layer of the divinity transformation realm. Suddenly, two figures swept through the night sky, and as he saw their true forms with his bare eyes, he immediately cast lifespan detection. Good heavens! Two nascent soul realm cultivators. Guan grew even more nervous, praying that no one would notice this patch of forest. The lifespan barrier could make him invisible to the outside world, but what if someone happened to walk through? Strong cultivators kept sweeping overhead, with the lowest cultivation being in the nascent soul realm. Soon, he saw figures of the divinity transformation realm, and not just one. Guan felt like he had poked a hornet's nest, especially as he was pushing towards the void-crossing realm, requiring even more spiritual energy. This night was bound to be unsettled. It wasn't until dawn that Gu An's cultivation began to slow down. First layer of the void-crossing realm. Reaching the void-crossing realm, the primordial spirit could roam 10,000 miles away, and all aspects, whether it be spiritual power, divine sense, perception, or chi blood, would experience a leap in enhancement. Guan slowly stood up, the sunlight breaking through the sky and illuminating within the lifespan barrier, falling on him like a cloak of light. He looked towards the sunrise, wearing a smile. The spiritual power within him was vast and boundless, making him feel invincible. He closed the lifespan barrier and then walked towards Mystic Valley. The lifespan barrier alone had consumed nearly 2,000 years, showcasing just how great a commotion last night had been. With his breakthrough over, the world returned to normal, but the spiritual energy in the forest was far less than the previous day. Even Guan, who had reached the void-crossing realm, couldn't estimate the amount of spiritual energy absorbed last night. On his way back, Guan saw great cultivators flying overhead again. From last night till now, he had seen 7 divinity transformation realm cultivators, making him marvel at the depth of the Supreme Sect's foundation. He quickly returned to Mystic Valley and then walked out of the pavilion to call the disciples for their exercises. Master, the spiritual energy suddenly sank last night. Did you feel it? Yi Yan asked, frowning as he brought it up. Other disciples also spoke up, expressing their concerns as they had all felt it, fearing the abrupt collapse of Mystic Valley. Guan laughed and said, "This is the Supreme Sect, the safest place in the Taizong dynasty. How could it collapse?" Upon hearing this, the disciples' concerns eased considerably. Wuxia guessed, It might be related to some formation, probably a great cultivator in the sect breaking through, requiring vast spiritual energy. Clearly, he had encountered this in the Thousand Autumn Pavilion but couldn't say it out loud. Master, why do you seem somewhat different today? Zhen Qin stared at Guan, curiously asking. Guan rolled his eyes at her and said with exasperation, "Every day you think I change. If you want me to teach you some leg techniques, just say it directly." The other disciples burst into laughter, and Zhen Qin also smiled embarrassedly. The exercises formally began, and during them, Guan familiarized himself with his new spiritual power. After the exercises, Guan did not return to his room but walked towards the nearby forest. This time, to break through, he had exhausted quite a lot of medicinal herbs, affecting the harvest for the next 2 years. He had to clear the land to expand more garden areas. Sigh. A mighty void-crossing realm great cultivator planting flowers and herbs for you. The Supreme Sect should indeed be content. Guan thought happily to himself. As he entered the forest, another cultivator flew overhead, reassuring the disciples in Mystic Valley that the Supreme Sect was indeed paying attention to this matter, not leaving them unattended. By midday, Yilan returned to Mystic Valley. After chatting for a while, she finally managed to separate herself from the group of disciples and followed Guan to the pavilion above. After closing the door, she also went to close the windows. Moreover, she took out talisman papers and stuck them on the doors and windows. Guan looked at her nervously and asked, "Junior sister, what are you doing? Should he do it or not?" After completing all the isolation measures, Yilan finally sat at the table, pouring herself some tea as she said, "Senior brother, something major has happened. Perhaps the demon lord is about to attack." Guan was stunned, then sat down curiously asking, "Who is the demon lord, and from which sect?" Chapter 43. Do you know what realm is above divinity transformation? My master suspects that the silent karma demon lord of the heavenly extinction sect is imminent. Yilan said solemnly. Guan frowned and asked, "Why make such a conjecture?" Last night, the spiritual energy of the outer sect was drained, and it even affected the inner sect. Coupled with the recent killing of Lin Fuqian from the Wanyin sect by the Flying Leaf Sword Immortal, all these incidents combined prove that the demon path is preparing to besiege the Supreme Sect. Draining the spiritual energy of the outer sect is the first step in their plan. Among the demon path, only the silent karma demon lord of the heavenly extinction sect can accomplish this. His heaven-swallowing demon skill is said to be able to make the life force of an area disappear within 1,000 miles, Yilan said, a look of fear flashing through her eyes. This. Guan was somewhat choked. It was he who killed Lin Fuqian and did what happened last night. Is the demon path taking the blame for him? Although Guan was passively forced to become a spy for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, he never considered himself a demon cultivator. He thought for a moment and comforted her. "Junior sister, don't worry. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. The Supreme Sect is the #1 sect in the Taitsong dynasty. Even if the demon path attacks, how difficult would it be to shake the Supreme Sect?" Yilan took a deep breath and looked at Guan with a determined expression. She bit her lip and said, "Senior brother, let's elope. I am now at the Foundation Establishment realm. We can hide in the uninhabited forests and cultivate in isolation. I will help you reach the Foundation Establishment realm." Guan almost couldn't keep his expression in check. Good heavens! Is she trying to make a lifetime commitment with me by taking advantage of the situation? Guan said helplessly, "Junior sister, you're exaggerating. Besides, there is no completely safe place in this world. If we hide in the deep mountains and encounter a core formation realm demon cultivator, how can we respond? And you're just speculating. I don't think the demon path will attack. If the demon path really plans to besiege the Supreme Sect, shouldn't they be here by now? Making so much noise and not taking action, are they giving the Supreme Sect time to gather the great cultivators outside? Yilan thought about it and felt it made sense. She thought for a moment and said, "How about you come to the outer sect to lay low with me?" Guan said seriously, "Junior sister, you really don't need to worry about me. Don't let me affect your cultivation. Remember this, if you truly care about me, then strive to become stronger and take care of me later. This is also for your own good." If an immortal cultivator doesn't prioritize cultivation, they will eventually encounter a situation where they are powerless. Yilan felt ashamed, realizing that she was indeed a bit hasty. "Senior brother, I am now at the 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm. It's not that easy for an average demon cultivator to kill me, Guan said with a proud smile. Yilan laughed out loud, then quickly covered her mouth and said, Senior brother, a demon cultivator daring to infiltrate the Supreme Sect can't possibly be at the energy cultivation realm. Lin Futian, who was killed earlier, was said to be at the nascent soul realm. Guan snorted. What? A nascent soul realm old monster doesn't need to lift a finger to kill me? Yes, senior brother is the most powerful. Yilan laughed, the tension in her heart easing. Then, Guan inquired about the situation in the outer sect, and Yilan did not hide anything, telling him everything in detail. It was not until dusk that Guan saw her off. Originally, he planned to improve his cultivation and magic tonight, but hearing that the outer sect was already on guard, he dared not act recklessly and decided to lay low first. He still had a doubt in his mind. If he continued to break through while the nearby spiritual energy was drained, what would be the consequences? He guessed that the lifespan barrier might devour spiritual energy from further away, which would cause the Supreme Sect to take serious action. For the next 3 days, Guan stayed in the Mystic Valley and did not even go to the 8 scenic caves. Sky Dragon had already started cultivating. It didn't need to eat meat for many days, and besides, Guan had prepared a batch of mature green vine fruits for it, which it could eat when it got hungry. Guan and Sky Dragon had a soul resonance, so it could remember everything he instructed. Since its birth, it hadn't caused him any trouble and was a child he could rely on. This day at night, Guan was reading in the attic. With his exceptional 5 elements heavenly spirit root, just one breath could absorb the spiritual energy within a 10 radius and convert it into spiritual power very efficiently. Because the spiritual energy of the outer sect was still recovering, he could not cultivate and had to restrain himself. Suddenly, Guan sensed something and his eyes changed slightly. He did not get up but continued reading. After 30 minutes, a figure appeared outside his window. The person quietly pushed open the window and leaped inside. Guan immediately threw a lifespan detection toward him. Fuxiong, Foundation Establishment Realm 2nd Layer 160/198/240. After encountering Li Xiandao and Lin Futian, Guan had become more reliant on lifespan detection because there were too many tricksters in the immortal cultivation world. Fuxiong appeared to be around 50, of average height, dressed in black, with dark circles around his eyes and eagle-like eyes, giving off a feeling of deep scheming. He stood up, looked at Guan and asked, Are you the Valley Master? Guan frowned and asked, I am. Who are you, sir? Fuxiong did not answer but scrutinized him. After a few seconds he suddenly said, The 1000 Autumn Green Vine never regrets. Guan was silent. His divine sense had already spread out, confirming that Fuxiong came alone. He reluctantly replied, The myriad spells silently seek the root. Upon hearing this, Fuxiong's face relaxed. He walked to the table and sat down as if he were at home. While pouring himself tea he asked, Where is Cheng Xianden? Is he dead already? Guan nodded and said, Master has already left. What business do you have with me, senior? Do you know the whereabouts of the green vine tree? Fuxiong took a sip of tea and asked, eyes scanning the room as he spoke. Aside from books, the room was filled with various medicinal herbs wrapped in spirit protection paper. Seeing that Fuxiong didn't seem genuinely concerned about the green vine tree, Guan asked, What is the green vine tree? Fuxiong's eyes returned to Guan as he asked, Your master never told you? Guan shook his head, indicating that he had not. The green vine tree is the holy tree of our 1000 Autumn Pavilion. Over 200 years ago, our pavilion sent someone to bring a green vine tree to the outer sect of the Supreme Sect. However, as time passed, the clues were lost, and we don't know where the green vine tree is hidden, Fuxiong said, frowning. It had arrived over 200 years ago? Guan frowned, pondering if Zhang Qiong had concealed something from him. Fuxiong sighed. To be honest, my master is about to break through to the divinity transformation realm. Tribulation crossing is extremely perilous. I want to find some green vine fruits to aid him. Guan, intrigued, asked, What is the divinity transformation realm? Above the foundation establishment is the core formation, and above that is the nascent soul. The stage beyond the nascent soul is divinity transformation, Fuxiong said, stroking his beard with a smile, as if he were the one about to break through. Is the tribulation crossing for nascent soul realm cultivators also dangerous? I heard that the nascent soul is already equivalent to an immortal. Guan said in astonishment. Immortal? Still far from it. Foundation establishment to core formation also needs tribulation crossing. Any tribulation crossing is dangerous. A life or death situation. The higher the realm, the more perilous the lightning tribulation. My master has been preparing for 10 years to overcome it, Fuxiong said, his face showing signs of longing. Guan asked, what preparations are needed? Can't you just directly undergo the tribulation crossing? How can that be possible? One must prepare elixirs to maintain spiritual power and heal injuries, have formations to support, and carry several sets of magic artifacts. I've never heard of anyone undergoing the tribulation directly. Fuxiong glared at Guan, thinking his questions were too foolish. Guan felt much relieved after hearing this. Fuxiong suddenly smiled. I see you have quite a few medicinal herbs in your medicine valley. Why not become my disciple? In the future, I will support you and teach you magic. Every year, you just need to offer me 30% of Medicine Valley's yield. How about it? Guan frowned again. Fuxiong whispered. Kid, my master, which is your martial master, is in the inner sect. Once he breaks through to divinity transformation, he will definitely become an elder. By then, whatever you want, you will get. Guan widened his eyes, asking in surprise. If Senior's master can become an inner sect elder, doesn't that mean he has been lurking for many years? Why doesn't he know the whereabouts of the green vine tree? It's a long story. Let's discuss the matter of becoming my disciple first. Fuxiong said in a low voice. Guan hesitated. Is this senior master's intention? How could it be? My master doesn't even know him in this Medicine Valley. Kid, you're just a servant disciple. How could someone as important as my master pay any attention to you? Fuxiong was very displeased. Guan stood up, looking down at him and asked, one last question. Fuxiong frowned and said in a deep voice, what question? He really wanted to kill this kid in front of him. So much nonsense. Do you know what realm is above divinity transformation? What? Fuxiong was stunned. Then suddenly enraged. How would he know the realm above divinity transformation? He thought the other was toying with him. Just as he was about to stand, Guan's right hand was already pressing down on his head. He looked up and saw that Guan's face was extremely cold, his eyes flashing with a chilling light, and his entire aura had dramatically changed. At this moment, Fuxiong felt like he was facing his master. No, his master wasn't this terrifying. He wanted to speak, but his consciousness quickly plunged into blankness, his eyes becoming vacant. Guan was using the soul-capturing skill. Although he previously couldn't master it, now with his exceptional 5 elements heavenly spirit root, he understood it quickly. Though not very proficient, it was enough to deal with Fuxiong. His spiritual power suppressed Fuxiong, and his divine sense forcefully intruded into Fuxiong's mind, searching aggressively. An hour later, Fuxiong had already perished. Guan reopened his eyes, breathing a sigh of relief. This guy really didn't know the whereabouts of the green vine tree and wasn't sent by his master. Guan moved his right hand upward, lifting Fuxiong into the air. Spirit power fire emerged from his palm, starting to incinerate the other's body. He closed his eyes, not daring to watch the gruesome spectacle. The spirit fire of the void crossing realm was immensely powerful. In under 4 breaths, Fuxiong turned to ashes, leaving only a storage bag. He gained 4 years of lifespan as a result. Guan checked it out, taking all the medicinal herbs and spirit stones inside. As for magic artifacts and talisman paper, fearing someone might track them, he burned them along with the storage bag. The next morning, Guan descended as if nothing had happened. When the disciples gathered for practice, he felt a pang of guilt. Damn, my actions are becoming like those of the demon path. Thus, a whole month passed without any Thousand Autumn Pavilion cultivators coming to find Guan, allowing him to relax. One day, Du Yi came by, and the two had a conversation in the attic. The third miss has mastered the Qilin step, and the clan leader is very pleased. He plans to celebrate her achievement with a banquet in the inner sect, and all Ji family servants must attend to help welcome the guests. In 10 days, meet me in front of the outer sect law enforcement hall. Prepare a batch of medicinal herbs as a gift. You might even earn the third miss favor, Du Yi said earnestly. Guan nodded, coming to a decision in his heart. Tonight, He would practice 8 direction step. Let's see how strong Ji Xiaoyu's Qilin step really is. Chapter 44. Supreme Mastery of Magic. Teleportation array. Du Yi came quickly and left just as fast. Guan could feel his excitement, as if he truly considered himself a member of the Ji family. Guan was also very interested in the inner sect, and taking advantage of this opportunity to visit the inner sect through the Ji family banquet was a good thing. He planned to gather more spirit stones in the coming days, so he could make some purchases when he got to the inner sect. By the time nightfall came, Guan quietly left Mystic Valley, heading in the opposite direction of where he had broken through before. After traveling roughly 50 miles, he finally stopped. He sat before a mountain wall and summoned his attribute panel. He directly looked at the 8 direction step, investing 5,000 years of lifespan into it. This was a movement technique that not only helped in combat but also in escaping, so it had to be improved. As his thoughts settled, one line of prompts after another appeared. You have invested 5,000 years of lifespan in the 8 direction step for evolutionary cultivation. You practiced the 8 direction step for 1 year, successfully mastering it. You practiced the 8 direction step for 10 years, your understanding of it reached a peak, your comprehension of movement technique improved. You practiced the 8 direction step for 50 years, you had an epiphany, your 8 direction step advanced to the mysterious 8 direction step. You practiced the 8 direction step for 100 years, your understanding of the mysterious 8 direction step reached a peak, your comprehension of movement technique improved. You practiced the 8 direction step for 300 years, your mysterious 8 direction step returned to simplicity, you captured a thread of space truth, your mysterious 8 direction step advanced to the Qilin step. You practiced the 8 direction step for 1,000 years, your Qilin step returned to simplicity, your comprehension of movement technique and space improved, your Qilin step advanced to the Heavenly Dragon Mystic True step. You practiced the 8 direction step for 4,000 years, your persistent cultivation finally received heaven and earth's response. Your Heavenly Dragon Mystic True step broke the limit and advanced to the Infinite Traceless Mystic Heaven step. You practiced the 8 direction step for 5,000 years, your Infinite Traceless Mystic Heaven step reached Mastery Realm, your comprehension of space improved. 8 direction step, Mysterious 8 direction step, Qilin step, Heavenly Dragon Mystic True step, Infinite Traceless Mystic Heaven step. Guan felt a surge of excitement, and a vast amount of memories began to flood into his mind. He quickly activated the lifespan barrier and immersed himself into his inheritance. An hour later, Guan opened his eyes. He first looked at the lifespan barrier. It had only consumed 200 years of his lifespan. Although inheriting cultivation techniques and spells did not increase one's cultivation level, it still required absorbing spiritual energy. Because during evolutionary cultivation, no matter what one practiced, one was always in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Compared to his previous breakthrough to the void crossing realm, the spiritual energy he absorbed this time was not much. Guan looked back at his attribute panel, deep in thought. He surely needed to improve his cultivation level, but he wanted to avoid unnecessary attention for now. Moreover, he wanted to enhance his cultivation techniques before his cultivation level, planning to check if the inner sect had any 5-element skills. If not, he would grit his teeth and further the Divine Wood Pure Yang skill to the end. After a moment of consideration, Guan decided to invest in the secret technique, the Demon Shadow Divine skill, taught by Zhang Qiong from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Zhang Qiong said this secret technique was very suitable for espionage, and he wanted to see how suitable it was. He would make a small investment, just 2,000 years of lifespan. You have invested 2,000 years of lifespan in the Demon Shadow Divine skill for evolutionary cultivation. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine skill for 10 years, and you began to master it. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine skill for 100 years, and it reached the Mastery Realm, your speed in casting it increased. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine skill for 200 years, it reached the peak, and your comprehension of movement technique improved. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine skill for 500 years, it returned to simplicity and advanced to the Freedom Demon Body skill. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine skill for 1,000 years, your Freedom Demon Body skill reached the peak, and your comprehension of movement technique and causality improved. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine skill for 1,300 years, your Freedom Demon Body skill returned to simplicity, advancing to the Great Yin Yang transformation. You practiced the Demon Shadow Divine skill for 2,000 years, your Great Yin Yang transformation reached the peak, and your comprehension of movement technique and causality improved. Demon Shadow Divine skill, Freedom Demon Body skill, Great Yin Yang transformation. It only advanced twice, indicating that this secret technique was indeed extraordinary, Jiang Qiong had not lied to him. Guan immediately activated the lifespan barrier, immersing his consciousness into the inheritance. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, a look of joy in them. This secret technique was indeed perfect for espionage. The Demon Shadow Divine skill could cover the practitioner's body with demonic qi, forming a demonic shadow that even divine sense could not penetrate. The great yin-yang transformation was even more exaggerated. It could not be forcibly dispelled, allowing the practitioner to maintain the demonic shadow state until death, without revealing their true form even after death. The most crucial part was that this technique could not be deduced, and neither magic artifacts nor dharma treasures could reveal the true form. It was incredibly tyrannical. With this skill, Guan could accomplish many things in the future. Especially when combined with the infinite traceless mystic heaven step, it was unbeatable. The infinite traceless mystic heaven step contained the mystery of the teleportation divine power, and each step could bring forth a dharma aspect, capable of evasion and attack, infinitely mysterious. Guan once again summoned his attribute panel, looking satisfied. Name, Guan, lifespan, 34/30823. Spirit root, Supreme 5 Elements Heavenly Spirit root. Cultivation level, Void Crossing Realm First Layer. Cultivation techniques. Fire Control Art, Unmastered. Divine Wood Pure Yang Skill, Mastery. Mystic Yellow Dragon Energy Skill, Peak. Alchemy, Initial Insight. Myriad Poison Mystic Skill, Unmastered. Yin Yang Art, Unmastered. Ultimate Skills. Gale Shadowless Leg, Proficient. Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword, Proficient. Infinite Traceless. Mystic Heaven Step, Mastery. Great Yin-Yang Transformation, Peak. Wood Spirit Sword Technique, Beginner. Z-Way Array Chronicles, Beginner. Spells. Soul Capturing Skill, Beginner. Sword Control Technique, Proficient. Enchanting Eyes, Unmastered. Poison Wood Array, Initial Insight. Wind Control Skill, Proficient. Corpse Control Skill, Unmastered. Divine Skills. Mystic Yellow Dragon Might, Minor Achievement. Tonight's harvest was quite fruitful. Guan deactivated the lifespan barrier, then stood up, taking a step forward. His figure vanished into thin air, reappearing in an instant several dozen feet away in the dense forest, then took another step and disappeared again. He seemed to be flickering continuously, showcasing the wonders of the infinite traceless mystic heaven step, and this was just a small try. The maximum distance he could cross was far greater than this. Soon, he returned to Mystic Valley. At noon, with the sun shining brightly, Guan stood in the city, looking at the towering buildings around him with curiosity in his eyes. The street he stood on was bustling with people, and there were even demon beasts in sight. In the sky, numerous cultivators were flying to and fro. Just this city alone probably had hundreds of thousands of people. The Supreme Sect had 4 inner sect cities, each with hundreds of thousands of disciples. It was truly astonishing. Guan suddenly felt he had underestimated the strength of the Supreme Sect and the vastness of the Taitsong dynasty. The 10-day period had already arrived. Long before yesterday, Guan had gone to the outer sect, where he had to assist the outer disciples in managing their caves. By the time he was done, it was already daylight, and by noon today, he found Du Yi, and the two of them used a teleportation array to reach the inner sect city directly. According to what Du Yi said, the outer sect city was thousands of miles away from the inner sect city, with the middle area inhabited by demon beasts raised by the Supreme Sect, along with some secret realms for disciples to train in and the medicine valley where high-rank medicinal herbs were cultivated. The teleportation array is a good thing. I must study it thoroughly. Guan thought to himself. He had just asked Du Yi, and in the inner sect, everything was available for purchase, including formations, provided he had enough spirit stones or spirit energy elixirs. In the immortal cultivation world, spirit energy elixirs were also a form of currency, capable of restoring a cultivator's spiritual power and serving as a substitute for spirit stones. Various sects had standardized the specifications for spirit energy elixirs, and each elixir contained spiritual energy equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone, with the same value. Since Li Xiandao invited him to manage the Medicine Valley, he had considered expanding the Medicine Valley. If every Medicine Valley had a teleportation array, it would be much more convenient. Guan, hurry up. Du Yi urged ahead, and Guan quickly followed his pace. Along the way, Du Yi introduced the buildings they passed. Guan listened attentively, planning to explore thoroughly in the coming days. The Ji family banquet would take days to conclude, so he had plenty of time to look around. Guan was not only listening but also performing lifespan detection. He did not see anyone in the Foundation Establishment realm. The worst cultivation level he saw was in the Core Formation realm. However, these Core Formation realm disciples were all over 200 years old. Walking through a few streets, Guan finally detected someone in the Foundation Establishment realm. That person was only 40 years old and already in the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. Clearly a genius who entered the inner sect based on spirit root qualifications. Duyi seemed to be intentionally broadening Guan's horizons, walking at a slow pace, which Guan appreciated. An hour later, they arrived at a mansion, vast in size. The courtyard walls extended for miles, and the plaque above the gate had 2 large characters written on it. G Mansion. Oh dear, how bold. Could it be that all the G family's inner sect disciples lived here? Guan secretly wondered, having a bad intuition. If things continued like this, there would come a day when the Supreme Sect would suppress the G family. By then, he would truly become a spy for the G family. Although he was currently affiliated with the Supreme Sect, in his heart, the G family was certainly more important. The G family raised him, allowing him to grow into an adult and leading him to join the Supreme Sect, the #1 sect. Such kindness could not be repaid merely by offering low-rank medical herbs. Of course, Guan would not actively repay the G family, but if the G family needed him, as long as it was not excessive, he would not refuse. 2 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators guarded the gate of G Mansion. Guan initiated lifespan detection and noted their ages were over 100 years. Clearly not geniuses, likely house servants like Guan and Duyi. Duyi immediately stepped forward, presenting his token with humility, nodding and bowing. Then you shall take over from us. When night falls, we'll take you to your residence. Zhang Yan, one of the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, said thoughtfully. Duyi dared not refuse and immediately accepted. And so, Guan and Duyi began their guarding duty upon arrival. Standing before a Qilin stone statue, Guan suddenly had an idea. Duyi, you cover for me. I'll give you 100 low-grade spirit stones. I want to buy some medicinal herb seeds in the inner sect. It's also for the 3rd miss task, Guan said. Upon hearing this, Duyi hesitated but could not refuse. 100 low-grade spirit stones. This kid was really generous. So after Guan handed over 100 low-grade spirit stones to Duyi, he left and began wandering around the inner sect city alone. He had not gone far when a voice called out, Guan, what are you doing here? Chapter 45. Why don't you acknowledge me as your master? Guan turned his head and saw Zuolin, Li Ya's childhood friend, walking towards him. After many years, Zuolin's cultivation level was only at the 3rd layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, likely still obsessively practicing his swordsmanship. Guan turned to him, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, The family summoned me to do some work, so I came. You still have a family? Weren't you born a house servant? Zuolin asked curiously. Guan replied, I am indeed a house servant of the G family. Our 3rd miss is about to hold a banquet, so I came along with other house servants to assist. What? You're from the G family? Zuolin's eyes widened. Guan countered. Didn't senior brother Li tell you? Zuolin shook his head and said. He didn't. That's quite a coincidence. My father was also invited by the G family, and I came along for the fun. Isn't the G mansion in the back? Where are you heading? He had always been very interested in Guan and felt that Guan was not simple, so he didn't want to miss this rare encounter. I'm planning to stroll around the inner sect city. Then I'll accompany you. Although I'm not an inner sect disciple, I've come here quite often, thanks to my father, Zuolin said enthusiastically, and Guan did not refuse. The two chatted while walking forward. Zuolin talked about his father, and through his words, Guan gained a deeper understanding of the hierarchy within the Supreme Sect. Generally, once a disciple reached a certain realm, they would move upwards, but some people chose the path of power, like Zuaijian, who entered the Hall of Elders. Unlike other departments, the Hall of Elders was the power center of a city. The threshold for the outer sect Hall of Elders was the core formation realm, while the threshold for the inner sect Hall of Elders was the divinity transformation realm. The Hall of Elders had absolute power in each city. It was said that in the main city of the sect, the power of the Hall of Elders was even higher, capable of deciding the position of the sect leader. Therefore, some nascent soul realm cultivators chose to stay in the outer sect as elders to continue benefiting themselves. Zhua Yijian had come to the inner sect but could not yet join the Hall of Elders, so he became the head of the inner sect's book collection hall, which was quite a prestigious position. It's all the fault of the flying leaf sword Immortal, who made my father obsessed. Now he's always holding on to the investiture of the gods and never practices his swordsmanship, Zuelin said indignantly. Guan asked, "Do you not find the investiture of the gods good?" "It's excellent. Let me tell you, I like Yang Jian the most." "Why isn't he a sword cultivator?" When it came to the investiture of the gods, Zuelin became even more talkative. Guan secretly marveled, realizing that he had underestimated the impact of the investiture of the gods on the immortal cultivation world. Listening to Zuelin praising Pan En, Guan initially felt a secret pleasure, but as it went on, he lost interest, as he was not the real author. He wrote books mainly to earn spirit stones. Following that, Guan asked Zuelin to take him to the scripture pavilion. The main difference between the scripture pavilion and the book collection pavilion was that the scripture pavilion housed all kinds of cultivation techniques and spells. On the way, Guan asked about the 5-element skill, only to be met with contempt from Zuelin. In the immortal cultivation world, most cultivation techniques focused on a single attribute, even if one possessed multiple spirit roots. Only a few would choose to retrain a different technique. Relearning a cultivation technique, although the realm remained, the process of reaccumulating spiritual power was enough to drive most cultivators crazy. Immortal cultivation was not like martial arts. It required years to accumulate power. No one wanted to retrace decades or even centuries, let alone those old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years. They would only grit their teeth and push forward, delving deeply into one path, which was why the traditions of immortal cultivation was so diverse. Upon arriving at the scripture pavilion, Guan indeed did not find any 5-element skills, but he still bought basic skills for the other 4 attributes, choosing the cheapest ones, as he could use life force to enhance them. Spirit stones should be primarily used to buy seeds. Zuelin was puzzled why he was buying skills of different attributes, to which he replied they were for the disciples, earning Zuelin's respect. Back in Mystic Valley, Zuelin could sense his attitude towards the servant disciples. Guan didn't just curry favor with the imperial families Li Ya. He was also very kind to those of lower status. Perhaps Li Ya was right. He was indeed a good person. Zuelin thought so, looking at Guan's profile. "Brother Zhua, could you take me to see the formations?" Guan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zuelin immediately agreed. However, Guan felt a bit disappointed with the result. There were transmission arrays, but the prices were exorbitant. He couldn't afford them at all. He had to consider it another day. Although he was a void-crossing realm cultivator, he couldn't just rob them. Upon entering the inner sect, Guan felt that the supreme sect must have hidden void-crossing realm cultivators. After all, the threshold for inner sect elders was the divinity transformation realm, and above that was the main city of the sect. Upon careful thought, the supreme sect was indeed powerful. So many demon cultivators had died in the outer sect, yet the demon path didn't dare launch an attack against the supreme sect. Furthermore, even spies like Zhang Qiong in the core formation realm only dared operate outside the outer sect. If the supreme sect was a large map, Guan was only active in a small corner. Up until evening, Guan said goodbye to Zuelin and returned to the entrance of the Ji mansion, where Du Yi was still waiting, making him feel somewhat touched. "Why did you come back so late? Without me, you wouldn't be able to get in," Du Yi complained. Guan smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and without saying much, the two walked into the Ji mansion. As soon as he entered, Guan sensed multiple auras. It turned out that the Ji mansion also had isolating restrictions. He even detected the aura of a divinity transformation realm. Along the way, he cast lifespan detection on everyone he encountered. There were many people in the Ji mansion, and many of them were geniuses. Although Ji Xiaoyu only brought 5 people into the supreme sect, the Ji family had multiple branches, and each year, there were always new members entering various sections. After half an hour, Du Yi brought Guan to see Ji Lin, this renowned outer sect genius. Ji Lin, Foundation Establishment Realm 9th Layer 36/330/900, 36 years old and at the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment Realm, very strong. He likely took a lot of elixirs. Guan thought while looking at Ji Lin, who took out the prepared medicinal herbs. Ji Lin was not arrogant and had a good attitude towards Guan. He painted a rosy picture for Guan, who pretended to be excited, making this meeting end perfectly. Afterward, Du Yi brought Guan to their residence. The two lived in the same courtyard, but each had their own room. A quiet night passed. Early the next morning, just as the sky got light, Du Yi pulled Guan out of the courtyard. The two waited at the main gate. They weren't the only ones. There were a dozen cultivators waiting too. Under the leader's arrangement, they stood in 2 rows, preparing to welcome the prestigious guests for today's banquet. An hour later, guests began to arrive. The first was a nascent soul realm cultivator. After that person entered the mansion, Guan overheard other house servants discussing that he was from the inner Sect law enforcement hall, a figure of considerable power. As time went on, more guests arrived. Each leading figure of the groups had a minimum cultivation level of the nascent soul realm, and there were quite a few from the divinity transformation realm as well. No wonder Li Xiandao had to hide his cultivation level. Though he was at the 8th layer of the divinity transformation realm, he was still far from invincible. One person's arrival caught Gu An's attention. It was Luo Xuanya, Fuxiang's master. Guan remembered his face from searching Fuxiang's soul. Luo Xuanya, Nascent Soul Realm 9th Layer 254/804/1300, 254 years old and at the 9th layer of the Nascent Soul Realm. He was quite the genius. The Ji family representative attending to the guests was clearly on good terms with Luo Xuanya. They exchanged pleasantries for a while. Who would have thought this man was a demon cultivator? Guan thought silently. Throughout, he never spoke, just stood there quietly, which was quite relaxing. Another half-hour passed, and Guan spotted another spy from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Jiang Qiong, Nascent Soul Realm 1st Layer 192/700/2490. 7 years without seeing her, and she had managed to successfully pass the tribulation. Jiang Qiong wore the attire of an inner Sect disciple. Her expression cold and devoid of the flirtatiousness she had when facing Guan before. She merely glanced at Guan, and the two had no interaction as she entered the Ji mansion. Why is she here? It shouldn't be just to celebrate, right? Guan pondered in confusion. Would Jiang Qiong scheme against the Ji family? Pan! Suddenly, a voice full of joy caught Guan's attention. He saw Gu Yu, whom he had met once at the book collection hall in the outer Sect, walking towards him quickly. Behind Gu Yu was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing, exuding an extraordinary aura, although his breath was faint, clearly the result of some energy-concealing sorcery. Guan instinctively cast lifespan detection. Gu Zong, Void Crossing Realm 2nd Layer 690/1805/2800. What a guy! Void Crossing Realm. Sure enough, the Supreme Sect had concealed Void Crossing Realm cultivators. This man's surname was also Gu, obviously sharing blood with Gu Yu. Guan had suspected that Gu Yu was no ordinary person. Guan, are you of the Ji family? Gu Yu asked excitedly as he approached Guan. Guan nodded and said, I am merely a house servant. With your talent, why be a house servant? I'll have my father bring you into the inner Sect. Gu Yu said grandly, drawing the attention of the nearby Ji family members. Gu Yu turned to Gu Zong and said, Father, this is the person I often mention. Take him under your wing. The cultivators behind Gu Zong, all at the nascent soul and divinity transformation realms, curiously studied Guan upon hearing this. Crap! How did it come to this guy? Guan cursed inwardly. Gu Zong frowned and said, Such behavior in public is unbecoming. Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, a great cultivator knew not to break the rules in public. Gu Zong looked at Guan, and his severe expression suddenly softened, replaced by a warm smile. He said, Little friend, I am Gu Zong. Would you accept me as your master? This statement caused everyone to react dramatically. Du Yi looked at Guan in disbelief. The breath Guan had just released was held again. Senior, my spirit root qualification is mediocre. I'm afraid I'm not suitable to be your disciple, Guan said helplessly. Gu Zong smiled and said, I choose my disciples based on fate, not qualifications. What you've written is quite good. I like it a lot. In front of everyone, how could Guan agree? Furthermore, he didn't like to have a master of the same realm. He had been forced to accept Chang Xiandan as his master back then. I need to discuss this with someone. I hope you understand, Elder, Guan said, taking a deep breath and feigning difficulty. Hearing this, Gu Zong laughed aloud. As he walked inside, he patted Gu An's shoulder and left these words before entering the Ji mansion. After the banquet, we'll have a proper talk. You don't have to be my disciple. Help me with one thing, and I'll fulfill any request you have. Gu Yu winked at Gu and before following in his father's footsteps. After this group of guests entered, the surrounding Ji family members gathered around, asking what Guan had written to earn Gu Zong's favor. An elderly cultivator jokingly said, "Could it be that the investiture of the gods was written by you?" Guan smiled and said, "I wish I had written it." Du Yi snorted. How could he possibly have written the investiture of the gods? It's probably something related to planting medicinal herbs. Others joined in the ribbing. After this episode, Gu An's presence skyrocketed. Just when Guan was looking for a way to escape, a Ji family cultivator came out from the mansion and said, "Who is Guan? The third miss requests your presence." Chapter 46. Primordial Daoist Talisman. Demon Path Ambition. He's Guan. Du Yi gave Guan a push, making Guan stagger slightly. Then he looked at the summoning cultivator and said, Guan, come on." The cultivator responded, then turned and walked toward the mansion. Guan followed his steps, puzzled, wondering what Ji Xiaoyu wanted with him. He had very little interaction with Ji Xiaoyu in his childhood since their statuses were vastly different. After Guan left, the Ji family cultivators guarding the gate gathered around Du Yi. Inquiring about Guan, Du Yi's expression became somewhat unnatural as he answered them one by one. Meanwhile, Guan followed the summoning cultivator for 2 miles before arriving at Ji Xiaoyu's courtyard. The summoning cultivator stopped outside the courtyard gate, raised his hand to signal Guan to enter the courtyard, then turned and left. Guan could already sense Ji Xiaoyu's presence. By his judgment, Ji Xiaoyu was also at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm but was much stronger than Ji Lin. He stepped into the courtyard, which was filled with a bamboo grove and spring scenery, although it was autumn. Walking along the bamboo grove's path, he soon saw a pool surrounded by white spirit mist. In the mist, a figure was sitting and cultivating, vaguely revealing it to be a woman. As he approached, he clasped his hands in salute toward Ji Xiaoyu in the pool and said, "Guan greets the 3rd Mississippi." Ji Xiaoyu, dressed in green, sat cross-legged, hovering above the pool's surface, her hands forming a mudra on her knees. Her long hair was tied atop her head with 3 pearl-inlaid hairpins, with 2 strands of hair drifting beside her cheeks. Her forehead was white and bright like jade, with a faint red line appearing indistinctly. In terms of features, only Zhang Qiong could compare in Gu An's mind. Unlike Zhang Qiong's ambiguous enchanting aura, Ji Xiaoyu was like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. There was no emotion on her face, exuding an untouchable, sacred aura. Guan recalled the scene when he first met Ji Xiaoyu as a child. Even then, he felt Ji Xiaoyu was not like other children. Her eyes seemed seasoned by the years. He immediately used a lifespan detection skill. Ji Xiaoyu, Foundation Establishment Realm Level 934/830/8900. What the hell? An extreme lifespan of 8,900 years? The most crucial part was that she was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. How could she have an 830-year lifespan? Guan was shocked, suddenly thinking that Ji Xiaoyu was not just a dual spirit root. You did well earlier. After the banquet, you should meet Gu Zong. You can apprentice under him. Ji Xiaoyu spoke without opening her eyes. Her voice was melodious, gentle, yet authoritative. This guy actually eavesdropped on the conversation at the gate. Guan inwardly scoffed, but outwardly he replied, "Third Miss, I truly do not wish to apprentice under him. I can see his identity is not simple, and his cultivation must be high. However, I have mediocre talent. If I apprentice under a renowned master, I might get into trouble. I just want to stay in my medicine valley and live out my days peacefully, contributing a batch of medicinal herbs to 3rd Miss annually, which already satisfies me." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes. The mist before her dispersed, and she turned her head, giving Guan a sideways glance. The corners of her eyes seemed drawn with a single stroke, slightly raised, adding a touch of intensity to her soft eyes. Her bright eyes seemed to want to see through Guan's heart. Guan slightly lowered his head, avoiding direct eye contact. It wasn't out of fear. It was just that his current apparent identity was a house servant at the 9th level of the energy cultivation realm. He had to keep up the act. Then don't apprentice, but you still have to meet Gu Zong since he wants to see you. This matter proves to be difficult for you, so tell me. Is there anything I can do for you? It'll certainly help if I can, Ji Xiaoyu said softly. Perhaps it was because Ji Xiaoyu saved Guan when they were young that Guan had a favorable impression of her. Hence, after hearing her words, he didn't hold back, saying, "Third miss, my mystic valley is too small. I want to plant more medicinal herbs. Can you help me get another medicine valley? But please, don't move me from Mystic Valley. I can't bear to leave my hard work behind." Hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu fell into silence. Guan wasn't in a hurry, patiently waiting for her response. If she couldn't help, he could always rely on Gu Zong. He could roughly guess why Gu Zong wanted to meet him. What would a writer be needed for? Ji Xiaoyu finally spoke. "I can't fully promise regarding the Medicine Valley. This area isn't the Ji family's land, and you don't want to leave your Mystic Valley. I will give it my best shot. Besides, you can make another request." Guan immediately said, "Could you get me a teleportation array formation to connect both Medicine Valleys, making travel easier?" "That's not difficult. After the banquet concludes, I'll have someone deliver it to you." "Thank you, Third Miss." Guan smiled, clasping his hands in a salute again. Ji Xiaoyu closed her eyes and asked, "By the way, what exactly did you write that made Gu Zong value you so much, even wanting to accept you as his disciple?" Guan thought for a moment, realizing that there was no hiding it. He decided to be honest since Ji Xiaoyu might investigate him later anyway. By being straightforward, he could have the Ji family's protection. Investiture of the Gods. When Guan uttered these 4 words, Ji Xiaoyu's eyes widened, looking at him with amazement. "You wrote Investiture of the Gods? How do you know so much?" Ji Xiaoyu asked with a frown. Guan sighed helplessly. "I made it up. It's not real." Currently, many people believed that Investiture of the Gods depicted ancient history. Even people like Zuolin and Wuxia thought so, and it made Guan anxious for a while. If he hadn't checked the outer Sect's book collection hall and found no records related to Wuxia, he might have believed Investiture of the Gods was real. Made up? But the world you describe is so vast, and those Daoist sorceries are fascinating, Ji Xiaoyu said softly. Clearly, she also enjoyed reading Investiture of the Gods. Guan pretended to be awkward, unsure of how to respond. "You mustn't tell anyone else about this. The impact of Investiture of the Gods is immense. The name of Pan has spread throughout the Taizong dynasty, and other sects are looking for you," Ji Xiaoyu warned. She thought for a moment, then raised her right hand. The jade ring on her middle finger glowed, and a small bronze sword appeared in her palm. "This is a talisman treasure. You only need to infuse spiritual power to activate it. It can kill core formation realm cultivators. Keep it for self-defense." Ji Xiaoyu's words made Guan take a closer look at the bronze sword. It was his first time encountering such a talisman treasure. Jiang Qiong had once mentioned that talisman treasures couldn't acknowledge a master and required stored spiritual power to be used. They were usually given by great cultivators to their juniors for protection. He hadn't expected to receive one today. He didn't refuse and accepted the bronze sword. "Go rest in your room. You don't need to guard the gates anymore." Ji Xiaoyu closed her eyes again, her tone returning to its earlier indifference. Guan raised his hand in a salute, then turned and left. After leaving the courtyard, Guan was secretly curious. He sensed something indescribable and elusive from Ji Xiaoyu that made one inexplicably want to possess it. He didn't dwell on it further and walked toward his own courtyard. As more guests arrived, the Ji mansion became livelier, with people everywhere. Cultivators in the divinity transformation realm chatted and laughed with nascent soul cultivators accompanying them, while those in the core formation realm bustled about, highlighting the stark status differences brought by cultivation levels in the Ji mansion. As Guan walked, he suddenly saw someone. Jiang Qiong. The two met in a corridor, facing each other. Guan remained calm, his expression unchanged, and Jiang Qiong did the same. They brushed past each other, their shoulders almost touching. Suddenly, Guan felt a jade pendant being slipped into his left hand. "Use your divine sense to examine it in your room. Pretend we don't know each other." Jiang Qiong's voice echoed in Guan's ear. She used the sound transmission skill. Guan clenched the jade pendant in his hand and walked away without looking back. The two parted ways as if they were strangers. In his room, Guan sat in meditation on his bed, clutching the jade pendant in his left hand with the back of his hand facing upwards. Even inside, he didn't let the pendant be exposed. He directed his divine sense into the jade pendant, soon frowning. Inside the pendant was a remnant of Jiang Qiong's divine sense, explaining why she had come to the Ji mansion. Jiang Qiong's target this time was Ji Xiaoyu. Not only her, but the Thousand Autumn Pavilion and other demonic path sects had also sent spies to seize the primordial Daoist talisman within Ji Xiaoyu. The primordial Daoist talisman was a unique power akin to a bloodline, inherent from birth. But once the possessor formed a core, the talisman would appear on the golden core. At this point, if the golden core was snatched, the talisman would leave the cultivator's body. According to Jiang Qiong, the Daoist talisman was an extremely rare phenomenon, encountered once in a millennium, even rarer than the heavenly spirit root, and held profound fate-altering capabilities. No wonder Ji Xiaoyu's lifespan was so absurd. It was because of the primordial Daoist talisman. Guan found himself in a dilemma. On one side was Jiang Qiong, and on the other was Ji Xiaoyu. Who should he support? Forget it. He decided not to get involved. Jiang Qiong wouldn't act until Ji Xiaoyu formed her core, and by then, he would be back in the Mystic Valley. He was very curious about the primordial Daoist talisman. The mysterious energy he had sensed from Ji Xiaoyu. Was that the talisman's aura? Even a great cultivator in the void-crossing realm like him couldn't help but desire it, indicating the immense power contained within the talisman. As time passed, the banquet proceeded smoothly, with the lurking demon cultivators making no rash moves. At midday, Ji Xiaoyu demonstrated the Qilin step for the guests, and Guan witnessed this from the courtyard. Ji Xiaoyu stepped out from the courtyard, each step ascending towards the sky. With every step, a Qilin Dharma aspect appeared beneath her feet. After 7 steps, the Qilin Dharma aspect enveloped her figure, making it seem like 7 dark red Qilins stood in the air. Quite a spectacular sight. With his enhanced vision, Guan could tell that Ji Xiaoyu could take 2 more steps. 9 steps were her current limit with the Qilin step. However, the ultimate limit of the Qilin step wasn't 9 steps. When practiced to the peak creation realm, one could take 1,000 steps, with 1,000 Qilins acting like clones to either attack or confuse the enemy. Nevertheless, Ji Xiaoyu achieving the Qilin step by 34 was indeed impressive. With it, she could easily dominate those at the same cultivation level. In the evening, Du Yi brought Gu Zong and Gu Yu to find Gu and Du Yi left after showing the way, not daring to interfere. An hour later, Gu Zong left with a satisfied smile. Guan escorted them to the courtyard gate. Gu Yu turned back winking at Guan. Remember in my story, I must have many beautiful companions. I'll find you within half a year, and the Medicine Valley I promised won't be small. Chapter 47 Demon Shadow Divine Skill. First showing of divine might. The purpose of Gu Zong seeking out Guan was to have him write his deeds into a book. Naturally, Guan did not refuse after all. It was not as if he were asked to write Gu Zong as the protagonist of the investiture of the gods. In exchange, Gu Zong would promote Gu An's status to an outer disciple and grant him a Medicine Valley twice the size of Mystic Valley. Half a year later, Gu Yu would bring the items to Guan writing a book in exchange for a Medicine Valley. Guan thought it was a good deal, especially since he usually had nothing to do. That night, after Du Yi returned to the house, he asked Guan what Gu Zong had wanted from him. Sect secrets, are you sure you want to probe? Guan asked meaningfully, scaring Du Yi so much that he shuddered and dared not ask again. The next morning, after the guests from Ji Mansion left, a cultivator approached Guan and handed him a storage bag. Saying it was from the 3rd Mississippi, Guan scanned it with his divine sense and found it contained materials for formations, quite abundant ones. Guan hesitated whether to remind Ji Xiaoyu, but seeing that the number of Ji family cultivators present today had not decreased but increased, with many even meditating on the eaves, he knew the Ji family had already sensed danger. Since that was the case, he did not need to worry about it. At midday, Guan followed Du Yi, still returning to the outer gate city via the teleportation array. After bidding farewell to Du Yi, Guan headed towards Mystic Valley. He had already begun to plan the planting schedule for the 2nd Medicine Valley in his mind. Coupled with Li Zuando's Medicine Valley, he would have 3 Medicine Valleys, which would inevitably lead to a significant increase in lifespan income in the future. Even though he had reached the first level of the Void Crossing Realm, Guan still wouldn't mind having more lifespan. There must be many more levels above the void crossing realm, and the higher one goes, the more lifespan is needed. His goal was immortality, to climb to the peak of the immortal cultivation path. Standing on a flying sword, soaring through the world, Guan stood in the wind, carrying the dream of spring and autumn's longevity in his heart. When he returned to Mystic Valley, his brow furrowed. He controlled his sword to land, the flying sword following him into his storage bag. Not far away, Yi Yan, who was weeding, saw him and immediately ran over. "Master, you're finally back. Yesterday, an elder came to our Medicine Valley to stay temporarily," Yi Yan reported first. Guan nodded and said, "I know, you continue with your work." He noticed the surrounding mountains and forests of Mystic Valley had flags hidden among the weeds. Clearly, it was a formation. First, he sensed the other's aura, then pretended not to notice the formation, walking toward the direction of the cultivator's aura, quickly observing his medicinal herbs along the way. Good heavens! 6 4th-grade medicinal herbs were missing. Guan's eyes instantly turned cold. The other's cultivation level was not simple, a cultivator of the divinity transformation realm, but even if it was a divinity transformation cultivator, anyone who dared to steal his herbs had to pay the price. Guan arrived at Xiaochuan's courtyard, where he saw someone alchemy. The pill furnace looked ancient, half the height of a person, emitting wisps of green smoke. The alchemist was an elder, hunched, short and chubby, with white hair tied into a bun at the back by a grass rope. Qiu Qianli, 2nd-level divinity transformation 486/930/1050. After confirming that the other had no hidden cultivation, Guan immediately approached and asked, "May I know the senior's name and origin?" His tone was very abrupt, quite different from his usual attitude towards people. Qiu Qianli stood up, turned to Guan, and laughed. "This old man's name is Qiu Qianli. I passed by this Medicine Valley and wanted to stay for a few days." Guan asked, "Is senior from the Supreme Sect?" Because Ji Xiaoyu was about to form a core formation, he had to doubt the other's identity. Usually, divinity transformation cultivators wouldn't come to his Medicine Valley. The busy disciples noticed the commotion and all glanced toward the courtyard. They could sense that Qiu Qianli had an unusual background, so they were relieved when they saw Guan return. "What about you? Are you the owner of this Medicine Valley?" Qiu Qianli asked with a smile. Guan replied, "Yes, senior. Why don't you answer me?" Qiu Qianli shook his head and laughed, muttering to himself, "An individual cultivator in the Qi cultivation realm dares to talk to this old man like that." He suddenly squatted and struck the ground with his palm. Instantly, the ground trembled, and the flags hidden in the woods around them vibrated, releasing demonic qi. The demonic qi quickly rose, forming a demonic web that covered the entire Mystic Valley. Then the web turned transparent, as if nothing had happened. "What do you want to do?" Guan pretended to be panicked and asked. The disciples in the distance sensed something was amiss and immediately ran over. Xiaochuan and Yi Yan were the first to arrive, followed by Wuxia, Zhen Qin, and Su Han. Others who arrived did not dare to get close, watching nervously from the courtyard's exterior. Su Han stood in front with a sword in hand, but from his trembling legs, it was clear he was very nervous. Zhen Qin's face turned pale with fear, but she still stood in front of Guan, making him want to laugh. Such a silly girl. Qiu Qianli's right palm was enveloped in sinister demonic qi. He stood up slowly, showing a ferocious smile. "Since the Valley Master has returned, this old man will no longer hide. If you want to live, then behave yourselves. Otherwise, this old man will skin you and extract your souls, leaving you to beg for life but unable to die." Feeling his terrifying aura, all the disciples were filled with dread. Wuxia gathered his courage and asked, "We are all servant disciples. Even if you refine our souls, it won't benefit you. Let's talk properly. What do you want us to do?" He was afraid Guan couldn't see through the other's cultivation, so he spoke first. Qiu Qianli sneered, "You're smart. From now on, stay in the valley and await my orders. This old man needs to use your Medicine Valley to refine elixirs. Don't think about escaping. My formation is invisible and colorless. Even core formation cultivators would turn into a pool of blood upon touching it." Everyone had seen the formation just now, so they believed his words. Qiu Qianli looked at Guan, sneering. "Valley Master, this old man now tells you, this old man is from the Wanin sect. What do you think?" The Wanyin Sect. Truly haunting. Guan had hardly killed anyone in his life, except for Fuxiong, and everyone else was from the Wanyin Sect. Guan pretended to be frightened and gritted his teeth. Please forgive my previous offense, Senior. As long as you don't harm my disciples, feel free to ask for anything, even refining my soul first. Hearing this, the disciples panicked but dared not speak out, fearing they would anger Qiu Qianli. Wuxia clenched his fists inside his sleeves, regretting, if only I had practiced diligently, achieving greatness in cultivation, how could I let senior brother? Zhen Qin, Xiaochuan, Su Han, and Yi Yan had similar thoughts. Qiu Qianli laughed, a scornful laugh. Guan quickly said, Senior, I have 5th grade medicinal herbs in my room, perfect for medicinal primer. Do you need them? Not bad. You are sensible. Go quickly. Qiu Qianli waved his sleeve. Guan immediately ran towards his building. Others watched Qiu Qianli warily, afraid he would act unpredictably. Qiu Qianli picked at his ear and then looked at Zhen Qin, laughing. Little girl, come here and assist this old man. Seeing his sinister smile, Zhen Qin felt disgusted and more terrified. What should she do? Judging by the formation just now, no one in the valley could handle this demonic cultivator. Just as Zhen Qin was feeling uneasy, a purple-black figure appeared beside Qiu Qianli out of thin air. Qiu Qianli's pupils shrank, instinctively turning to look. So fast. How is this possible? Qiu Qianli was about to make a move, but the other's right hand, like a sword, pierced through his chest, lifting him in the air. His eyes widened, looking at the person below him in disbelief. This was a figure surrounded by dark purple flames, its true form indistinguishable, as if it came from the 9 netherworld. Wuxia, Zhen Qin, and the others were also terrified by the sudden appearance of this mysterious figure, retreating in unison. Thou and magical shadow divine skill of 1000 Autumn Pavilion, Qiu Qianli said tremblingly, his voice full of fear. He shockingly discovered he couldn't mobilize his spiritual power, the previous strike shattering his golden core, the other's domineering power repressing his primordial spirit within, unable to exit. The opponent must be above the divinity transformation realm. Using the great yin-yang transformation, Guan glanced at Wuxia. Wuxia seemed to realize something, his face changing drastically. Following that, Guan suddenly clenched his hand that pierced Qiu Qianli, terrifying sword chi erupting, instantly shattering Qiu Qianli's body, leaving only his primordial spirit hanging on Gu An's arm, while his storage bag fell into Gu An's other hand. Blood and flesh splattered. Wuxia and the others were also splashed, but they were too frightened to react, standing there dazedly. Qiu Qianli's primordial spirit trembled, but before he could finish, he was crushed by Gu An's domineering power. Gu An's figure then vanished. The next second, the sound of a door being smashed came from a distance, and Gu En, holding the 5th grade tiger blood flower, leaped down from the balcony of his building. He quickly rushed to the courtyard where Wuxia and the others were, shouting loudly, Senior! Don't act recklessly! He jumped over the courtyard wall and came to Zhen Qin's side, looking at the bloodstains all over the courtyard. He quickly turned to look at the disciples and saw that no one was missing, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He asked nervously, That demon, where did he go? His voice was very low, as if afraid Qiu Qianli would hear it. Zhen Qin seemed to wake up, screamed, and then grabbed Gu An's robes, trembling. Master, he died. He was... The other disciples also awakened, turning to look in other directions, afraid that mysterious demonic figure would reappear. It took Guan a while to understand what had just happened from their words. It's safe to say, acting is exhausting. Guan called the disciples to remain vigilant, not to relax. At the same time, he secretly exerted strength with his right foot, spiritual power spreading through the ground, destroying the invisible formation. Above Mystic Valley, a demonic curtain suddenly appeared, followed by the mysterious demonic formation starting to collapse, the demonic qi dissipating into thin air, as if it had never appeared, with autumn leaves falling from the mountain top. The formation is dissolved? Yi Yan asked cautiously. Wuxia took a deep breath, looking at Guan. Senior brother, let's talk somewhere else. Killing Qiu Qianli yielded 66 years of lifespan. Not bad. Feeling cheerful, Guan pretended to look puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. The two walked towards Gu An's building, while the other disciples gathered together, discussing what just happened. Inside the building, Wuxia closed the door, turned to Guan, gritting his teeth. The one who acted earlier should be a great cultivator from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, probably sent by my father to protect me. Chapter 48. Yongwood Primordial Skill, Void Crossing Realm 9th Layer. Looking at Wuxia's complex expression, Guan wanted to laugh, but years of acting experience kept him from breaking character. Guan's expression constantly changed, from shock, to a sigh of relief, and finally to tension. Wuxia noticed his senior brother's changing expressions, feeling more awkward, but he did not regret revealing this matter. Since opening his heart last time, Wuxia felt that his senior brother had become the closest person to him, and there should be no secrets between them. This matter must not be spoken about, or I won't be able to protect you. Guan took a deep breath and said seriously. Wuxia nodded solemnly, recalling the previous battle with a shiver of fear. Guan curiously asked, "Can you recognize the person from before, and what realm is he?" He wanted to probe the depth of Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Wuxia scratched his head and guessed, "I didn't see his true face, he might be at the nascent soul realm. His movement technique was too fast, I feel that a core formation realm cultivator wouldn't have such ability." Guan was stunned. This naive kid. He sighed and said, "You say your father doesn't care about you, but look, he still sent someone to protect you." "He doesn't care about me indeed, but it might also be that he didn't want to lose face, or perhaps the person who acted was just here on a mission for Supreme Sect." Wuxia guessed. He wasn't moved by this, still harboring resentment towards his father. Afterward, Guan gave a few more instructions and then took Wuxia downstairs. Guan did not let the disciples clean the courtyard, but kept the scene to let Wuxia report to the inner Sect's law enforcement hall the next day. All the disciples in the valley had witnessed the battle before, so it couldn't be hidden, and it was better to inform Supreme Sect in advance. He stood in front of Qiu Qianli's pill furnace, observing the medicinal liquid inside. He couldn't tell what kind of elixir Qiu Qianli was refining but decided to keep it for Supreme Sect to decide. That night, Guan came to 8 scenic caves. After feeding Sky Dragon with mutton as usual, he took out Qiu Qianli's storage bag. He emptied its contents and then destroyed the storage bag. He had to admit that a divinity transformation realm cultivator was indeed rich. Just the spirit stones and spirit energy elixirs alone were a huge sum. He checked everything one by one, burning all the useless things to avoid being tracked down. He also removed Qiu Qianli's imprint from those magic artifacts, making them ownerless. In the end, he was left with a letter containing a blank piece of paper that needed to be read with divine sense, and moreover, only at the divinity transformation realm could one peek into it. After some probing, he discovered why Qiu Qianli had come. It was for the Primordial Daoist Talisman. Qiu Qianli's task was to assist the Wanyin Sect spy in seizing the Primordial Daoist Talisman in the Outer Sect. Apart from Thousand Autumn Pavilion, Wanyin Sect also had many spies planted within Supreme Sect. Being entrusted to Qiu Qianli, that person's cultivation level must be high. Demon path spies are truly pervasive. How many people, like himself before, had no choice? Guan lamented in his heart and then stood up to check the medicinal herbs in 8 scenic caves. The next morning, Wuxia took Tang Yu and Su Han to the Outer Sect. Guan instructed the other disciples to continue their usual work, be it herding sheep, weeding, or watering. By noon, the three returned quickly because they had ridden on a core formation realm cultivator's magic artifact, a huge redwood fan carrying dozens of people, including Yilan. When everyone landed, Guan went up to greet them. Leading the group was an elder of the law enforcement hall named Murong Ing. Murong Ing, Core Formation Realm 3rd Layer 268/503/908. Murong Ing wore a purple robe, tall and handsome, with black and white hair, exuding the aura of a superior in every gesture. After listening to Guan's account of the incident, he nodded slightly and said, "You did well. We will now sweep this area thoroughly, not allowing any demon cultivators to lurk." Guan immediately expressed his thanks. The disciples of the law enforcement hall did not converse much with the valley disciples. They went to Xiaochuan's courtyard, witnessing the bloodstains on the walls and ground, all feeling a chill down their spines. Murong Ing approached Qiu Qianli's pill furnace, looked inside, and soon frowned. Meanwhile, Yilan came to Guan's side to comfort him. Guan had asked Wuxia to find her first, as it would be easier to request the law enforcement hall's assistance with her intervention. So, upon hearing about the trouble in Mystic Valley, She couldn't wait to come. Half an hour later, Murong-ing took the pill furnace and called the disciples of the law enforcement hall to leave. Watching the figures of the departing law enforcement hall disciples, Zhen Qin couldn't help but look at Guan and ask, "Is it over just like that?" Guan never expected much from the law enforcement hall. He only wanted to report the incident so he wouldn't be labeled a demon path spy. "They will investigate. Just trust your martial Uncle Yi," Guan said with a smile. Zhen Qin thought it made sense. However, the law enforcement hall's attitude still aroused her determination. She secretly vowed to become an outer sect disciple as soon as possible. Qiu Qianli may have been just a disturbance for Mystic Valley, but for Guan, it was a warning. How many times has Mystic Valley faced such danger? This is not good. I need to improve my cultivation level. In the blink of an eye, 7 days quickly passed. That night, Guan quietly left Mystic Valley and sat down in a forest 100 miles away. He called up his attribute panel, focusing on Divine Wood Pure Yang skill. First, upgrade the cultivation technique. He immediately invested 10,000 years of lifespan. Eventually, Divine Wood Pure Yang skill completed an upgrade, becoming Yang Wood Primordial skill, and its achievement also reached the mastery realm. Yang Wood Primordial skill also awakened a divine skill, which made Guan pleasantly surprised. He immediately activated the lifespan barrier to inherit the Yang Wood Primordial skill. An hour later, the inheritance was complete, and Guan understood the profoundness of the divine skill. This divine skill was named Yang Wood Boundless. It could inject spiritual power into the earth, forming Yang Wood that covered the land and could devour the essence energy of living beings, and even spiritual power. It was extremely terrifying, capable of covering 10,000 miles as long as the caster's spiritual power was sufficient. A very domineering divine skill. Guan really liked it. Guan continued to look at the cultivation level on the attribute panel. He planned to raise his cultivation level to the 9th level of Crossing Void Realm. As for breaking through, he feared the commotion would be too large, especially since he only had a little over 20,000 years of lifespan left. He first invested 1,000 years of lifespan, successfully advancing from the first layer to the 4th layer of Crossing Void Realm, which was quite good. However, after investing another 1,000 years of lifespan, his cultivation level only reached the 5th layer of Crossing Void Realm. In the end, after calculating, he used a total of 7,500 years of lifespan, reaching the 9th layer of Crossing Void Realm. He had a little over 13,000 years of lifespan left, so he stopped there. As the nature's spiritual energy poured into him, he began to carefully comprehend the mysteries within his body. He couldn't always rely on increasing his lifespan. He also wanted to establish his own understanding of cultivation. The nature's spiritual energy flowed into his body, gathering on his golden core, generating spiritual power, and nurturing his muscles, bones, and primordial spirit. His cultivation level continued to improve as a result. Even in the Crossing Void Realm, the cultivator's golden core remained in the Dantian, and after reaching the Crossing Void Realm, Guan could feel the importance of the golden core even more. This made him think of the golden core Dao in Daoist mythology. The core formation realm might have just laid the foundation, while the true mysteries of the golden core needed to be explored at higher realms, just like the spirit root. Guan always felt that cultivating a single spirit root to a certain stage would hit a wall. Immortals couldn't be all-powerful with just one attribute, could they? The primordial spirit and golden core were the same. The primordial spirit was the manifestation of the soul, allowing the cultivator to break free from the mortal constraints of the flesh. Guan wanted to try in the future if he could integrate the Yang Wood Primordial skill with other attribute skills to create a 5-element skill that perfectly matched his superior 5 elements heavenly spirit root. 2 hours later, Guan successfully reached the 9th layer of Crossing Void Realm, draining the nature's spiritual energy. The outer sect would probably be alarmed again. This was also good. A supreme sect would certainly be more vigilant, increasing the pressure on demon path spies and improving Ji Xiaoyu's success rate in tribulation crossing. Guan secretly felt that he had also helped Ji Xiaoyu out. Sure enough, the next morning, while Guan was leading the disciples in their exercises, he saw many great cultivators flying over Mystic Valley, and the disciples were discussing the subsidence of spiritual energy from the previous day. From the 1st layer to the 9th layer of Crossing Void Realm, the amount of spiritual energy consumed was comparable to, if not greater than, advancing from the 1st layer of Divinity Transformation to the 1st layer of Crossing Void Realm. Supreme Sect's outer sect experiencing two such events back-to-back would surely leave them in a tizzy. Guan intended to continue accumulating lifespan, so he wasn't worried about being discovered. Next was the grand development of Medicine Valley. In the bleak autumn wind, Mystic Valley lived a secluded life. Since the calamity of Qiu Qianli, the valley disciples had been cultivating more diligently. A month quickly went by. One day, Guan was studying the Ziwei Array Chronicles under a tree, with the white spirit rat napping nearby. It had grown as big as a fat dog. While reading the Ziwei Array Chronicles with one hand, he petted the white spirit rat with the other, feeling quite comfortable. Suddenly, Guan seemed to sense something, raising his eyes to look afar, in the direction of the inner sect. He felt the strong presence of a crossing void realm cultivator in battle. It seemed Ji Xiaoyu had successfully formed her core, and various demon path spies couldn't hold back and were now engaged in a fierce battle. Guan couldn't help but think of Jiang Qiong, hoping she wouldn't be reckless. With her cultivation level at the first layer of nascent soul realm, it would be difficult to seize Ji Xiaoyu's golden core. The inner sect was far from the outer sect, and the disciples of Mystic Valley, unaware of the battle, continued their cultivation. As night fell, Guan could still feel the battle's presence in the distance, indicating how intense it was. Cold wind blew in from outside the window. Guan sat at his desk reading, when he heard footsteps outside. "Senior brother, may I come in?" Wuxia's voice came through. Guan responded, "Come in." Quickly, he switched the green hero travelogue in his hand to Chang Zuandan's 100 Herbs collection. Wuxia pushed the door open, then closed it behind him. Walking to the desk, he saw the 100 Herbs collection in Guan's hand, secretly admiring his senior brother's dedication, his resolve growing even firmer. "My senior brother is so studious, I must help him." Guan looked up and asked, "It's so late, what brings you here?" Wuxia took a deep breath and said, "Senior brother, you've been stuck at the 9th layer of energy cultivation realm for some time now, right?" Guan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Are you not satisfied with your senior disciple position and now eyeing my position as Valley Master?" Wuxia continued, "Senior brother, actually I am a genius, but I have cultivated a divine skill that suppresses the growth of my cultivation level. This skill accumulates strength for a later burst. It has the profound ability to change fate." Chapter 49 Daoist Expansion Skill. Divine Power Collection. "So, I'm actually a genius?" Upon hearing Wuxia's words, Guan almost burst into laughter. He chuckled and said, "In my eyes, you've always been a genius. Are you planning to teach me your cultivation technique?" Wuxia nodded and said, "When I say genius, I mean compared to others in the valley. But compared to my brothers and sisters, my talent is quite ordinary. The technique I practice is called Daoist Expansion Skill, taught by a divine monk. Once I start cultivating this technique, my cultivation realm won't increase, but my cultivation will keep accumulating. I plan to unseal my realm before my time is up. By then, my spirit root qualification and lifespan will transform. However, once unsealed, the Daoist Expansion Skill will lose its effects." After hearing this, Guan couldn't help but become interested in the Daoist Expansion Skill. "What realm is that divine monk in?" he asked curiously. Wuxia shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about his cultivation level. He calls himself the Immortal Seeking Taoist. If he's a Taoist, why is he called a divine monk? He accepted tonsure and wears a kasaya. How could he be a Taoist? I modeled my appearance after his. He said I would have extraordinary chi fortune in the future, and forcibly accepted me into tonsure. The scars on my head were left by him, and now I can't grow any hair." As he spoke, Wuxia felt wronged. He also wanted to be as handsome as Guan and attract women. Guan didn't press further and let Wuxia explain the Daoist Expansion Skill. He wanted to see how profound this Daoist Expansion Skill was. Wuxia began to explain the Daoist Expansion Skill earnestly. It took him a full hour to finish. The Daoist Expansion Skill was indeed profound. Its chi control method was extremely complex. From Guan's cultivation levels perspective, the Daoist Expansion Skill concealed other mysteries. "Senior brother, do you remember it? Or should I write it down for you tomorrow?" Wuxia asked with concern. Guan smiled and nodded. "Sure. This technique sounds truly formidable. Thank you for your kindness. Let's rest for now." "No need for thanks between us. Wuxia said with a smile. He was elated and felt he had finally helped his senior brother. With that, he turned and left. Once Wuxia went downstairs, Guan began to practice the Daoist expansion skill. Wuxia worried that he wouldn't remember, so Guan humored him to avoid revealing his current talent and cultivation level. In reality, unless the method was exceptionally unique, Guan could remember it by hearing it just once. 3 days later, in the mountains and forests, Guan was sparring sword techniques with Su Han. That day, Qiu Chenli caused trouble, and Su Han stood bravely with his sword at the front, which moved Guan. He decided to teach him a few moves. Su Han initially had low expectations, thinking his master was just bored. But once they sparred, the outcome was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Guan wielded a wooden sword, using simple steps and ordinary sword moves. Yet, he easily dismantled each of Su Han's moves. Su Han was greatly astonished, his esteem for Guan soaring. After dozens of moves, Guan flicked Su Han's sword out of his hand, sending it to the ground. Looking at the wooden sword hovering near his throat, Su Han swallowed nervously, stunned as he looked at Guan. Guan withdrew his sword and with a smile asked, "How was it?" "Remarkable," Su Han replied sheepishly. Guan shook his head. "I didn't ask for your evaluation of me. Did you sense anything?" Su Han hesitated and then carefully recalled. "Wait." He seemed to have realized something, his face changing drastically in surprise. He looked at Guan and hesitantly asked, "Master, were you using moves from the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword?" Guan nodded. "That's right. My understanding of the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword isn't deep. Do you know why I could counter your sword moves?" "Why?" Su Han asked. "I'm faster than you." "But do you feel I'm slower than you, yet I always counter your moves?" "Yes, Master, I really feel you're slower, but still. Think carefully. I seem slow because you're watching me, but my eyes are on your sword. Before you strike, I've already judged your sword's trajectory. When you attack, I do too. As the defender, my sword covers less distance, so when our swords clash, I seem slower but can still catch up to you." Guan explained patiently. Su Han frowned, meticulously recalling their sparring. Su Han soon understood. Indeed, from the moment their swords rose, the outcome was decided. Looking up at Guan with admiration, Su Han sighed. "Master, you are truly incredible. You became better than me at the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword after just looking at its manual once." Guan stepped closer and smiled. "I've also practiced swordsmanship, so I understand better than you. But keep this to yourself. I have some grudges, and others shouldn't know I know swordsmanship." Touched, Su Han quickly knelt on one knee, raising his hand in vow. "I swear never to reveal that Master knows swordsmanship. If I do, may I be struck by lightning and live a lonely life." Guan hastily helped him up, exasperatedly saying, "No need to swear. Your word is enough for me." Despite his words, he was satisfied with Su Han's attitude. With his cautious nature, guiding Su Han in sword training was already risky. Su Han scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Guan continued to instruct Su Han in swordsmanship. Though he didn't practice the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword diligently, his mastery of the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword made it easy to give pointers. After half an hour, Guan left the forest, leaving Su Han to train alone. He went to the valley entrance, his eyes locking on a wooden railing in a garden where someone stood, accompanied by the servant disciple Yongmin Jiangqiong. How dare this rascal openly enter Mystic Valley in broad daylight? Guan silently cursed. He had noticed Jiangqiong approaching Mystic Valley, and thus ended his session with Su Han early. He hadn't stopped Jiangqiong earlier because Jiangqiong approached by flying on his sword, showing no effort to conceal himself. Guan walked briskly over and addressed Yongmin. "You can go now. I'll entertain her." Relieved, Yongmin quickly left. Jiangqiong turned to Guan and smiled. "Your disciple is quite shy." Guan replied, "Let's talk upstairs." Jiangqiong didn't object and followed him up to the loft. Once inside, Guan closed the door and softly asked, "Martial Master, why are you here and during the day no less?" Jiangqiong took a seat, then waved her sleeve, sending 4 pieces of talisman paper to the doors and windows. She picked up the teapot on the table and poured herself some tea, saying nonchalantly, "What are you worried about?" I'm still an inner sect disciple of the Supreme Sect. Before my severe injury, my identity wasn't exposed. I hid because I had enemies. But over these years, I found out they're dead. Guan sat down across from her and curiously asked, "Were your enemies from the Supreme Sect?" "To be precise, they were like me, demon path spies," Jiang Qiong said with a mocking smile, emphasizing the words, demon path spies. Guan wanted to ask more, but Jiang Qiong waved her hand. "No more questions. I plan to stay in your medicine valley for a while until things calm down. What do you say?" Guan asked, frowning. What happened? He could tell Jiang Qiong was severely injured, merely putting on a brave face. Jiang Qiong's eyes turned complicated as she said softly, "That Ji Xiaoyu isn't simple. Just entering the core formation realm, she avoided my attack. In a moment of my distraction, a nascent soul cultivator from the Ji family severely injured me." "Did you strike?" Guan asked, instantly tense. Jiang Qiong rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "I didn't reveal my true self, thanks to the demon shadow divine skill I taught you. You needn't worry." Guan sighed in relief. He asked, "Did anyone take Ji Xiaoyu's primordial Daoist talisman?" Jiang Qiong shook her head and said, "No one succeeded. With the Qilin step, even nascent soul cultivators can't easily approach her. The Ji family members and Supreme Sect cultivators blocked any divinity transformation level demon path cultivator or stronger. The Supreme Sect elders are indeed powerful." She seemed to recall something, her face showing a hint of fear. Hearing that Ji Xiaoyu was fine, Guan felt relieved. Both of them surviving was, in his view, the best outcome. Guan looked at Jiang Qiong, thinking about how to comfort her. Jiang Qiong gazed at him, smiling slyly. "You didn't tip off the Ji family, did you?" Guan quickly shook his head. "How could I? I'm not that kind of person." Really? Does Martial Master want me to swear?" Guan said seriously. Su Han had just sworn to him earlier, and now he had to swear to Jiang Qiong? Jiang Qiong studied him, tutaying in amazement. "There's no need. Actually, I wanted you to report to the Ji family." Guan was puzzled, not understanding her meaning. Jiang Qiong took a sip of tea and smiled. "Seeing you at the Ji mansion gate, I came up with an idea, through you to tip off the Ji family, making them very vigilant. Only then can there be a fierce battle once Ji Xiaoyu's core formation is complete." "Too bad. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I misjudged you." Jiang Qiong feigned a pained look and sighed. Guan remained silent. Jiang Qiong's tone softened as she smiled. "But this shows you favor me more, and I didn't care for you in vain. From now on, I will treat you well. Congratulations. You've won your Martial Master's heart." "Martial Master, please don't talk nonsense. Haha, look at you, bound by the rules of the righteous path, can't even take a joke." Jiang Qiong covered her mouth, laughing, leaving Guan feeling helpless. Just then, Jiang Qiong reached into her storage bag at her waist and placed a piece of bronze on the table. The bronze piece was square with chipped edges, engraved with densely packed tiny characters. Jiang Qiong's eyes burned with eagerness. "This is my true purpose for going to the Ji mansion. It's the Ji family's divine power collection, containing one of their 10 great divine powers. It was a gift from the Ji family's clan leader to Ji Xiaoyu. This item requires the direct bloodline of the Ji family to activate. Of course, someone above the divinity transformation realm can forcibly break the restriction within. Passing down Ji Xiaoyu's Qilin step and this divine power collection, it seems they're preparing her to join the Holy Land." Divine power collection? Gu An's eyes couldn't help but gaze at the bronze piece, filled with curiosity. Jiang Qiong pushed the bronze piece towards Guan, saying, "Keep this for now. Hide it in the 8 scenic caves. When I get the direct bloodline of the Ji family's essence blood, it'll come to you. Keeping this on me is risky." Guan looked at the bronze piece on the table, blinking. Chapter 50 Heaven and Earth Path Gang, Tianya Valley. Guan put the bronze fragment into his storage bag and asked, "Are the Ji family's 10 divine abilities really that strong, that even a genius like you from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion would be so envious?" Jiang Qiong glanced at the wooden cabinet beside her and said softly, "Very strong. Moreover, they are not something you can master just because you want to. In the Ji family, anyone who can master even one divine ability, regardless of their status, will get the Ji family's special cultivation and be moved into the main family. In the Taitsong dynasty, all the sects combined would struggle to overturn the supreme sect. The same goes for the clans. The disparity is vast. 3 major clans reign supreme over the dynasty, one of which is the Ji family. Listening to her, Guan suddenly suspected that there might be spies from the Ji family within the Thousand Autumn Pavilion as well. Indeed, it was the demon path. Following her words, Guan asked, "Who are the other 2 families?" "The Zhou and Gu families." "Why not the Li family?" "Heh, the Li family is just a puppet." Jiang Qiong spoke with disdain for the Li family, which gave Guan a new understanding of the Taitsong dynasty. The royal family isn't the strongest family? Indeed, though Li Xuando's lifespan limit was strong, it couldn't compare with Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu was currently the most terrifyingly talented person Guan had encountered. The Gu zone was probably related to the Gu family, and the void-crossing realm mastery evident how deep the Gu family's strength ran. As for the Zhou family, Guan hadn't come into contact with them yet. Taking this opportunity, Guan continued to inquire about the world of immortal cultivation from Jiang Qiong, who answered everything one by one. After about half an hour, Jiang Qiong grew impatient. "Why do you have so many questions? Quickly find me a place to stay." Jiang Qiong glared at him. It was the first time Guan heard her refer to herself as old lady. It seemed her injuries were becoming unbearable. Thus, Guan took Jiang Qiong downstairs and personally arranged a place for her to stay. After she settled down, Jiang Qiong began to cultivate her energies to heal and didn't come out of her room again. Zhen Qin, on the other hand, found Guan and curiously asked about Jiang Qiong's identity. Guan only mentioned that she was an inner sect disciple, which was enough to awe Zhen Qin. Soon, the news of an inner sect disciple arriving at Mystic Valley spread quickly among all the disciples, and they also heard that the inner sect disciple was very beautiful. Late at night, Guan entered the 8 scenic caves alone and buried the bronze fragment in the ground. He planned to investigate the Ji family's divine power collection after Jiang Qiong left. Autumn passed into winter, and white snow began to fall from the sky. After nearly a month of recuperation in Mystic Valley, Jiang Qiong bid farewell to Guan. As Guan watched her leave on her sword, he noticed she was heading in the opposite direction of the inner sect, likely leaving the supreme sect. Guan glanced toward Zhen Qin's house, where he could sense she was cultivating some kind of miracle skill that Jiang Qiong had taught her. Before leaving, Jiang Qiong had explained that Zhen Qin had pestered her to learn it. After watching for a while, Guan headed towards the mountain forest to check on the demon sheep roaming there. The demon path should have dispersed, and now it was time to return to a peaceful farming life. Guan wouldn't be complacent just because he was at the void-crossing realm 9th layer. He felt it wasn't enough and was already looking forward to the functions that a million-year lifespan might unlock, hoping for something powerful. In the days that followed, he occasionally left the valley to tend to the caves of the outer sect disciples and to purchase high-rank medicinal herb seeds from the outer sect. The winter snow grew heavier, blanketing the world in a pale expanse. One night, Guan quietly entered the 8 scenic caves. He dug out the bronze fragment from the soil and brought it to the green vine tree, where he sat down to meditate. The sky dragon approached, nudging him. Guan suddenly noticed that the sky dragon's body had begun to widen, which wasn't a good sign. He started to admonish the sky dragon not to overeat, as he didn't want to raise a fat dragon. After playing around with the sky dragon for a while, Guan finally began using his divine sense to probe the bronze fragment. Jiang Qiong hadn't lied to him. The bronze fragment indeed housed a powerful restriction, one that couldn't be forcefully broken by anyone below the void-crossing realm. Guan had already decided that if the divine ability could only be taught to one person, he would learn it first and then teach Jiang Qiong. If it could be used repeatedly, he would pretend he hadn't touched it. Boom! The powerful divine sense of a void-crossing realm 9th layer penetrated the bronze fragment, and the mysterious restriction lasted for just a moment before being forcibly broken. When the restriction was shattered, a huge influx of information surged into his mind. This influx of information was extremely complex and chaotic, with various pieces of information rudely breaking into his mind, causing him to frown slightly. Even after breaking the restriction, it still required sorting through the information, possibly serving as another test. Guan's divine sense was strong and could capture minute connections, and after a while, he managed to sort it out. This divine ability was called the Heaven and Earth Path Gang. The snow piled up heavily, with this year's snowfall far exceeding previous years, forcing Guan to lead the disciples to shovel the snow. Unless it was an emergency, they didn't use spiritual power. As Guan said, this also counted as a form of cultivation. The heavy snow fell for half a day before it finally eased. Guan stood in front of the wooden fence, looking at his medicinal herbs. Not a single herb was damaged, which brought a smile to his face. After watching for a while, Guan's gaze shifted to the entrance of the valley, where he saw a man wearing a rain hat and cloak, carrying a long gun wrapped in cloth, walking in. Luo Han, Core Formation Realm 8th Layer 66/400/2803. A maximum lifespan of 2,803 years. Impressive. Guan immediately walked over and came to Luo Han, cupping his hands in greeting. Just as he was about to inquire, the other person spoke first. Who is the Valley Master, Guan? Luo Han's voice sounded young, but it was full of vigor. Guan responded, I am. Who might you be? Luo Han raised his head, revealing a handsome face under the rain hat, but his left cheek bore a brand with the character for prisoner. The Emperor sent me. You have an ancient hour to prepare, then come with me, Luo Han said expressionlessly. After speaking, he walked past Guan and continued into the valley. A gleam of joy flashed in Guan's eyes. Finally it has come. He was eager to see how big Li Xuando's Medicine Valley was. He immediately went to find Wuxia, who had already become the first disciple of Mystic Valley, capable of overseeing the entire valley. The so-called first disciple was a position, not necessarily the disciple of the Valley Master. Just like the first disciple of the Supreme Sect, who had the strongest strength, but wasn't the disciple of the sect leader. Upon hearing that Guan was leaving for a while, Wuxia was excited, and Guan gave him many instructions, especially that the medicinal herbs needed to be left for him to harvest personally. Wuxia knew that his senior brother had few hobbies, one of which was harvesting, and promised not to touch the herbs. Luo Han then approached Yi Yan, who was practicing staff techniques with a long stick, a family skill. Seeing Luo Han approach, Yi Yan quickly stopped and looked at him nervously. Luo Han pulled out a secret book from his pocket and tossed it to him, saying, You have good bone structure, you can practice this. Yi Yan caught the secret book and replied, But I am just a mixed spirit root. Spirit root only determines one's talent for energy absorption cultivation. Human talent has other aspects too. Your bone structure is better than most, making you a good talent for spear training. Once you master it, you can join the military in Songzhou, make meritorious contributions, and then exchange for heavenly materials and earthly treasures to cleanse your marrow and change your life grid. Luo Han's words excited Yi Yan, and he promptly thanked him. Luo Han nodded slightly and then walked around, observing the medicinal herbs planted in Medicine Valley. After about half an hour, Guan found him and said they were ready to leave. Luo Han raised his hand, removing the long gun from his back, which gleamed in his hand with golden light, drawing the disciples' attention. Show off, Guan thought to himself. Luo Han leaped into the air, stepping on the long gun, and glanced towards Guan in the snow below, saying, Come up. Guan immediately jumped up, landing behind him, standing on the gun shaft. Luo Han spurred his spiritual power, and the long gun carried them swiftly away, crossing the mountains and leaving a long streak against the snowy sky. Disciples in the valley gathered and curiously discussed Luo Han's identity. The sky was cold, and Guan's black hair was blown backward, revealing a fair and handsome face. Not bad, your control over spiritual power is very fine, you stand very stably. Luo Han's voice sounded, his back facing Guan, his tone tinged with admiration. Guan responded casually, I usually enjoy sword control techniques, so I have studied it. Although your cultivation is low, having caught the Emperor's eye, you must have some outstanding qualities. When you reach Medicine Valley, feel free to do your best. I will protect the valley. Luo Han began talking about Medicine Valley, and Guan listened carefully. According to Luo Han, this Medicine Valley was very important to the Emperor. The Emperor planned to cultivate a group of geniuses within the valley for future use. If Guan performed well, he could also obtain a batch of precious medicinal herbs. Guan sensed that Luo Han had deep respect for Li Xiandao, which made him curious about the prisoner brand on Luo Han's face. Li Xuando's Medicine Valley was called Tianya Valley. Though near the Supreme Sect, it was thousands of miles from Mystic Valley, located in a demon beast-infested mountainous area. Guan suggested establishing a teleportation array in Tianya Valley to connect it to Mystic Valley, but Luo Han rejected the idea, stating that Tianya Valley's existence must remain unknown to the Supreme Sect. This made Guan want to complain. You've planted it near the Supreme Sect, yet you want to keep it hidden? But then he thought of the 8 scenic caves, guessing that Li Xiandao likely set up high-rank formations. To accommodate Guan, Luo Han flew at a moderate speed. Night fell, but he continued flying. Guan sensed that this area's forests were filled with demon energy, with creatures comparable to the core formation realm. Sure enough. Suddenly, a third-tier demon bird attacked from behind, but Luo Han struck out with a punch, his spiritual power forming a golden spear shadow that tore the demon bird apart, capturing its demon core with ease. After showing his power, no other demons dared to disturb them. By the next morning, Guan finally saw Tianya Valley. The mountains and rivers before them were shrouded in white mist and snow. Amidst the peaks lay a vortex of white snow, with white cranes flying within, beautiful like an immortal realm. Through the snow mist, Guan saw Tianya Valley and his expression grew peculiar. Tianya Valley lay among the mountains, about twice the size of Mystic Valley in area, with steels standing on the surrounding mountains, clearly part of some formation, yet to be activated. The downside was that the valley was overrun with weeds, exceedingly pristine, meaning he would have to clear the land first. Guan couldn't help but ask, "Is it just the two of us in Tianya Valley for now?" Luo Han looked ahead as he descended the long gun, answering, "Don't worry, I will capture some demons to assist. This valley cannot recruit people randomly. We must wait for the Emperor to send them." Chapter 51. Zhou Tongyu, the strongest in a century hunting demons? Guan immediately became interested upon hearing this. As they descended continuously, the terrain of Tianya Valley appeared amidst the snowy mist. From mid-air, it looked like a vast green ocean. Streams flowed into the valley from all directions, and at the edges of the valley, 2 small rivers could be seen flowing underground. Soon, Luo Han landed with Guan, and he began wrapping his long spear with a cloth. "From now on, you are the Valley Master. Do whatever you wish and instruct me at any time," Luo Han said. Guan nodded, directly taking out the Heavenly Residence Sword, and said, "Build a few pavilions in the peripheral area while I clear the weeds." Luo Han's eyes fell on the Heavenly Residence Sword's scabbard. His pupils suddenly dilated, and he immediately knelt down, saying in a deep voice, "Luo Han greets the Master of Heavenly Residence Sword." Guan purposely took out the Heavenly Residence Sword, fearing Luo Han might not take him seriously. The effect was excellent. "What are you doing? Quickly rise." Guan feigned panic and hurriedly helped Luo Han up. After standing up, Luo Han's eyes were filled with complexity. He muttered, "I never expected His Majesty would give you the Heavenly Residence Sword." Guan asked in surprise, "Why such a big reaction?" Luo Han replied, "Taitsong has 3 Emperor swords. Seeing the sword is like seeing the Emperor. They are the Heavenly Inquiry, Heavenly Residence, and Heavenly Punishment. His Majesty holds the Heavenly Punishment Sword, while the Crown Prince has the Heavenly Inquiry Sword. Without His Majesty's permission, no one can possess the sword. Hence, seeing the sword is like seeing the Emperor." Upon hearing this, Guan suddenly realized that Li Ya's status in Li Zuando's heart was very high, comparable to the Crown Prince's. If Li Xiandao didn't agree, it would be hard for Li Ya to inherit the Heavenly Residence Sword. But this sword is now in his hands. Guan wondered if Li Xiandao had other plans? Guan habitually considered the worst scenarios, so he thought Li Zuando's intentions were not simple. After all, an emperor's heart is as deep as the sea. "I see, then let's get to work," Guan responded. Luo Han had no objections, but he couldn't help but look at the Heavenly Residence Sword a few more times. Soon after, he saw Guan using the Heavenly Residence Sword to clear weeds, which made him hesitant to speak. Luo Han struggled for a while before eventually turning away. An hour later, the array steels around Tianya Valley were activated. Each steel burst out blue light, rising into the sky, then converging in the air to form a semicircular light shield covering the entire Tianya Valley, which then turned transparent. After activating the array, Luo Han began building the pavilions. By noon, Guan had cleared all the weeds at the bottom of the valley, working very efficiently. If he didn't have to hide his true strength, he could have stomped his feet to clear all the weeds. 3 days later, Guan had already finished sowing. Luo Hun brought many high-rank medical herb seeds from his seemingly inexhaustible storage bag. In these 3 days, Luo Hun had built 5 pavilions and caught 3 monkey demons. These 3 monkey demons were all second-tier demon beasts. They could walk upright, and apart from having fur, they looked almost human. Luo Hun let Guan name them, so Guan named them Sun Da, Sun Air, and Sun San according to their cultivation levels, which made Luo Hun silent for a while. The 3 monkeys liked the surname Sun very much. Guan led the 3 monkeys around the park, explaining their daily tasks. The 3 monkey demons could already speak human language, each of them clever, making communication easy. Guan was not worried they would misbehave because they were cursed by Luo Hun with their life and death not in their control. Meanwhile, Luo Hun lay on the pavilion stairs, taking out a book from his chest. The cover read, Investiture of the Gods. He was also a fan of Investiture of the Gods. Guan mentioned it to him before, and he was very excited like never before. Nearing evening, Guan found Luo Hun and said he needed to return to Mystic Valley. Luo Hun feared for his safety due to the many demons on the way, but Guan insisted on going back. Guan promised he would be careful. Luo Hun thought for a while, then took out 10 talisman papers from his storage bag and said, "These are for invisibility technique. Infuse them with spiritual power, and you can turn invisible, even hiding your presence. Unless encountered by a 3rd level or higher core formation realm cultivator, it will be hard to detect you. Each paper lasts for 5 hours. Use them sparingly, as you need to return." Guan accepted the talismans and thanked him with cupped fists. Still worried, Luo Hun said, "How about establishing foundation first? I have foundation establishment pills here." Guan shook his head. "I have my own foundation establishment pills. Don't worry about me. I remember the way back. I have plenty of spirit energy elixirs." With that, he left on his sword. Exiting Tianya Valley wasn't hindered by the array, but entering was challenging. Luo Hun watched Guan's departing figure, frowning slightly. He recalled His Majesty's words and sighed. Li Xiandao instructed that if Guan died, another person would become the Valley Master. Luo Hun's task was to protect Tianya Valley. After leaving 100 miles from Tianya Valley, Guan suddenly sped up. Before nightfall, he had returned to Mystic Valley. Having Tianya Valley, Guan's days would become busier. Managing the Outer Disciples' Cave needed his attention, and he had to occasionally check on Tianya Valley. He couldn't fully trust the monkeys. Though it would be tiring, Guan didn't feel exhausted at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. In a few years, his lifespan would increase significantly. Once he obtained the Medicine Valley promised by Gu Zong, a million-year lifespan would not seem far away. Guan even pondered studying the puppetry technique, leaving a puppet in each Medicine Valley to help monitor the medicinal herbs. Before that, he had to improve his superficial cultivation level. The 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm was insufficient. Traveling between Mystic Valley and Tianya Valley would be very troublesome. 15 days later, Guan went to the outer sect to visit the book collection hall's Elder Lu. He felt Elder Lu had more power than Zhu Qinglu of the Elixir Hall. They met alone in the inner room. Elder Lu was reading the latest volume of Investiture of the Gods, smiling. Not bad, very well written. Just flipping through makes me excited." Guan hesitated before saying, "Elder Lu, I have a request." Without looking up, Elder Lu asked, "What is it?" "I want to establish foundation, but I don't want to be an outer disciple. I want to continue being the Valley Master of Mystic Valley. This way it's easier for me to write. Going out on missions as an outer disciple, I'm afraid of dying outside." "Is that all? Can Elder Lu manage it?" "Of course. I will go directly to Guyu. He had told me that his father values you greatly and asked me to take good care of you and meet your needs as much as possible." Elder Lu laughed, his smile resembling a sly old fox. Guan immediately thanked him. Elder Lu put down the book and said, "You are already considered a special talent of the Supreme Sect. Your annual yields are among the top 3 in the Outer Sect's medicine valleys. Moreover, you write Investiture of the Gods, attracting 50% more disciples to the Supreme Sect each year. Your contribution far surpasses that of an outer disciple's missions. Rest assured, even if you reach the core formation realm, you will not be sent out on missions." He laughed heartily after saying this. He couldn't reach the core formation realm. Could Guan? Guan felt relieved. This made things simpler. All he had to do was not appear too talented, gradually improving his apparent cultivation level, making future activities easier. Elder Lu seemed to remember something. Recently, the genius from Xiaofan Sect, Zhou Tongyu, is coming to challenge the young cultivators under 100 years old in the Supreme Sect. It's likely to be very lively. You should gather some information for your next book, and remember to include the Supreme Sect in it. Investiture of the Gods was about finished. Elder Lu had received instructions from above. Guan nodded and curiously asked, "Is Zhou Tongyu very powerful?" "Of course. He has dual spirit roots and the evil-suppressing golden body, a physique nurtured by the Zhou family over thousands of years. He has no equal in the same realm. He once killed a third-layer core formation realm cultivator with his ninth-layer foundation establishment realm cultivation, becoming renowned in the Taitsong Immortal cultivation world as the strongest genius in a century." Elder Lu was full of admiration talking about Zhou Tongyu, narrating the battle in detail, and Guan listened attentively. To Guan, those who could defeat enemies across realms had the protagonist's fortune. After all, he couldn't do that, or rather, he didn't dare. Instead of defeating powerful enemies across realms, he preferred to crush weaker opponents with superior cultivation. An hour later, Guan left the book collection hall. After buying a batch of supplies in the city, he hurried back to Mystic Valley. The next morning, Guan gathered the disciples for exercises, announcing his success in foundation establishment the previous night, delighting the disciples. Wuxia felt both joy and reluctance. If senior brother succeeded in foundation establishment, he would have to go to the outer sect, and Wuxia would become the Valley Master. "Master, does this mean you're leaving us?" Zhen Qin quickly asked, looking pitiful. The other disciples anxiously looked at Guan. Wuxia suppressed his joyful feelings, also feigning a look of loss. Guan sighed, "Yes." The disciples' expressions instantly dimmed, and Wuxia's heart pounded with guilt. But the saddest was Xiaofan, who would become the senior in the valley. "But because of our good harvest, I applied to stay in Medicine Valley, and the outer sect agreed." Guan quickly added. The disciples were stunned for a moment, then cheered. Rushing towards Guan, Wuxia stood there, dazed for a few seconds before forcing a smile. The happiest person was Xiaofan, knowing that he had no hope of foundation establishment. Having Guan for life was a delight, as only Guan indulged his interest in raising demons. Mystic Valley became lively, Wuxia needing a long time to calm his emotions. Guan noticed his mood and took him aside, explaining he would soon have a new Medicine Valley, and even if he remained in Mystic Valley, Wuxia could be in charge. Wuxia was excited to hold real authority as Valley Master. Seeing his enthusiastic smile, Guan thought again of Cheng Xiandan and Zhang Chuanqiu. So much had changed. Days passed quickly. Guan went out every 2 days to manage the outer disciples' cave, and every half-month to check on Tianya Valley. Upon learning of Guan's foundation establishment, Luo Hun became completely assured, ceasing his interruptions. Guan noticed Luo Hun liked reading, so he brought him a Green Hero travelogue. Strangely, after that, Guan never saw Luo Hun reading Green Hero travelogue. Did he not like it? No more books for him then. But why wasn't he reading Investiture of the Gods either? Chapter 52. The Civil War. Third Medicine Valley. Winter passed and spring came. Another year of the Spring Festival was approaching. Mystic Valley welcomed the Spring Festival, with disciples busy preparing. Guan was holding a white spirit rat, patrolling the different courtyards. The white spirit rat enjoyed being held by him, its eyes closed as if it were asleep. A whistling sound came from the horizon. Guan turned his head and smiled. Yilan was back. She quickly landed beside Guan, storing her flying sword in her storage bag. She smiled charmingly. "Senior brother, I came back for the festival. You wouldn't be unwelcome, would you?" Guan looked at her and smiled, asking, "Isn't the law enforcement hall busy?" "No matter how busy, I can always spare a few days. Proper relaxation is more conducive to cultivation." "You said that, and I've always remembered." Yilan blinked and said playfully. After a few words of greeting, Yilan pulled Guan towards the pavilion. As they walked, she said, "Senior brother, let's go to your room first. I'll show you a treasure." "A treasure?" Guan put the white spirit rat down and followed Yilan. As they climbed up to the pavilion and entered the room, Yilan didn't close the door, which made Guan breathe a sigh of relief. Yilan walked to the table and took a brocade box out of her storage bag. She turned sideways and looked at Guan with a proud smile. "Senior brother, this is a foundation establishment gift I specially prepared for you. Why go to such trouble? When you reached foundation establishment, I didn't give a gift. Without your foundation establishment pill, could I have achieved foundation establishment? I'm not like those geniuses who can force foundation establishment with their spirit root qualification." Yilan shook her head and laughed. Hearing this, Guan did not decline further. He walked to her side, curiously looking at the brocade box. Yilan opened the brocade box. Inside was a herb root that looked like ginseng. If not carefully sensed, it was hard to detect the faint spiritual energy within. Human face tree, revival state 0/600/22,000. 22,000 years of maximum lifespan? Guan raised his eyebrows. It was the first time he saw the words revival state. Yilan introduced, "This is the root of a 6th-grade spirit tree. Once buried in the ground for several years, it can regrow and enhance the spiritual energy of the area." Guan curiously asked, "Such a precious treasure, where did you get it?" Yilan blinked and said, "Recently, while capturing demon path traders, I found it in the cave of a trader from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. I didn't report it. Isn't that improper? Don't worry. Other disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall also keep some items. It's tacitly approved as long as they don't take too much, and no one knows about this treasure." Hearing this, Guan felt less burdened. He thought for a moment and said, "If you need any medicinal herbs, feel free to tell me. I'll soon have a second Medicine Valley. We can help each other in the future." Yilan smiled, "Sure, I'll go find others now. I brought gifts for them too." Guan nodded, and Yilan immediately left. He looked at the brocade box on the table, pondering where to plant it. Thinking it over, he decided to keep it for the 3rd Medicine Valley. The new valley needed enhanced spiritual energy for faster herb growth. Mystic Valley already had its own rhythm and didn't need a spirit tree, and Tianya Valley was not his to supply with seeds. Since Tianya Valley was Li Zuando's Medicine Valley, he only had management rights there. For any needs in Tianya Valley, he could fully rely on Li Xiandao. Guan then put the brocade box into his storage bag and walked to his desk, picking up a pen to start writing on paper. Yilan's arrival made the atmosphere in Mystic Valley even better. As night fell, various spring festival activities began, bustling with excitement. When everyone sat down to drink, Zhen Qin asked Yilan to talk about the experiences of outer disciples performing missions. Yilan did not refuse. Besides guarding the outer sect, Law Enforcement Hall disciples also went out for training. Yilan was no exception. The mission we received was an exorcism task in a mountain town. Nearly 1,000 households there had all died within a few days. To prevent the evil entity from harming more people, the local government sought help from the Supreme Sect. There were 7 of us. Yilan vividly recounted the experience. Being nighttime, the disciples listened with great tension. The female disciples huddled together. Seeing the young girl who used to follow him everywhere now able to stand on her own, the smile on Guan's face never faded. When Yilan described the ghosts, the disciples' hearts were in their throats. Even Xiaochuan, Wuxia, and Su Han were very tense. It was late at night when the disciples finally dispersed. Yilan followed Guan back to the pavilion. Guan took out a secret book he had written and handed it to her, saying, "This is a leg technique secret book I found in the inner sect. You can practice it when you're free." Gale Shadowless Leg. Yilan took the secret book without opening it and put it into her storage bag. She looked at Guan and said, "Senior brother, be careful when dealing with Lu Jiujia in the future." "What happened to him?" Guan asked, puzzled. Yilan sighed. "Didn't we talk before about the internal strife in the Supreme Sect? Those opposing the sect leader are secretly recruiting disciples. Lu Jiujia has taken an elder from the Outer Sect Hall of Elders as his master. That elder serves the sect leader's adversaries. Over time, a great chaos is bound to erupt within the Supreme Sect. If the sect leader remains victorious, he will surely purge the rebellious disciples, and Lu Jiujia won't escape. I advised him before, but he didn't listen. He said the path of immortal cultivation requires striving rather than being mediocre. His choice isn't wrong. I'm just worried you'll be implicated by staying close to him. He probably thinks so too, which is why he hasn't returned to Mystic Valley. Guan fell silent after hearing this. He couldn't interfere with Lu Jujia's choice because Lu Jojia was right about the need to strive in immortal cultivation. He refrained from striving because he could seize lifespans, so he wasn't qualified to dictate how others should cultivate. Yilan started talking about other things, mostly about the outer sect. Internal strife in the Supreme Sect even involved the Ji family and Imperial family members, which Guan found intriguing. Until dawn, Guan finally saw Yilan off. They talked all night yet still felt energetic. Before she left, Guan reminded her not to forget practicing Gale's shadowless leg. Yilan nodded, though her eyes carried a hint of resentment. After she left, Guan called the disciples for training. In the hot summer, 35-year-old Guan stood by the window, gazing at the sky, his brows furrowed. He was waiting for Guyu. Half a year had passed. Why hadn't he arrived? Guan eagerly anticipated his third Medicine Valley, having already prepared seeds in advance, just waiting for planting. Could something have happened? Guan worried. Last month, when he visited the outer sect, there was a noticeable tension, with many disciples dressed in black. They were reportedly part of the newly established Demon Extermination Hall by the new Great Elder of the outer sect. The Demon Extermination Hall was directly controlled by the Great Elder, with disciple cultivation levels starting at the 5th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm and receiving superior treatment over other halls. The Supreme Sect had 8 outer city gates, and the situation in the outer sect was this tense. One could imagine the atmosphere in the inner sect and the main city of the sect. Such strife would inevitably affect Guzong as well. Sigh. Such trouble. It's upsetting my planting. Guan suddenly felt the urge to punch those causing chaos. At that moment, he sensed something, and his sullen face broke into a smile. He was coming. Guan detected Gu Ye's aura and tried to calm his emotions without going downstairs. After a while, Gu Yu landed in Mystic Valley. Guan! Gu Yu called out loudly, attracting the attention of the disciples in the valley. Guan opened the door and looked at Gu Yu, saying, "Brother Gu, come up and talk." Gu Yu put his compass into his storage bag and went upstairs. Once inside, Guan closed the door and poured tea for him. Gu Yu didn't sit down but started browsing the bookshelf, seemingly looking for something. "I haven't written the final volume of Investiture of the Gods yet," Guan said. Gu Yu, disappointed, walked to the table and sat down, taking out a stack of books and a token from his storage bag. "This is your Valley Master token. Your Medicine Valley is between the outer sect and the inner sect, less than 100 miles from the outer city. For someone in the Foundation Establishment realm like you, it's not a hassle to travel back and forth. These books are my father's life experiences written down. You can refer to them. My father said you don't have to stick to the facts. You can adapt them or even create stories based on his experiences." Gu Yu explained, with a playful look, hinting at Guan with his eyes. Guan placed the teacup in front of him and picked up the Valley Master token. Unlike the bronze token of Mystic Valley, this token was silver-white with several layers of restrictions within it. "It'll take you to the Medicine Valley later. If you get lost, just inject your divine sense into the token, and it will guide you." Gu Yu drank a cup of tea and continued speaking. Guan nodded eagerly, excited to see his new Medicine Valley. Gu Yu seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, when you write about me, include Zhou Tongyu. Write that he is the strongest genius of the young generation in the immortal cultivation world, but he especially admires me and follows my lead." Guan's face twitched. "That's not appropriate. I'm afraid writing that will cause trouble. Whatever you want, just ask, and I'll satisfy you. It's not about the price. 100 top-grade spirit stones. If he sees it, he'll definitely investigate me. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. This is all my savings. How about a homophone?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yu raised an eyebrow. "Sure, but you can only change one character." "Deal." Guan agreed but wouldn't slander Zhou Tongyu in the book. He considered making them rivals who admire each other, ensuring not to offend either party. He could tell Gu Yu didn't harbor true enmity towards Zhou Tongyu. Otherwise, he would depict Zhou Tongyu as a small minion, not praise him as the strongest genius. Guyu probably just felt jealous. Making them brothers who occasionally competed would likely please Guyu. After a short rest, the two set off, controlling their swords to leave Mystic Valley. Chapter 53 So-Called Perception. Guan's Fury. At sunset, the sun dipped in the west. Guan stood on the cliff, looking over the Medicine Valley ahead, a satisfied expression on his face. Ahead were several not-so-high mountains, with a vast valley between them, extending for 12 miles in length and 2 or 3 miles in width. The edges of the Medicine Valley were lined with rows of trees, resembling a natural barrier, shielding the valley from wind and waves. Standing next to him, Guyu said, "There are cave dwellings of inner Sect disciples nearby, more than one in number. As long as you don't leave the 100-mile radius, you won't encounter any demon beasts." Guan nodded. His eyes filled with anticipation. What he saw was not the Medicine Valley, but an unending number of lifespans. Guyu patted Guan on the shoulder and then flew away on his sword. Guan leaped towards the Medicine Valley, his limbs surrounded by visible wind waves, which was precisely the wind control skill. Looking back as he stepped on his flying sword, Guyu raised an eyebrow slightly, a trace of surprise in his eyes, but he did not turn back. After landing, Guan first walked to the entrance of the valley, where there stood a bare stele with no inscriptions. He used his finger as a sword, inscribing 4 characters with sword chi. Third Medicine Valley. The name was so simple because he planned to have many more Medicine Valleys in the future. Looking at his own handwriting, Guan was very pleased. To write books regularly, he had practiced writing a lot, and his handwriting now carried a sharpness and vigor. After admiring his writing for a while, Guan began to look for a place to build a pavilion. He intended to set up the teleportation array first. Dusk eventually passed, and night gradually fell. By the bonfire, Guan sat on a rock, flipping through a book in his hand. This was given by Ji Xiaoyu, containing instructions on how to set up the teleportation array she had provided. One had to admit, the development of immortal cultivation in this world was indeed strong. Reading this book felt like reading a manual, and it was even a simplified version. The teleportation array given by Ji Xiaoyu already had restrictions set up. He only needed to build it according to the sequence in the book. Guan planned to stay up all night to build the array platform. Once the teleportation array was successfully set up, he would lead a few disciples to come and plant seeds. Starting the teleportation array required spirit stones, and he was quite wealthy now. Not to mention the spirit stone income from the investiture of the gods, Guyu had just given him 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, enough for him to squander for a long time. After a night, Guan successfully set up the teleportation array platform and immediately flew away on his sword. Returning to Mystic Valley, he set up a teleportation array platform beside his pavilion. His activities attracted all the disciples to come and watch. Xiaochuan asked what he was doing, and he did not hide it. Hearing that Guan was about to take over another Medicine Valley and set up a teleportation array, all the disciples became interested and asked one after another. Guan answered them while setting up the array platform. By noon, Guan had successfully set it up. In front of everyone, he placed spirit stones into the grooves on the array pillars, and after placing them correctly, he infused spiritual power into the activation mechanism. Rumble, the teleportation array started, the ground slightly trembled, and on the array platform, 2 array pillars burst with strong light, converging to form a light curtain. Guan turned around, scanning the crowd, and said, "Wu Xin, go to the outer sect and recruit 3 servant disciples. Su Han, Zhen Qin, Yi Yan, come with me. The others stay in Mystic Valley." Hearing this, Zhen Qin and the other 2 excitedly stepped forward and followed Guan into the teleportation array. Not long after, the teleportation light curtain dissipated, and the array platform returned to calm. On the other side, in the third Medicine Valley, Guan started instructing the 3 disciples to weed, while he focused on building the rooms. Su Han used a sword, Yi Yan used a spear, and Zhen Qin used leg techniques to weed. Since Luo Han had taught Yi Yan a spear technique, he couldn't help but ask Guan for an iron spear. This spear, which Guan bought from the outer sect, was not an ordinary iron spear. It could withstand spiritual power and could be considered the lowest grade magic artifact. Guan was not interested in spear techniques, so he did not watch Yi Yan practice. Since he started practicing the spear, Yi Yan's strength improved rapidly. Guan first saw a true genius in Mystic Valley. Yi Yan's cultivation level still improved slowly, but his actual combat power rose quickly. After just 6 months of practicing the spear, both Tang Yu and Su Han combined were no match for him, which greatly discouraged the two. This made Guan think about his own comprehension. Comprehension was the only thing that couldn't be directly enhanced by lifespan. In this world, it seemed spirit root qualification wasn't everything. The reason Guan asked Su Han, Zhen Qin, and Yi Yan to come was partly to guide them. During the Qiu Qianli disaster, their performance had earned his favor. He decided to cultivate them well and help them go further. The third medicine valley was situated between the inner and outer sects. The spiritual energy here was more abundant and could help them cultivate. Occasionally, Guan could also give them special lessons. The three had the kind of character that could endure hardship. Before completing the weeding task, they did not rest, even secretly competing to see who could work faster. After they weeded out all the weeds, Guan had already built 4 pavilions. The 4 gathered in front of the buildings to rest. Su Han looked at Yi Yan with a hint of defiance in his eyes. Yi Yan, however, was much calmer. Since he started practicing the spear, he had become more reserved. While wiping her sweat, Zhen Qin asked Guan, "Master, this place is so big, just the 3 of us, is it enough?" "Of course, it's enough. Back then, I managed Mystic Valley alone, while your martial uncle Meng Lang and martial uncle Leah lazed around all day," Guan said with a light laugh. Looking back at those little conflicts from the past, he found them amusing, though unfortunately, old friends were no longer around. After listening, Zhen Qin asked more about Guan's past. Su Han and Yi Yan also listened intently, as they all respected Guan greatly. Yi Yan's spear technique wasn't taught by Guan, but he still felt indebted to his master. If not for his master, how would that mysterious cultivator have come to Mystic Valley and bestowed the spear technique upon him? After talking for an hour, they continued to work. 3 days later, the third medicine valley was already filled with medicinal herb seeds, though it still looked like barren land. After all, seeds needed time to sprout and grow. Guan led them back to Mystic Valley to pack their belongings and then had them move to the third medicine valley. The remaining servant disciples were very curious about this and some wanted to go to the third medicine valley but were suppressed by Wuxia. As the valley master of Mystic Valley, Wuxia couldn't let people run away. Mystic Valley was his foundation. Thus, Guan's 3-sided medicine valley began to operate, and the idyllic farming life started from there. A month after the third medicine valley was seeded, with Zhen Qin and the other 2 guarding the valley, Guan only occasionally came to check. They needed to spend only a little time each day inspecting various areas. The rest of the time was devoted to cultivation. As evening approached, the sky turned crimson. Zhen Qin walked out of the house, stretched lazily, looking radiant. Jiang Qiong's cultivation technique had greatly enhanced her cultivation level, far surpassing before, so her enthusiasm for cultivation had reached its peak. She turned her head and saw Yi Yan still practicing his spear on the hillside at the entrance of the valley. Not absorbing energy, just practicing the spear, of what use? Zhen Qin muttered to herself. She did not go to join the fun but instead went to check on each area during her break. They all were the fruits of her master's hard work. On the other side, Yi Yan practiced his spear under the sunset glow, sweat falling like rain. Even though his entire body ached, he did not stop. The spear technique he practiced was his only chance. He did not want to miss it, nor did he want to be a servant disciple for life. The spiritual energy is more abundant in the valley. Why not practice the spear inside? A voice came, startling Yi Yan, who turned his head to look. He saw a figure standing in the forest 10 feet away, the figure standing atop a tree, blue robes flowing in the wind, displaying an immortal's demeanor. When had he appeared? Yi Yan was secretly alarmed. He collected himself and looked towards the person, loudly asking, "Senior, what business do you have?" Guan had said that this was already inner sect territory. Any cultivator encountered must be addressed as senior, showing no disrespect. The man in blue wasn't particularly handsome, but his eyes were bright and penetrating, making it difficult to meet his gaze. "Just passing by, I saw you practicing your spear. This spear technique of yours is not simple. It includes an energy absorption and body tempering method, quite rare." Zhou Tongyu leapt from the tree and walked towards Yi Yan. Seeing him approach, Yi Yan became nervous, unsure of how to handle the situation with his master not in the valley. "You haven't answered me yet," Zhou Tongyu reminded, his tone calm. But the more he spoke this way, the greater pressure Yi Yan felt. Yi Yan gritted his teeth and answered, "Behind is my master's medicine valley. The seeds were sown just a month ago. I don't want my cultivation to affect the growth of the medicinal herbs." "Was this spear technique taught by your master?" "No, it was a friend of my master's." "To know such a friend, your master must not be simple. May I ask your master's name?" "My master is named Guan." While answering, Yi Yan was puzzled as to what the other was exactly aiming for. Zhou Tongyu stopped and beckoned with a hand, saying, "How about a spar? I won't use spiritual power or magic artifacts, just techniques. How about it?" Yi Yan frowned, hesitating. "Are you afraid?" Zhou Tongji's words stirred Yi Yan's fighting spirit. He hadn't feared even the great cultivators of the demon path back then. How could he fear this person? At noon, Guan arrived at the third medicine valley through the teleportation array. He first scanned all areas with his divine sense, and seeing no issues, he looked for his disciples. Quickly, he was drawn to Yi Yan practicing at the entrance of the valley. He walked over, and Yi Yan, noticing his approach, turned his back to him. "Yener, how did you get injured?" Guan asked upon arriving. Yi Yan hesitated for a moment before choosing to look at Guan, showing a face covered in bruises, even with a handprint on his left cheek. He recounted what happened the previous evening to Guan, who became furious upon hearing it. Someone dared to bully his disciple. "What is his name? Will he come again?" "I don't know. He didn't say. He only mentioned that he would come looking for me again when he had time." "Don't worry, Master has your back." Guan patted Yi Yan on the shoulder and then gave him some healing pills. In the following days, Guan stayed in the third medicine valley, but the one who beat Yi Yan never showed up. However, after Guan went to the outer sect to manage his cave and returned, he found that Yi Yan had been beaten again. The person struck and then left. This happened repeatedly over the next 2 months, with Yi Yan getting beaten 4 times, always when Guan was absent. Guan began to suspect the other was deliberately avoiding him. One noon, Guan was reading under a tree, with a slope below connecting to the valley entrance, where Yi Yan was seen practicing his spear. Suddenly, Guan sensed something. His eyebrow twitched, thinking finally he has come. Chapter 54. Your sword is quick. Under Guan's watchful eyes, a figure flew swiftly and landed in front of Yi Yan. Seeing him, Yi Yan instantly became nervous and even took 2 steps back. Zhou Tongyu, Core Formation Realm 9 Layers 62/900/3100. It turned out to be him. Guan didn't expect to encounter Zhou Tongyu, who had recently made a name for himself in the Supreme Sect. Zhou Tongyu had been challenging and defeating the young disciples everywhere, earning a reputation that even extended to the outer sect. Because the Daotian sect, which Zhou Tongyu belonged to, was also a reputable sect and had a good relationship with the Supreme Sect, the great cultivators of the Supreme Sect couldn't target him specifically. Consequently, Zhou Tongyu roamed freely in the Supreme Sect for half a year without anyone being able to punish him. Zhou Tongyu only engaged in combat and did not kill anyone. Moreover, he claimed only to challenge those under the age of 100. The many cultivators of the Supreme Sect could only watch and feel secretly angry. The entire Supreme Sect was being suppressed by Zhou Tongyu. No one dared to question his rules. After all, his opponents were under 100 years old, but he still had 38 years to reach 100. When he challenged the 99-year-old disciples of the Supreme Sect, it was actually making the Supreme Sect seem at an advantage. Even so, no one could defeat him. Zhou Tongyu glanced at Guan on the nearby hillside, his expression calm. Guan put the book in his bosom, then stood up and walked down. He came between Zhou Tongyu and Yi Yan, turned to look at Zhou Tongyu, clasped his fist, and said, "I am Guan, Yi Yan's master. May I know how my disciple has offended you, senior?" Yi Yan looked at Guan standing in front of him and felt deeply moved. Guan had previously mentioned that the cultivators here were all inner sect disciples, implying they were of core formation realm cultivation. For Guan, who was only at the first layer of the foundation establishment realm, to stand up to a core formation realm cultivator on his behalf, how could Yi Yan not be moved? "You are his master? Your cultivation disappoints me." Zhou Tongyu scrutinized Guan, frowning. Guan replied, "My disciple is only at the Qi cultivation realm. As his master, how high can my cultivation be?" Zhou Tongyu snorted, I did not bully your disciple, I see potential in him. At these words, Yi Yan's face turned green, wanting to speak but holding back. Guan stared at him and said, if you intend to guide him, you can be straightforward. My disciple can remember your kindness, but you didn't say, and you struck hard. Perhaps you genuinely wanted to guide him, but in your heart, you must look down on him, so you didn't bother to explain. If Zhou Tongyu were the top genius of the Supreme Sect, Guan might have considered it more, but he wasn't. Guan did not want to provoke Zhou Tongyu for no reason, but if Zhou Tongyu bullied him, he would not be merciful. Zhou Tongyu frowned even more upon hearing Guan's words. He wanted to refute, but he understood that Guan saw through him. He did look down on Yi Yan somewhat and only guided him on a whim. Humph, it seems you're here to question me. Very well, same rules, no use of spiritual power, just techniques. If you can defeat me, I will apologize to your disciple and give him a complete body-refining sorcery. How's that? Zhou Tongyu said coldly, staring at Guan. Master, let it go. Yi Yan hurriedly said. He knew Zhou Tongjia's strength best, even in techniques, was unfathomable. Guan asked, only techniques? Correct. Seeing Guan interested, Zhou Tongyu grinned, though somewhat sinisterly. Guan frowned and said, if you lose, you can't mention losing to me, and don't come to pester me and my disciple again. Heh, want to compare techniques with me? Zhou Tongyu laughed and said, agreed, now take your weapon. Guan raised his right hand, summoned a tree branch from the forest, and held it like a sword. His left hand gestured towards Zhou Tongyu. Zhou Tongyu immediately walked towards Guan. The distance between them began to shorten. Yi Yan hurriedly stepped aside, afraid of hindering his master. When they were less than 7 steps apart, Zhou Tongyu suddenly accelerated, stepping in front of Guan, punching towards Guan's abdomen with his right hand. Though he did not use spiritual power, this punch roared like tigers and leopards. Even before his fist reached Guan, Guan felt a fierce force surging towards him. Whoosh! Zhou Tongjia's fist stopped. His pupils trembled violently, and he looked shocked. Yi Yan's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Guan's body slightly leaned back, the tree branch in his hand pressed against Zhou Tongjia's throat. While Zhou Tongjia's fist was still 2 feet away from Guan, if I had a real sword, would it have hurt you? Guan asked calmly, making Zhou Tongjia's expression change. After a few moments, Zhou Tongyu withdrew his fist, followed by Guan retracting his sword. Zhou Tongyu took a deep breath, looked at Yi Yan, and said, sorry, I was too much. He took out a secret book from his storage bag and threw it to Yi Yan, then looked at Guan again. Your sword is fast. Who exactly are you? Guan threw the tree branch into the forest and said calmly, I am just a cultivator with mediocre spirit root qualification, not fond of energy absorption, and I practice sword techniques daily. Though my techniques aren't exquisite, they are fast enough. Without the rules, I wouldn't be your match. If Zhou Tongyu hadn't kept his promise, Guan would have made him regret it. Now that he kept his word and apologized to a servant disciple, Guan's view of him changed. This person was proud but not inherently bad. Hearing this, Zhou Tongjia's expression changed. He bit his lip and asked, you really won't spread today's events? I don't even know your name. How could I? Guan retorted. Zhou Tongyu let out a sigh of relief, immediately cupped his fists to Guan, and then departed swiftly, faster than when he arrived. Yi Yan came over excitedly. Master, I didn't expect your sword to be so fast. You defeated him with just one move. Guan glanced at the valley, where Zhen Qin was absorbing energy in the house, and Su Han was practicing sword techniques in the forest miles away. Neither had noticed the earlier contest. Don't mention this to anyone. Let this be our secret. Don't even tell your senior brothers or sisters, Guan instructed Yi Yan. Yi Yan nodded vigorously, feeling closer to his master. Teaching Zhou Tongyu a lesson was just a small episode for Guan. After that, he could go out peacefully without guarding the Third Medicine Valley. However, a month later, returning to the Third Medicine Valley, Guan saw Zhou Tongyu at the entrance of the valley. Yi Yan was practicing spear techniques, while Zhou Tongyu watched from the side. Noticing Guan's gaze, Zhou Tongyu beamed and waved enthusiastically. Guan's eyes showed displeasure as he immediately walked over. Reaching the valley entrance, Guan frowned. Why are you back? Is this guy sticking to the Supreme Sect? I thought of a way to break your sword technique. Let's spar again. Zhou Tongyu said excitedly. You promised not to pester me. Liar? It's not pestering. Name your terms. I just want to test your sword technique, Zhou Tongyu quickly explained. Yi Yan chimed in. Master, he's been waiting here for 4 days. Guan frowned, hesitating. Zhou Tongyu pulled out a small cloth bag from his storage bag and said, Here are seeds of 4th-grade medicinal herbs. All for you. Just spar with me. I'm not here for victory, but to learn from you. Guan took the bag, weighed it and sighed. Just this once. Never again, I swear. Zhou Tongyu said excitedly, thinking he must defeat Guan this time convincingly. He took out a sword from his storage bag and tossed it to Guan. This is a mid-grade flying sword, ideal for Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. It's yours, use it to fight me. Then, he himself took out a long spear. Impressive move. A longer weapon equals a stronger one? Guan held the flying sword, feeling helplessly amused. Zhou Tongyu looked a bit uneasy under Guan's gaze and quickly explained, Same rules, no spiritual power, just techniques. Let's begin. This time, Zhan Qin and Su Han also heard the commotion and hurried over. But before they reached the valley entrance, Guan made his move. He threw the flying sword directly at Zhou Tongyu. Zhou Tongju's pupils dilated, thinking it was fast. No, his strength is tremendous. Zhou Tongyu dodged sideways, followed by thrusting his spear forward as he saw Guan following the flying sword. In a flash, Guan tilted his head, grabbed the spear shaft with his left hand, pulled it back, and with his right hand, made a sword gesture, pointing at Zhou Tongyu. Everything happened so fast that Yi Yan couldn't keep up with his eyes. When they stopped, Guan's fingers were already at Zhou Tongju's Adam's apple. Zhou Tongyu still held his spear, but his body had stiffened. How are you so fast? Are you really at the first layer of the Foundation Establishment realm? Zhou Tongyu asked through gritted teeth, sweating. Guan replied, If spiritual power was used, you'd be faster. Your rules gave me an advantage. I'm no match for you. Why insist on beating me with such rules? We common cultivators have our pride too. He let go of his hands, Zhou Tongju's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth. I meant no insult to your pride. Farewell. He left hurriedly. Zhan Qin and Su Han arrived. Guan ignored them, picked up the flying sword, and walked into the valley. To the 3 disciples, his back radiated the aura of a master. A month later, Zhou Tongyu returned, this time bringing more medicinal herb seeds, and Guan reluctantly accepted. This time, Guan defeated him in 3 moves, frustrating Zhou Tongyu but leaving a glimmer of hope. Zhou Tongju's generosity made Guan reluctant to drive him away. Time flew. Year-end approached. Winter snow covered Tianya Valley. Guan patrolled the Medicine Valley with 3 monkey demons. After checking, he walked towards the loft, glancing at his lifespan. Although busy with planting this year, his lifespan grew steadily. With the outer sect disciples' chambers and Mystic Valley, he gained considerable lifespan. In a few years, when Tianya Valley and the 3rd Medicine Valley yielded harvests, his lifespan would soar. Just as Guan reached the loft, Luo Han approached, looking embarrassed and hesitant. Where is your book recently? You want to read? I thought you didn't like it. The Medicine Valley is boring. One needs something to relax the Daoist heart. All right, next time I'll bring the latest volume of Investiture of the Gods. Cough, cough, a few volumes of Green Hero Travelogue would be nice too. Chapter 55. Supreme Immortal Venerable, Sect Leader Deposed. Seeing Luo Han's embarrassed expression, Guan suddenly realized, so this guy likes this. He should have said so earlier. Guan immediately patted Luo Han's shoulder and smiled. Brother Luo, I didn't expect your taste to be the same as mine. To be honest, compared to the battles and conflicts over Daoist traditions in the Investiture of the Gods, I prefer the calm interactions between people and the experience of traveling and enjoying the scenery. Those are what truly temper the Daoist heart. His words made Luo Han less embarrassed, and a smile appeared on his face. The two began to have an enjoyable conversation about the Green Hero Travelogue, bringing them closer together. However, Luo Han was still reserved and refrained from discussing the romantic aspects of the Green Hero Travelogue, only talking about the fascinating landscapes and peculiar news. Teasing the serious Luo Hun brought Guan a lot of joy. From now on, Tianya Valley would not be so dull. Time flew by, and 3 years passed swiftly. Another summer arrived. Guan was already 38 years old. Starting this year, the Third Medicine Valley would welcome its first batch of mature medicinal herbs, which he eagerly anticipated. As for Tianya Valley, they were cultivating high-rank medical herbs, so it would still take some time. That morning, Guan was leading the disciples in the Mystic Valley for their morning exercises. Although Zhen Qin and the other two had gone to the Third Medicine Valley, 3 new servant disciples had arrived, keeping Mystic Valley lively. While Guan was twisting his waist, he suddenly sensed something and smiled. Xiaofan noticed his smile and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, why are you smiling?" "Nothing, just keep practicing," Guan brushed him off, and Xiaofan stopped asking. After a while, the exercises ended, and the disciples dispersed while Guan walked towards his own tower. Just as he reached downstairs, he heard a sound breaking through the air from afar. He turned and saw someone flying towards him on a sword. It was Leah. After many years, Leah still wore a black robe, but his temperament had changed, and a lock of white hair added to his sense of experience. From a distance, Leah saw Guan, and a smile appeared on his usually stern face, melting his cold demeanor. Leah's cultivation level had reached the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, and Guan felt that he was even stronger than Ji Lin from back then, estimating that he wasn't far from the core formation. After landing, Leah opened his arms and hugged Guan, making his body a bit stiff. "Not bad. You've reached Foundation Establishment." "It seems you've worked hard," Leah said, pinching Guan's shoulder with a satisfied smile. Guan naturally freed himself from his grasp and smiled. "You're finally back. Was everything smooth?" Leah shook his head and said, "Not smooth, but it was a blessing in disguise. Let's go inside and talk." Guan nodded and led him upstairs. An hour later, in the loft, Guan and Leah sat facing each other, drinking wine, and listening to Leah's experiences over the years made Guan feel deeply moved. "It feels like it could be written into a book," Guan commented. Leah laughed. "Indeed, although I escaped death many times, it made me who I am today." Over the years, Leah had traveled south in search of the legacy of a divinity transformation cultivator, competing with various geniuses. After barely making it through, the divinity transformation cultivator tried to possess him, but fortunately, he survived. Although he didn't say how he avoided the possession, Guan assumed it was related to the soul within him. After escaping the divinity transformation calamity, Leah acquired a sword intent in the cave of that cultivator. He spent 3 years refining it, transforming his entire sword intent. Afterwards, when returning from Jizhou in the south, he encountered more obstacles, such as saving a woman oppressed by a local prominent family. Unfortunately, after he left, he heard that she and her family were forced to death. This tragic incident spread widely among the people, so he returned and slaughtered that family, sparking much debate in that region. The local authorities chased Leah for a few days before giving up, even withdrawing the bounty on him. When Leah spoke of this experience, his tone wasn't very sad, just a bit cold. Guan poured Leah another drink, and Leah suddenly asked, "Junior brother Gu, why do you think we cultivate immortality? Is it just to pursue the illusory longevity? Throughout history, has there ever been someone who truly attained immortality?" Hearing this, Guan poured himself a drink and said, "I don't know what immortal cultivators should ultimately pursue. I only know that while living, you should feel at ease. Whatever makes you feel at ease, do it. I plant flowers and herbs every day. To many, it seems like wasting the years of cultivation, but I find it interesting. The medicinal herbs I plant can help the sect, and isn't that somewhat meaningful?" He didn't find Leah hypocritical. After experiencing certain things, one would naturally feel confused. After hearing this, Leah held his cup, lost in thought. He thought for an hour. Guan didn't disturb him, instead pulling out the Green Hero Travelogue to read. After finishing his thoughts, Leah's eyes became bright. He looked at Guan and said, "Great truths are never found in temples, Junior Brother Gu. Thank you, I think I know what to do now." He stood up and took out a white jade bottle from his storage bag, saying, "This is an elixir made from 1,000-year-old spirit fat. It can temper the muscles and bones but should be taken no more than twice a year. I must return to form my core now." Before Guan could stop him, he jumped out of the window and left. Guan fell silent. Why did this guy love jumping out of windows? His gaze turned to the white jade bottle on the table. Why does everyone love giving him gifts? Guan looked helpless but still put the bottle into his storage bag. The summer evenings came late. Guan arrived at the third medicine valley. As soon as he stepped off the teleportation array, he saw Zhen Qin, Su Han, Yi Yan, and Zhou Tongyu happily chatting in a nearby pavilion. Guan immediately walked over. In the middle of an animated discussion, Zhou Tongyu noticed Guan and smiled. The others followed his gaze and quickly stood up. At the pavilion, Guan asked with a bit of annoyance, "Why are you here again? Haven't you emptied your storage bag yet?" 3 years had passed, and Zhou Tongyu had visited no less than 10 times, each time bringing medicinal herbs, elixirs, and magic artifacts. The last time they sparred, Guan barely beat him in 10 moves, winning unconvincingly. Well, his acting was unconvincing too. Zhou Tongyu laughed. "Don't worry, this time I'm not here to spar but to say goodbye. I'm leaving. I've been at the Supreme Sect for many years, and you're the one friend I've truly made, and I acknowledge you." "Friend?" Guan didn't know how to respond. Yi Yan looked at Zhou Tongyu with some reluctance. Over the years, Zhou Tongyu had guided him in his cultivation each time he visited, almost like a half-master. "What do you mean by being here for many years? Are you not a disciple of the Supreme Sect?" Zhen Qin asked in surprise, her eyes wide. Su Han and Yi Yan's expressions also changed dramatically. They all had the same thought in their minds. Could this person be a spy from the demon path? Zhou Tongyu smiled in pride. "Forget it, I wanted to keep a low profile to avoid pressure on you. Now that I'm leaving, I'll stop pretending. I'm Zhou Tongyu from Jueshan's sect." Upon hearing this, Zhen Qin and the others were stunned, which made Zhou Tongyu feel even more pleased. He even raised his chin and looked at Guan, anticipating a shocked expression. Guan's expression drastically changed, making Zhou Tongji's mood soar. However, Zhen Qin suddenly asked sharply, "Are you famous?" Zhou Tongji's pupils slowly dilated, and he stood frozen. Guan worried he might change his mind and want to stay, so he said, "Indeed, very famous, suppressing the entire younger generation of the Supreme Sect. Didn't expect this. Forgive me, forgive me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tongji's expression relaxed, and Zhen Qin and the others, following Guan's cue, began exclaiming in surprise. "My heavens! Did I hear it wrong? It's actually you. How could it be?" Zhou Tongji's face twitched. For some reason, their words felt harsh to him. He took a deep breath and said, "Your Supreme Sect is about to undergo major changes. Be careful, take care. If fate allows, we will meet again." Having said that, he leaped and transformed into a light beam, flying towards the sky. The 3 disciples were stunned by his movement technique and watched in a daze as he left. Guan waved his hand and said, "Disperse now, practice well, and form your foundation establishment soon, so you won't be unworthy of meeting him again." The 3 promptly paid respects and left. Guan pondered Zhou Tongji's words. Major changes in the Supreme Sect? He hoped it wouldn't affect his medicine valley. Turning around, he headed towards his tower. After entering the room, he closed the door, walked to the desk, and took out a pen and paper, beginning to draft Gu Zong and his son's book. The final volume of Investiture of the Gods had already been sent to the book collection hall. Next, it was time to write a new book. After the Investiture of the Gods, the next obvious choice was Journey to the West, but he feared its impact might be too significant, so he decided to set it aside for now and write a novel about Gu Zong and his son to cool things down, making Panan look less like an immortal reincarnate. Recently, the Outer Sect disciples had praised Panan as if he were an immortal incarnate, making Guan uneasy. He planned to use classic web novel plots from his previous life for the second book. Gu Zong had cultivated for 500 years, renowned in the immortal cultivation world, and was the Supreme Sect's strongest elder. In the year his Daoist friend gave birth to a son, the demon path invaded, and the Supreme Sect faced annihilation. Gu Zong used his divine skills to call upon the powers of heaven and earth, wiping out the demon path, but he fell into a space rift caused by his divine skills. The world believed him dead, not knowing that he had landed on a deserted island overseas, where he accidentally discovered an immortal's legacy. 20 years later, Gu Zong returned to find his son, Gu Yu, demoted to a servant disciple because someone had taken his heavenly spirit root. Zhou Tongyu was the same age as Gu Yu, and the two had been close since childhood. Even after Gu Ye's demotion, Zhou Tongyu looked forward to his rise. Over the subsequent centuries of enmity, they became the pillars of the supreme sect, protecting the peace of the immortal cultivation world. After pondering, Gu Yan's eyes sparkled. He began writing. Chapter 1, The Fallen Genius. The year after Zhou Tongyu left, in the spring, Guan went to the outer sect to submit his manuscript. Lu Chong was very interested in his Supreme Immortal Venerable and chatted with him for a long time. Upon leaving the book collection hall, Guan overheard disciples discussing that the sect leader, LV Baitian, had suffered a deviation during cultivation and had fallen, with Elder Chu Tianqi taking over as sect leader. Guan was shocked. The sect leader had been killed? He quickly left the outer gate city and headed for the third Medicine Valley. Upon entering the valley, he saw Gu Yu waiting, with an elderly man with a hunched back standing behind him. The old man was thin with white hair, wearing tattered clothes, and was scanning all the gardens. Seeing Guan flying in on his sword, Gu Yu smiled and stood up, saying, "You finally returned. This is an old relative of my father. You can call him Elder Tian. His spirit root qualification is poor, destined never to reach foundation establishment. He will stay in the Medicine Valley and assist you, so feel free to give him any task." Gu Yan's eyes turned to the old man, his expression changing slightly. LV Bait Ian, Energy Cultivation Realm 6th Layer 742/850/3200. Chapter 56 Heavenly Destiny Returns to G. LV Baitian. Isn't that the recently deceased sect leader? Guan speculated many possibilities, but his expression did not change much. He curiously asked, "Since he is your father's distant relative, why not arrange a better place for him? This Medicine Valley is dirty and tiring." Gu Yu smiled and said, "The Supreme Sect wasn't built by my father, and being placed in this Medicine Valley is already better than the Medicine Valley in the outer sect." From his demeanor, it seemed that he didn't know Elder Tian's true identity. Guan found it difficult to refuse directly. Refusing would mean he knew Elder Tian's true identity. Gu Yu pulled Guan upstairs, and throughout, Elder Tian did not look back at Guan even once. After entering the room, Gu Yu closed the door. He turned around excitedly and asked, "How is it? The book should be ready, right?" Guan smiled and said, "It's ready. After deep consideration, I made you the protagonist." "Really? Really, you'll be able to see it soon." Guan nodded with a smile. The name Panan was already famous in the Taitsong immortal cultivation world. His second book, with the name Supreme Sect in it, would definitely be heavily promoted by the sect. This book was to satisfy the upper echelons. After this one, Guan wouldn't write about them anymore. It was worth mentioning that the book collection hall had allotted him an additional 20% of the profits this time. This was conceded by the Supreme Sect. Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, Gu Yu became immediately exhilarated. He took out a spirit stone from his storage bag and heavily placed it on the table, saying, "Thank you." Guan glanced at the spirit stone on the table, raising his eyebrows. What a rich spiritual energy. Gu Yu proudly smiled and said, "This is a supreme-grade spirit stone, equivalent in value to 100 top-grade spirit stones. I only have 2 of these, given to me by my mother. Sincere enough, right? You can write without worries. I can handle everything else for you." 100 top-grade spirit stones? Guan was stunned. This guy was truly extravagant. The wealth disparity in the immortal cultivation world was just too vast. 1 supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones, while a servant disciple's monthly salary was just 1 low-grade spirit stone. Rich fool. Guan felt a pang of envy but accepted the supreme-grade spirit stone with a smile, saying, "I won't let you down." Gu Yu became highly excited and began asking about the book's details, but Guan kept his lips tight, making Gu Yu even more eager. Not long after, Gu Yu left, and Guan guessed he was heading to the book collection hall. After bidding farewell to Gu Yu, Guan came in front of Elder Tian and introduced himself. Elder Tian did the same, maintaining a respectful demeanor, with no sign of being the supreme sect leader. The 742 years old Elder Tian had a current lifespan of 850 years, meaning he could live only another 108 years. Guan speculated it was related to his injuries. At the sect leader's level, the current lifespan should be near 2,000 years. Then, Guan took him on a tour, introducing the situation of Medicine Valley and explaining what he should usually do. Elder Tian listened carefully, occasionally asking about the types of herbs they passed by, seeming genuinely interested in farming life. Could it be he truly fell from grace due to deviation? When Guan previously heard of the sect leader's plight, he instinctively thought the sect leader had been ambushed. After all, the sect leader's struggle with the elders had lasted for many years. Now looking at Elder Tian's state, it didn't seem so. Lifespan detection couldn't lie to him. The person before him was indeed the sect leader, LV Batian. The arrival of Elder Tian did not change the rhythm of life in the Third Medicine Valley. Zhan Qin and the other two mostly spent their time cultivating and rarely interacted with him. However, Guan would chat with Elder Tian every time he returned. Half a year passed quickly. Autumn arrived, and falling leaves drifted into Tianya Valley. Guan stood on the path in the garden, watching 3 monkey demons sweep the fallen leaves. In the distance, Luo Hun sat on the hillside, holding the green hero travelogue and reading intently. His spear stood beside him, absorbing strands of spiritual energy that formed a faint vortex. Suddenly, Guan sensed something, glancing into the distance. He looked only once before retracting his gaze. Soon after, a figure walked from the mouth of the valley. The person was dressed in a black and white long robe, exuding elegance, holding a folding fan. Li Xiandao. After many years, the Emperor of Taikang's demeanor was still the same. Guan turned his head and cast a lifespan detection. Divinity Transformation Realm. 9 layers. On the hillside, Luo Hun also noticed Li Zuando's arrival. He quickly stood up, put the green hero travelogue into his storage bag, and then descended the mountain, spear in hand. Luo Hun first paid respects to Li Xiandao, followed by Guan. As Li Xiandao walked towards the Medicine Valley Pavilion, he turned to Guan beside him and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with this Medicine Valley of mine?" Guan replied, "Very satisfied. It exceeded my expectations. Some high-rank medicinal herbs are completely new to me. Fortunately, Your Majesty provided me with a medicinal herb chronicles." Have you forgotten how I previously instructed you?" "Uncle, that's more like it." Li Xiandao laughed heartily, while the expression of Luo Hun, standing on the other side, turned subtle. "Uncle." Luo Hun seemed to realize something, and his gaze became strange. The 3 of them, chatting and laughing, arrived in front of the pavilion. Li Xiandao sat down at the stone table, and Luo Hun immediately poured wine for him. Li Xiandao raised his hand, signaling Guan to sit as well. He looked at Guan and asked, "Li Ya should have returned to the Supreme Sect, right?" Guan nodded and said, "He returned last year." "Did he tell you about his experiences over the years?" "Yes, Uncle should have sent people to follow him, right?" "Who would dare to follow him? It's just that there are informants everywhere. Tell me, how could a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator escape from the possession of a Divinity Transformation Realm Great Cultivator? What secret is he hiding?" As Li Xiandao asked this, he lifted his wine cup, drank it in one gulp, and then smiled at Guan. Guan frowned and said, "Secret? He didn't tell me, and it's not something I can ask directly." Li Xiandao smiled knowingly and said, "This son of mine has been of ordinary talent since childhood, the least talented among all my children. But ever since he joined the Supreme Sect, he has soared, constantly surprising me. His growth pleases me greatly. I just fear he might be taken advantage of by someone with ill intentions." Looking at his expression, Guan found it hard to judge his attitude toward Li Ya. However, regardless, Guan's heart was certainly inclined towards Li Ya. "Then I'll try to subtly inquire in the future," Guan said thoughtfully. He said so but had no intention of actually asking. Li Xiandao nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Luo Hun standing nearby and asked with a smile, "Luo Hun, do you think Li Ya has the potential to be the crown prince?" Luo Hun's expression changed slightly, and he responded in a deep voice, "Your servant dare not speak out of turn. You really are no fun." Li Xiandao shook his head and laughed. His gaze then turned to Guan, who quickly said, "Uncle, please don't ask me such questions. I don't want to get involved in trouble. I just want to grow herbs and flowers for you." "Ha ha ha." Li Xiandao laughed heartily, grabbing the wine jar beside him and pouring it directly into his mouth, much more boldly than before. Then, he picked up another wine jar and continued to drink. Guan sensed something was wrong. This emperor had concerns. Luo Han noticed it too and frowned as he asked, "Your Majesty, has something happened?" After drinking 3 jars of wine in one go, Li Xiandao laughed and said, "There's no big deal. You've read the Investiture of the Gods, haven't you?" Luo Han nodded and said, "It's well written. Didn't you like it too?" "I do like it, but recently, some use the Investiture of the Gods to criticize me, saying I am King Zhou, and the Li family's rule has lasted for 500 years, so it's time for a change. Heavenly destiny belongs to the Ji family." In recent years, the Ji family has frequently sent their disciples to various places to slay demons and exterminate evil, earning a great reputation and popular support. Li Xiandao chuckled. Gu An's heart skipped a beat. Luo Han was furious and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, who says that the heavenly destiny belongs to the Ji family? Your servant is ready to take orders at any time, even if it means killing Pan En." "Good heavens! I won't bring you the green hero travelogue again." Guan was inwardly indignant, while his face showed a look of concern. Li Xiandao snorted and said, "Foolish, killing Pan En would only confirm that I am narrow-minded, unable to tolerate even a writer." Hearing this, Guan was very satisfied with Li Xiandao. This is a wise ruler. "Your Majesty, don't worry. I'll write Journey to the West next, and the emperor in it will have the surname Li. Although Journey to the West has a critical element, it targets the Jade Emperor. The portrayal of Li Shimin in the book is still quite good. Though there is no heavenly court in this world, there is an immortal cultivation world. Criticizing the immortal cultivation world also fits well with the current cultivator's expectations of Pan En, as long as he doesn't directly name the supreme sect." As Guan was contemplating, Luo Han remained furious. The prefects of various states all have backgrounds and are increasingly slipping out of the court's control. Now there is widespread public discontent. Criticizing me through the investiture of the gods is likely just their first step. One day, swords will be pointed directly at me. I need to build my own power. The Tianya Valley plays a crucial role. Don't let me down." Li Xiandao said with a smile. He stood and walked towards the garden, with Gu En and Luo Han hurriedly following. It was 3 full days before Li Xiandao finally left. During these 3 days, Li Xiandao often hinted at his expectations for Li Ya to Gu En. The more he did so, the more Guan felt it wasn't that simple. Still, he just let his words go in one ear and out the other, avoiding getting involved in their father-son matters. After Li Xiandao left, Guan also decided to leave. Before departing, Luo Han instructed him to stop bringing Investiture of the Gods and only bring the Green Hero travelogue. In response, Guan chuckled. Seasons changed, and another 3 years passed. This year, Tianya Valley saw the first batch of medicinal herbs mature, and Guan harvested nearly 5,000 years of lifespan in one go, leaving him in a pleasant mood. Starting this year, his annual lifespan income would soar. Currently, his total lifespan had exceeded 70,000 years, and he was set to keep striving for 1,000,000 years. On that day, Guan took Su Han and Zhen Qin to the outer sect. Both had reached foundation establishment. Besides continuous cultivation, Guan had also refined many low-rank elixirs for them, aiding their smooth foundation establishment. After sending them to the Hall of Elders in the outer sect, he turned to leave. Servant disciples had to register their identities at the Hall of Elders to officially become outer disciples. As he walked past a street, a familiar voice called out, "Senior brother, long time no see." Guan turned and saw LV Jiojia, dressed in black from the Demon Extermination Hall, walking towards him, followed by 6 disciples from the same hall. "How have you been?" Guan asked with a smile. Since the change in the sect leader, the Demon Extermination Hall had gained momentum, even surpassing the Law Enforcement Hall. It was common to encounter their members in the outer gate city. LV Jiojia came up to him, nodding and said, "Pretty good. Master just promoted me. Besides better treatment, I have more authority now. Senior brother, if you ever need anything, feel free to come to me." He took out a black token from his storage bag and handed it to Gu En. Chapter 57 Immortal Venerable's Grace. Daotian Sect Holy Daughter. Guan held the token of the Demon Extermination Hall and did not refuse. He looked at Lu Jiujia and smiled with relief. Not bad. You've now become the person you wanted to be back then. Hearing this, Lu Jiujia felt even more delighted. He smiled and said, the past few years were indeed like walking on thin ice. I didn't dare to contact you, fearing I might implicate you. Now that the storm has passed, we can keep in touch more often. After a few words of small talk, Lu Jiujia hurriedly left with his entourage, saying that he had to catch a demon path spy. Guan watched his departing figure, feeling slightly conflicted. The reputation of the Demon Extermination Hall was not good. It was both the most powerful hall within the outer sect and the most hated. It was said that if you offended someone from the Demon Extermination Hall, as long as they labeled you a demon path spy, you were as good as dead. Guan clearly felt the disdainful and hateful glances toward him from the people around. He stopped thinking about it and turned to leave. An hour later, he arrived at the third Medicine Valley. As soon as he reached the entrance, he saw Elder Tian standing in front of the stele, stroking his beard, lost in thought. Over the years, Guan had become familiar with Elder Tian, who behaved like a servant disciple. Zhan Qin, Su Han, and Yi Yan had not noticed anything unusual about him, and Guan treated him as a servant disciple too. Elder Tian, why are you standing here? Guan greeted as he walked toward him. Elder Tian looked at Guan with a kind smile. His eyelids were almost closed, giving the impression that he was 1 foot in the grave. Valley Master, I was pondering why this valley is called the Third Medicine Valley. Could it be that you have 2 other medicine valleys? Elder Tian asked with a smile. Guan walked up to the stele and chuckled. Not at all. Besides this valley, I only have 1 other medicine valley. The reason it's called the Third Medicine Valley is my principle in life, which is not to strive for first or second, but to aim for third. I believe that being too prominent attracts trouble. The top 3 are all excellent, but third place is the safest. When Elder Tian heard this, his eyelids lifted slightly as he fell into thought. Guan patted his shoulder and smiled. Today I brought roasted chicken and fine wine for us to taste. This spirit chicken cost me 10 low-grade spirit stones from the outer sect. Elder Tian snapped out of his thoughts and followed him. Yi Yan was not practicing his spear technique at the valley entrance but on a path in the central garden. He stood straight, holding the spear in one hand with his eyes closed, saying he was feeling the connection between himself and the spear. Guan did not interfere with Yi Yan's spear technique or body tempering technique as he had no interest in spear techniques, and he already had the mystic yellow dragon energy skill as his body tempering technique. Yenner, come drink with us and celebrate that your senior brothers and sisters have become outer disciples, Guan called out loudly. Elder Tian curiously asked, all these years, you've refined all your medicinal herbs into elixirs for the disciples. What's in it for you? Even if they are grateful now, over time, the relationship will fade. Why not use the resources on yourself? And me, I'm just an old man who doesn't know how long he can live. Giving elixirs to me is a waste, isn't it? After spending several years together, Elder Tian had developed a good opinion of Guan. Guan treated him well, unlike other disciples who ignored him, and even shared elixirs to help him increase his cultivation level. Before his cultivation level fell, Elder Tian never imagined there would be such a selfless person within the Supreme Sect. He even regretted his previous disregard for the outer sect. Guan laughed. I have mediocre qualifications. Being too obsessed with improving my cultivation would only bring me anguish. It's better to give hope to the younger generation. As for you, Elder Tian, although you are older than me, you're still my disciple, so I naturally treat you equally. Even if your cultivation level doesn't improve much, it will enhance your chi blood, allowing you to live better, right? His gaze shifted to Yi Yan, a smile on his face. The sunlight illuminated his profile, which unexpectedly moved Elder Tian. Elder Tian suddenly recalled the words of Gu Zong when recommending Guan, don't be fooled by that kid's low cultivation level. The fact that he wrote the investiture of the gods shows his broad mind. After gaining fame and fortune, he still devotes himself to the Medicine Valley, tirelessly contributing to the Supreme Sect. In terms of character and demeanor, I believe he surpasses great cultivators of the void-crossing realm. Thinking about this, Elder Tian's mouth curled into a smile, seemingly infected by Gu An's warmth. Soon, the 3 of them gathered around a stone table, drinking and eating meat. Guan shared his encounters of the day. Besides Zhen Qin and Su Han, he also mentioned the Demon Extermination Hall to gauge Elder Tian's reaction. However, Elder Tian remained indifferent, focusing on his chicken leg. Yi Yen chimed in, I think the Demon Extermination Hall is quite good. Recently in Mystic Valley, there were several encounters with demon cultivators. The outer sect is indeed too chaotic. The bad reputation of the Demon Extermination Hall might be fueled by demon path spies behind the scenes. Guan nodded. It was a possibility. Since the establishment of the Demon Extermination Hall, Mystic Valley had not seen any demon cultivators, nor had any spies from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion come for him. Master, once I reach the Foundation establishment, I don't want to stay in the Supreme Sect. I want to join the military, Yi Yen suddenly said. Goodness! Saying you want to jump ship right in front of the former sect leader? Guan asked. Why? Yi Yan's face was firm. The Supreme Sect values spirit root qualification. For someone like me, it's hard to stand out. Also, joining the military allows me to slay demons and save the populace. My parents were killed by demons. I vowed from a young age that once I learned spells, I would travel the world as a wandering hero, slaying demons and monsters. Elder Tian looked at him and nodded slightly. Guan smiled. I didn't expect you to have such grand ambitions. Master supports you. Yi Yen smiled, immediately lifting a bowl of wine to toast Guan, then poured another bowl to clink with Elder Tian. The atmosphere became even more harmonious. After opening up, Yi Yen spoke more than usual, making Elder Tian talkative as well. Master, will you transfer disciples from Mystic Valley? Yi Yen asked. Guan shook his head. Let's wait until you reach Foundation establishment. I'm afraid others might disturb your path enlightenment. With Elder Tian and me, we can manage. Each area was already running smoothly, and daily chores were not many. Hearing this, Yi Yen felt even more touched. Guan began to envision the future with him, drinking spiritual wine one jar after another until he became drunk. At the end of summer, the scorching heat of the world was receding. Guan stood on the grass of Mystic Valley, watching 4 cultivators from the Demon Extermination Hall fly away, silently. Wuxia approached, saying, Senior brother, what are you daydreaming about? There are so many boxes. Aren't you going to check them? Those 4 were sent by Lu Jiujia to deliver gifts to Mystic Valley. After waiting half a day for Guan to return, they finally left. Guan withdrew his gaze, looked at Wuxia, and smiled. You do the counting. They're probably medicinal herbs. Wuxia's face lit up. This feeling of being trusted was wonderful. Now, Guan had handed over the management of Mystic Valley entirely to Wuxia. He only came to pick the herbs, and Wuxia had no objections to this. Guan helping to shoulder part of the labor was something he could not resist. He sought power, not to drive Guan away. Without Guan, he felt Mystic Valley lacked something. Therefore, during Guan's absence, he focused almost entirely on cultivating. Guan turned and walked toward the transmission array platform. After a while, he arrived at the 3rd Medicine Valley. Since Zhan Qin and Su Han became outer disciples, this Medicine Valley had become very deserted. After finishing his work, Yi Yen would go to practice his spear, and Elder Tian was a man of few words. Guan stepped off the array platform and saw Elder Tian squatting in the garden, admiring a 4th-grade medicinal herb. The old man often dazed off, something Guan had gotten used to. He entered the pavilion and took out the Z-Way Array Chronicles. For the past year, he had been secretly studying the Z-Way Array Chronicles and gained considerable insights. Hours later, Guan sensed something, immediately placing the Z-Way Array Chronicles back into his storage bag, then waited in the house. Guan! Guan! Come out quickly! Guan heard Gu Yes call, his voice growing louder as he descended. The rascal started shouting as soon as he landed. He stood up and walked out of the pavilion, standing on the 2nd-floor balcony, and saw Gu Zong and Gu Yu flying in on a golden wheel at lightning speed. After landing, Gu Zong stored the magic artifact in his sleeve, and Gu Yu stepped forward excitedly. Guan, you're... Ahem. Gu Zong cleared his throat, and Gu Yu realized something, promptly closing his mouth. Guan stood upstairs, smiling. Come up and talk. Gu Yu nodded and quickly went upstairs while Gu Zong turned back and waved to Elder Tian. The 4 gathered in the 2nd-floor room, and Gu Zong raised his hand, casting a spell, forming 2 restrictions at the windowsill. Gu Yu pulled Guan to sit down, saying excitedly, The Supreme Immortal Venerable is a complete success. The entire immortal cultivation world is watching, and even the surrounding dynasties and sects are buying this book from the Supreme Sect. Ha ha ha, a few years ago, when Supreme Immortal Venerable first came out, many mocked Panan for losing his talent. Who would have thought that now, everyone would be eager to read it, all expecting me, Guyu, to prove my genius. Seeing his excitement, Guan couldn't help but smile. The success of the Supreme Immortal Venerable didn't surprise him at all. After all, such stories of meteoric rise and face-slapping strong opponents were an enormous emotional shock to the immortal cultivation world. Gu Zong said, "We came today not just for this matter, but it's related. The holy daughter of the Daotian sect is coming to the Supreme Sect to cultivate. She's coming for you." Daotian sect is from the Taizong dynasty's neighboring Great Yu dynasty, the leading sect in Great Yu. The holy daughter is the Daotian sect hierarch's daughter. Her coming will establish a long-term friendly relationship between the Supreme Sect and Daotian sect. At that time, I'll have to introduce the holy daughter of Daotian sect to you. Don't worry. This matter won't spread out. You will only need to meet her once. She's promised not to reveal your identity. Guan felt a headache coming on. I've become a part of foreign diplomacy? Gu Zong stroked his beard and laughed. The Supreme Immortal Venerable significantly boosted the development of the Supreme Sect. The Hall of Elders greatly appreciates you. If you can convince the holy daughter of the Daotian sect to stay, the Hall of Elders will reward you with a 7th grade spirit tree seedling. Once grown, this tree will notably enhance the local spiritual energy, making it not difficult for you to achieve core formation, despite your qualifications. Originally, you were to receive a cultivation technique or high-rank Dharma artifact, but you said you avoid conflict and prefer gardening, so it was changed to a 7th grade spirit tree. This tree will benefit the entire Medicine Valley. Its advantages immeasurable. Chapter 58. If you were the sect leader, what would you do? 7th Order Spirit Tree. This is the grade of the Green Vine Tree. How could the Supreme Sect have a spirit tree comparable to the Holy Tree of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion? Could it be that the Green Vine Tree in the 8 Scenic Caves isn't a true holy tree or hasn't fully matured yet? Guan was immediately excited. He couldn't refuse such a treasure. Leaving the Holy Maiden, how difficult could it be? Doesn't she like to read? Write her an epilogue of the investiture of the gods. When will the Holy Maiden arrive? Guan took a deep breath and asked. He didn't show the joy in his heart. Instead, he pretended to be worried and deep in thought. Elder Gu Zong laughed and said, "She will be here within a year at most. You don't need to feel pressured." Gu Yu teased from the side, "Don't worry about being asked to pledge yourself to her. The cultivation gap is obvious. She just likes your books." Guan nodded. He wasn't that narcissistic. There were many people in the world who liked the investiture of the gods. Elder Gu Zong looked at Elder Tian standing nearby and asked, "How have you been here?" Elder Tian nodded and said, "Pretty good. The Valley Master treats me well." Guan felt helpless. Elder Gu Zong had brought in a distant relative. Was he afraid Guan wouldn't suspect anything? No way. If you're going to play along, do it thoroughly. Guan looked at Elder Gu Zong and hesitated to speak. Elder Gu Zong seemed to notice his confusion and laughed. "He has long known your identity as Pan En. It's because he likes the investiture of the gods that I allowed him to come here. Besides him, only the Hall of Elders knows. Don't worry. We are more afraid of your identity being exposed than you are." Before the investiture of the gods appeared, disciples had always written books. But the impact that Panan brought was unprecedented. No one had thought that books could bring more disciples, cultivation resources, and even assist the sect in diplomatic relations with other powers. Especially after the Supreme Immortal Venerable was published, the entire world's eyes were on the Supreme Sect. Standing at a high position, Elder Gu Zong could see the clearest. Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yu suddenly said, "Zhou Tongyu treats Gu Yu quite well. I take back what I said before. Don't let Gu Yu bully him." Guan looked at him with a strange expression. Elder Gu Zong laughed. "My image is not bad either. No matter where I go, I can hear people mentioning my name, asking when I will return to deal with those evildoers for my son." Cough cough. Revealing it early would spoil the suspense. True. Guan changed the topic and inquired about the Holy Maiden of the Daotian sect. He had to gather as much information as possible to better face the Holy Maiden. Elder Gu Zong began to introduce the Holy Maiden. Shen Zhen, with 3 spirit roots, is the youngest daughter of the sect hierarch of the Daotian sect. Her talent isn't top-notch, but her understanding of musical spells is exceptionally high, and she loves the arts like playing musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Just based on the introduction, Guan felt that Shen Zhen's personality wasn't strong. If she liked the arts, she should have a good temperament. Late at night, in the 8 scenic caves, under the green vine tree, Guan was practicing swordsmanship, specifically the wood spirit sword technique. The wood spirit sword technique was a sword technique that Zwilin had taught Guan to test his depth. Although it wasn't rare, it could be bought in the outer gate city. Since it was of the wood attribute, Guan decided to practice it himself and not invest his lifespan into it. However, isn't real-world time also lifespan? With his extraordinary Taitsong Divine Shocking Swordsmanship achievement and his current top-grade 5 elements Heavenly Spirit root, Guan found a sense of genius in the wood spirit sword technique. He had already mastered the wood spirit sword technique and was now pursuing a higher realm. Every cultivation technique, spell, and ultimate skill had minor realms. According to his summary, from low to high, they were Novice Initial Insight, Basic Mastery, Slight Achievement, Thorough Comprehension, Mastery, Peak Perfection, and Returning to Simplicity. It felt like leveling up in a game, which Guan found very interesting. The one Zhonglong Sky Dragon watched Gu An's sword practice from the tree. Now, it had the majesty of a true dragon. Guan moved within a 3 zhong radius under the tree, creating afterimages. It seemed like nearly 10 of him were practicing swordsmanship. The heavenly residence sword in his hand was extremely sharp, and strength energy radiated. This energy dissipated once it reached 2 zhong away, not harming the surrounding flora. After practicing for an ancient hour, Guan finally stopped. Clang, the heavenly residence sword returned to its sheath, emitting a clear sound like a dragon's hum. He put the heavenly residence sword into his storage bag, then stretched lazily. The sky dragon descended from the sky and spoke in a childish voice. "Master, you're amazing. Can you teach me?" Guan looked at it and jokingly asked, "Can your dragon claws hold a sword?" "Using my claws as swords, can't I?" The sky dragon blinked its eyes and asked. Guan was stunned for a moment. There's something there. He immediately took out the wood spirit sword technique manual he had drawn from his storage bag and tossed it to the sky dragon, saying, "Then practice by yourself. If you don't understand something when I return, you can ask me." The sky dragon grabbed the manual with its claws and quickly said, "Don't forget to bring me roasted chicken." Guan nodded with a smile and then turned to leave. The sky dragon landed, placed the manual on the ground, and started flipping through it with its claws. After leaving the 8 scenic caves, Guan walked into the mountain forest. Under the night sky, the forest was covered in snow, but he didn't leave any footprints. Early the next morning, after accompanying the disciples in their exercises, Guan was about to head to the 3rd Medicine Valley when Yilan arrived. Since his junior sister had come, Guan naturally had to accompany her. The two went into the pavilion to chat. Guan first asked about her recent situation. Even if she was busy, she would visit Guan every year. It was impossible for Guan not to be moved by this. Starting from last year, disciples from the outer sect have often gone missing. Our law enforcement hall has investigated but couldn't find the real culprit. However, the Demon Extermination Hall always finds demon path spies who confess to the crimes. Yilan sighed. After the sect leader changed, she and Lu Jiujia no longer contacted each other. Mainly, the two halls didn't get along, being like water and fire. Guan laughed and said, "Then let the Demon Extermination Hall catch them. It will give you more time to cultivate." Yilan shook her head and said, "It's not that simple. The hall master of the Demon Extermination Hall wants to merge with the Law Enforcement Hall, and the Outer Sect's Great Elder seems to have the same intention. If our hall doesn't perform, we will eventually be disbanded. It doesn't matter. If you get disbanded, come back. The elixirs I can provide are no less than the Law Enforcement Hall's benefits." "That's not acceptable. If you give them to me, what will you do?" Yilan directly refused with a serious expression. Seeing this, Guan didn't say more and changed the topic to other matters. Since Yilan wanted to stay a few more days, Guan decided to stay in the Mystic Valley until after the Spring Festival. After the Spring Festival, the winter snow completely melted. Guan first went to Tianya Valley to harvest thousands of years of lifespan, then replanted. After spending 2 days there, he went to the third Medicine Valley. The Mystic Valley was crowded, and Tianya Valley had 3 monkey demons, so it wasn't lonely. But the third Medicine Valley was different. Every time Guan came, it was deathly silent. Yi Yan and Elder Tian both enjoyed this quietness, not disturbing each other. Guan walked into a garden area and began harvesting mature medicinal herbs. Elder Tian came over and curiously asked, "Why do you always pick the herbs yourself?" Guan replied, "I have to do some work. And when I personally pick and package them, it gives me a sense of contributing to the sect." Upon hearing this, Elder Tian laughed. "You are indeed contributing, not just self-satisfying. I hope the higher-ups think the same." Guan laughed lightly as he harvested. Elder Tian suddenly asked, "If you were made sect leader, what would you do?" Guan's heart skipped a beat, but his actions didn't falter. He said annoyed, "Stop thinking about it. You're not the sect leader, and you can't pass it to me. Besides, I can only manage the Medicine Valley, not the millions of disciples in the Supreme Sect. With my current cultivation level, who would respect me as the sect leader?" He didn't want to be the sect leader. He wanted to cultivate in peace, not face pressure. If he became the sect leader, he couldn't escape if he encountered an invincible enemy. Guan wasn't loyal enough to lay down his life for the Supreme Sect. Elder Tian chuckled and stopped pressing the issue. After Guan finished harvesting, they both walked towards the pavilion. "I actually know an incredible cultivation technique. Do you want to learn it?" "Even Elder Guzong doesn't know about it," Elder Tian suddenly asked. "I don't want to learn. Isn't writing books better? You know I don't cultivate much, relying on elixirs to progress." "You're still young, why are you?" "You don't understand. This is called enjoying life. I like to go with the flow. Of course, that's just me. Everyone has different pursuits." Guan said casually. Why was this old fellow talking so much today? Trying to ruin my Daoist heart? Elder Tian wanted to continue, but suddenly there was a sound from the sky. The two turned to look and saw Elder Guzong flying over on a magic artifact, with a woman in black standing behind him, her face covered by a veil, revealing only her bright enchanting eyes. The holy maiden of the Daotian sect had arrived? Guan asked Elder Tian to take the herbs inside while he went to greet Elder Guzong and the woman. He cast a lifespan detection. Shenzhen, Core Formation Realm 2nd Layer 78/660/1050. After landing, Elder Guzong laughed and said, "Guan, this is the holy maiden of the Daotian sect, Shenzhen. You must entertain her well." He turned to face Shenzhen. She raised her hand to salute him. He nodded and quickly left on his golden wheel. Shenzhen looked at Guan with her bright eyes, carefully examining him. Just by her eyes, one could imagine she was a rare beauty. Guan raised his hand in greeting and said, "I am Guan. Greetings, Miss Shen." Shenzhen nodded slightly and curiously asked, "Which do you prefer, Investiture of the Gods or Supreme Immortal Venerable?" "Testing me right from the start?" Guan's expression remained unchanged. "I like both. People can't just like one book. Different moods lead to wanting to read different books. Don't you agree?" Shenzhen's eyes lit up. "I actually wrote a book too. Would you like to read it?" Shenzhen blinked her eyes and asked. Guan naturally didn't refuse. "Shall we look at it upstairs?" Shenzhen nodded and followed Guan to the second floor of the pavilion. Guan wanted to leave the door open, as it could be awkward being a man and a woman alone in a room. But Shenzhen closed the door. They sat at a table, and Shenzhen took out a book from her storage bag. Her brows furrowed as if hesitating. After some thought, she handed the book to Guan. When Guan took it and saw the title, his eyelid twitched. Black Hero's Travelogue? What the heck? Chapter 59. The Great Demon Catastrophe. That book title is not proper at all. Guan suddenly dared not open the book, fearing that the author of Green Hero's Travelogue might be Shenzhen. Then his admiration for the author would be shattered. But no, Shenzhen was from the Daotian sect of the Great Yu dynasty. How could she possibly publish a book in the Supreme Sect? Having thought it through, Guan calmed himself and began to read Black Hero's Travelogue. Shenzhen lowered her gaze to the table, her ears slightly red through her long hair. After finishing the first page, Guan let out a sigh of relief. She was not the author of Green Hero's Travelogue. The difference was clear between her writing and that of Green Hero's Travelogue, but it was evident she was indeed imitating it. He patiently read on. Every story in Green Hero's Travelogue began with the local landscape, first depicting the scenery, then the interactions between people. Black Hero's Travelogue followed the same format. However, Shen Zhen's experience was clearly not as rich as that of the author of Green Hero's Travelogue. The description of the mountains and rivers in her book seemed lacking, at least in Guan's eyes. It didn't have the vivid imagery of Green Hero's Travelogue. The room fell silent. Later on, Shen Zhen got up and went to look at the bookshelf beside her. After nearly an hour, Guan finally closed Black Hero's Travelogue. Shen Zhen, holding a book, turned around and asked, "How was it?" Guan asked, "Do you like Green Hero's Travelogue?" Standing by the bookshelf, Shen Zhen nodded slightly, and said, "Besides cultivation techniques, the first book I ever read was Green Hero's Travelogue, but my favorite is still your Supreme Immortal Venerable." All right, it was indeed quite conventional, but it was sincere. Guan smiled and said, "Actually, I really like Green Hero's Travelogue too. It was because of reading it that I couldn't resist picking up a pen myself." Shen Zhen immediately walked over, obviously more excited than before, her eyes sparkling as she began to discuss Green Hero's Travelogue with Guan. Although her Black Hero's Travelogue also had romantic elements, they weren't as explicit as those in Green Hero's Travelogue, making it a more conventional book. Their relationship quickly grew closer through their shared love of Green Hero's Travelogue. From Green Hero's Travelogue, their conversation moved to Investiture of the Gods, and then to Supreme Immortal Venerable. After a long time, Guan couldn't help but ask, "Have you ever met the author of Green Hero's Travelogue?" Shen Zhen shook her head slightly and said, "Although I really like his Green Hero's Travelogue, I feel he is not very proper, and I don't wish to meet him." "You are different, from Investiture of the Gods to Supreme Immortal Venerable. Your styles are so varied that I am very curious about you." Guan felt a little regretful upon hearing this. Who exactly was Green Hero? This was his greatest curiosity within the Supreme Sect. After writing Supreme Immortal Venerable, will you continue to write about Daoist tradition conflicts similar to Investiture of the Gods? Shen Zhen asked, looking at Guan. Guan gave an ambiguous answer. Probably. What about you, Ms. Shen? Will you be staying in the Supreme Sect? Shen Zhen smiled and said, "Is the Supreme Sect giving you pressure? Actually, we just need a nominal alliance. The Daotian sect also needs to ally with the Supreme Sect to deter other sects within the Great Yu dynasty, and to face the great demon Catastrophe together." Guan raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is this great demon Catastrophe?" On this continent, there are 9 adjacent dynasties, including Taitsong and Great Yu. The 9 dynasties have expelled powerful demons, turning the regions outside the 9 dynasties into places overrun by demons. Now, the demons outside have become powerful enough to threaten the 9 dynasties. Even though various immortal cultivation sects often send disciples to exterminate demons, the vast regions outside always have some exceptionally talented demons that grow. Within 100 years, the 9 dynasties will face a demonic catastrophe not seen in thousands of years, during which dynasties will inevitably fall. As Shen Zhen spoke of this, her eyes were full of gravity. Guan felt a sense of pressure assailing him upon hearing this. He had already imagined the scene of mountains and rivers shattering, the Supreme Sect struggling to hold the front lines, and forcibly conscripting servant disciples to the battlefield. No way! Within 100 years, he had to extend his lifespan to 1,000,000 years and unlock the next function to rapidly boost his cultivation level. Guan thought to himself, and then asked, "If that's the case, why don't you focus on cultivation instead of writing books?" Shen Zhen was not as talented as Ji Xiaoyu or Zhou Tongyu, nor even Li Ya, but her aptitude was not bad, and she had the backing of the Daotian sect. As long as she was willing to cultivate, she surely could advance further. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhen chuckled and said, "Everyone has their own destiny. Cultivation is not my destiny. I prefer reading and writing. What if someday I gain enlightenment from books? Who says you must absorb nature's spiritual energy to gain enlightenment? Throughout all the books I've read, it seems no energy absorption cultivator has lived until the present." Guan couldn't help but look at her differently. She really dared to think big. After chatting for a while, Shen Zhen prepared to leave and Guan stood up to see her off. When they got downstairs, she summoned a flying sword, leaped onto it, and left a parting remark as she flew towards the horizon. Young Master Gu, I will set my cave residence nearby. Let's communicate more in the future. Watching her departing figure, a smile spread across Gu An's face. He was not happy that Shen Zhen was going to live nearby, but rather that the 7th grade spirit tree had been secured. The Supreme Sect acted quickly, and within 3 days of Shen Zhen's departure, the sapling of the 7th grade spirit tree arrived, personally delivered by Gu Zong. After Gu Zong left, Guan carried the sapling of the 7th grade spirit tree to the central area of the compound. Though called a sapling, the tree was already 3 meters tall. Guan planted it on the grass connecting the 4 segments of the park, with Elder Tian and Yi Yan watching from behind. After planting it, Guan looked at the tree with a beaming smile on his face. Mystic Pure Tree, 7th grade 48/8999/65,000. A limited lifespan of 65,000 years, beyond compare for mortals. Elder Tian chuckled and said, "The Mystic Pure Tree is extraordinary. Though it doesn't bear fruit, cultivating beneath it can calm the mind and refresh the spirit." Gu An's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. He said, "Elder Tian, you must take good care of the Mystic Pure Tree and ensure no harm comes to it. Don't worry, since it's rooted, its life force is stronger than my old bones." Hearing Elder Tian's words, Guan shook his head and laughed. This old man had a bit of humor in himself. Then, Guan turned and left. Elder Tian and Yi Yan stayed by the tree, chatting leisurely and did not follow him. Guan made his way to the edge of the Medicine Valley near the mountain wall. In this grassy area, a tree had been planted, though it showed no signs of growth yet. It was the root of the 6th grade human face tree that Yi Lan had previously given him. This tree root had been buried for several years, still in a state of revival with its age at 0. Guan had tried to help it with his own wood attribute spiritual power, but it was like a bottomless pit, absorbing his spiritual power without any noticeable effect. He squatted in front of the root of the human face tree, which had only a wooden tip protruding from the soil. After watching it for a while, Guan suddenly felt a faint flow of spiritual energy from the ground towards the human face tree. Tracing the source, it came from the Mystic Pure Tree. Could the Mystic Pure Tree help the human face tree revive? Guan was delighted by this thought but also a bit worried that the human face tree might drain the Mystic Pure Tree. After all, this thing came from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, a name with somewhat ominous connotations. If the human face tree turned out to be an evil entity upon growing, Guan would uproot it. He couldn't allow it to destroy the 3rd Medicine Valley. Guan felt someone needed to keep an eye on it to prevent it from growing secretly. Yi Yan had reached the 8th floor of the energy cultivation realm, his cultivation level mainly relying on elixirs. He practiced his spear technique daily, but while this also involved absorbing nature's spiritual energy, it didn't significantly boost his cultivation. Once he left, it would be time to recruit some people. Just after the height of summer, the 43-year-old Guan arrived at the outer gate city. First, he submitted his manuscript, then wandered around the streets. He noticed that the outer gate city was not as bustling as before, with many disciples still passing through the streets, but most of them wore solemn expressions and spoke in hushed tones. Looking up, Guan saw 4 disciples from the Demon Extermination Hall descend from the sky, landing in front of a pavilion in the distance. They surrounded a disciple who had just exited the building and began questioning him. The disciple appeared quite annoyed, and a verbal clash ensued, leading to a fight. When one of the Demon Extermination Hall disciples displayed a token, the disciple backed down and obediently allowed them to take him away. After capturing demonic cultivator spies for so many years, haven't they caught them all yet? Guan frowned, feeling puzzled but having no intention of intervening. As long as they didn't target him, he was fine. He headed towards the Beast Hall, planning to raise a few demon beasts in the 3rd Medicine Valley so that Elder Tian wouldn't feel lonely. Elder Tian had been diligent and had earned Gu An's favor. He now truly regarded Elder Tian as his own servant disciple. After an hour, Guan walked out of the Beast Hall's gate, 3 bags hanging from his waist. These were beast control bags, each containing a live creature, but one bag could only hold 1 demon beast. Just as he stepped outside, he coincidentally ran into Lu Jiujia. This time, Lu Jiujia was alone. As he approached the Beast Hall, his face was gloomy, but upon seeing Guan, he immediately smiled and quickened his pace. "Senior brother, Are you here to buy demon beasts? Lu Jiujia asked warmly, though his face was paler than before, with a hint of malevolence between his brows, exuding a sinister aura. Guan nodded, asking with concern, You don't look well. Is everything all right? What could be wrong? I've just been too tired from training lately. Lu Jiujia shook his head. Guan noticed a trace of demonic qi in his body, very subtle and hard to detect if not looked at closely. Had this guy become a demon cultivator? Since Lu Jiujia was unwilling to say more, Guan naturally didn't press further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Jiujia reminded him before parting, Senior brother, avoid going out at night. Recently, there have been powerful demon cultivators infiltrating the outer gate. With that, he turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Guan didn't think much of it and headed back towards the Third Medicine Valley. Once he arrived at the Third Medicine Valley, he released the 3 spirit dogs he had just bought. All 3 had second-grade demon beast bloodlines, making them quite expensive. I'll be staying in the Mystic Valley for a while, so you take care of them. Guan instructed Elder Tian. Elder Tian nodded, and Guan turned towards the transmission array platform. Whether it was an illusion or not, Guan noticed that Elder Tian's gaze towards him seemed filled with concern. Before he could ponder it further, the formation activated, bringing him to the Mystic Valley. As soon as he arrived at the Mystic Valley, Guan felt a familiar presence. Liya. He stepped down from the array platform and looked towards the distance, seeing Liya instructing disciples on sword practice, with even Xiaofan participating. After giving some instructions, Liya turned and headed towards Guan. When they met, Guan asked curiously, What brings you here? Core Formation Realm. First layer. Reaching the Core Formation Realm at 45, just 5 years behind Jiang Qiong. Liya smiled lightly and said, I came here to protect you. I heard that the demon lord from the Heavenly Extinction Sect has infiltrated the outer gate, and I was worried about you. I plan to go to the inner sect only after this matter is resolved. Chapter 60. Ancestor, save me. Can you handle that demon lord? Guan asked suspiciously. Liya laughed triumphantly. I have already reached the core formation stage, don't underestimate me. In the Supreme Sect, the core formation realm is just an inner sect disciple. Can you really match up to the demon lord? You brat, I came here specifically to protect you, and you're still complaining? I'm afraid I'll be like that time when you charged out to deal with the demon of greed and got injured and fell. Can we not bring that up? The two started bickering, but Guan wasn't really angry. Liya could feel that Guan's concern was out of a good heart, not wanting to burden him. Little did he know that Guan wasn't worried about being a burden, but about being a hindrance. Brother, if the demon lord comes and you're by my side, I won't be able to act. Guan couldn't express his true thoughts, and since Liya insisted on staying, he had to let it be. By the way, have you seen junior brother Lu recently? Guan asked. Liya shook his head. I haven't seen him. I used to run into him, but he joined the demon extermination hall, and I don't get along with the elders there, so we haven't kept in touch. Talking about this, his expression turned indifferent. He didn't care about Lu Jiujia at all. Though he was warm to Guan, he was actually very cold to everyone else. Let's go upstairs and have a proper chat. I heard you acquired another Medicine Valley. Tell me all about it. Liya pulled Guan upstairs. They chatted late into the night. Guan didn't reveal his identity as Panan but instead told Liya that the harvest from Mystic Valley had pleased their superiors. Hence he was given another Medicine Valley. Considering that Li Xiandao was criticized for the investiture of the gods, how dare Guan reveal his identity to Liya? What if Liya let it slip? After all, they were father and son. No matter how big the conflict, before a complete break, their relationship would still be closer than with Guan. As summer transitioned to autumn, the temperature was still quite hot. 10 days had passed since Liya came, and Mystic Valley hadn't encountered any danger during this time. Guan even went out to manage the caves of the outer sect disciples, with Liya insisting on accompanying him. However, upon reaching the caves, he didn't go inside, fearing he might trouble Guan. Guan wanted Liya to stay in Mystic Valley to protect the disciples, but Liya didn't care about anyone else. As he said, teaching swordsmanship to those disciples was already a favor to Guan. That evening, Guan was picking ripe medicinal herbs, while Liya was meditating at the mountain peak on the west. The setting sun hung just above his head, giving him the aura of an unrivaled master. Suddenly, Guan sensed something, his right hand paused, and then he continued picking the herbs. There really is a demon lord. I hope he doesn't eye my medicine valley. Guan thought silently. The opponent's aura far exceeded the Foundation establishment realm but did not pose a threat to his perception. The faint demonic aura began to drift away from Mystic Valley, which relieved him. Compared to gaining a few decades of lifespan from killing someone, he was more afraid of exposing his strength. As night fell, Guan was inside the house reading the Z-Way Array Chronicles, absorbed in the formations related to the wood attribute. His brows suddenly furrowed, followed by a sigh. Mystic Valley wasn't attracting trouble, but Liya drew the attention of the Demon Lord. On the mountain peak, Liya, who was meditating and absorbing energy, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and walked to the edge of the cliff, looking down at the forest below. About 100 feet away from his mountain, a mysterious figure like a ghost stood under a tree, gazing at him from afar. Under the moonlight, the mysterious figure almost blended into the darkness, visible only when close. Liya frowned, raised his hand pointing afar, and then leaped into the night sky. The mysterious figure turned into black mist and vanished without a trace. A stick of incense later, Liya landed beside a river in the mountains. This river flowed through the hills, about 2 yards wide, shimmering under the moonlight. As soon as he landed, a mass of black mist appeared out of thin air on the meadow across the river, forming into a human figure. Liya asked, "You're not the demon lord of the Heavenly Extinction Sect. You seem to know me?" The mysterious figure responded in a hoarse voice, "Prince Liya, inheritor of Jizha's first sword cultivator's divinity transformation sword intent. Meeting you is quite a pleasant surprise." Liya drew the treasure sword from his waist, pointing it at the shadow in the distance. "Playing tricks." As his voice fell, his body erupted with violent sword chi, causing his black robe to flutter like flames. 7 silver sword shadows swiftly formed around him, shining brightly under the night sky. "You dare defy me, a core formation stage?" The mysterious figure snickered disdainfully. He again turned into demonic chi and vanished, reappearing behind Liya almost instantly. Liya's pupils contracted. He leaped up, turning his body to slash backward. The 7 silver sword shadows swiftly shot towards the mysterious figure. Boom! 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 The silver sword shadows hit the ground one after another, stirring up billowing dust, causing nearby trees to shake violently. Liya, still in mid-air, hadn't seen whether the mysterious figure was hit when a strong wind swept past, sending him flying horizontally. Liya plummeted into the forest like an arrow, crashing through trees for several hundred feet before he finally came to a stop. As the dust settled, Liya, covered in blood, leaned against a tree trunk, which was filled with cracks and still trembling. The mysterious figure appeared in mid-air, looking down at Liya. "Boy, having just reached the core formation stage, you dare to oppose me? Do you know my realm?" Liya struggled to raise his head, seeing his vision stained with blood. "Damn it!" Liya gritted his teeth, trying hard to stand up but to no avail. "Sigh, why do you always get hurt, boy? You're not just risking your own life. You're putting your ancestor's life in danger too." An aged voice sounded in Liya's mind, full of helplessness. The mysterious figure raised his right hand, aiming at Liya from a distance, surrounded by demonic chi and shrouded in darkness, not revealing his true face. Just as he was about to speak, a hand engulfed in demonic chi pressed on his shoulder, making him freeze entirely. In an instant, branches sprouted from his body, mixed with blood, blooming like a flower in the air. The demonic chi dispersed, revealing a middle-aged man, his outer sect elder robes pierced by branches, his ferocious face showing an expression of disbelief. He turned his head, catching a glimpse of a purple-black figure standing behind him. "Demon Shadow Divine Skill. You!" The middle-aged man trembled. Liya's eyes widened angrily. "Elder Chen, why is it you?" Before Elder Chen could respond, the storage bag at his waist was taken by the person behind him. Immediately, the branches on his body ignited with green fire, quickly burning him to ashes, taking both body and soul. The purple-black figure stood in mid-air, maintaining the posture of grabbing Elder Chen's shoulder. Liya below felt immense pressure, knowing that Elder Chen was a great cultivator of the nascent soul realm, yet he was swiftly wiped out without the ability to resist. Void crossing realm. At least above the 5th layer. The aged voice in Li Ya's mind turned serious. The words void crossing realm made Li Ya's heart pound. The night forest fell into silence, Li Ya's heart in his throat, ready to defend against the opponent's attack at any moment. He screamed in his mind, "Ancestor, save me!" After a few breaths, the purple-black figure vanished without a trace, leaving Li Ya shivering, looking around frantically. He's gone. He must have weighed something. The aged voice reassured in Li Ya's mind, easing his tension. Brat, forget about Guan. Go to the inner sect immediately. This outer sect is getting more sinister by the day. Someone must be defying the heavens. Staying longer will only bring disaster. The aged voice turned stern, while Li Ya remained silent. In Mystic Valley's pavilion, Guan looked at the storage bag in his hand, sighing softly. Senior brother Li, I'm sorry. If I don't injure you a bit, you'll never leave here. Guan felt guilty. After all, Li Ya came for him. Although Elder Chen clearly intended to capture Li Ya, if he directly went to the inner sect, there wouldn't be further trouble. He decided to give Li Ya more medicinal herbs when he returned. Slaying Elder Chen gained him 37 years of lifespan, neither too much nor too little. He began to examine Elder Chen's storage bag, sweeping it several times with his divine sense to extract and destroy any potentially dangerous items. By dawn, Li Ya finally returned. He had changed into clean clothes, looking as if he hadn't experienced a fierce battle. Guan met him downstairs and asked, Senior brother Li, why do you look unwell? Li Ya forced a smile. I had a minor mishap while practicing last night. It's nothing serious. Guan furrowed his brows and dragged him upstairs, taking out dozens of bottles of elixirs, claiming he had stocked them up. Li Ya asked in surprise, Junior brother Gu, what is this? You came back from outside the valley looking unwell. You must have encountered a battle last night, correct? Guan said seriously. Li Ya's expression turned grim. He took a deep breath. I did encounter a demon cultivator last night and got injured. Junior brother Gu, you should move to the inner sect Medicine Valley. Staying in the outer sect is not safe. Not safe? I don't believe it. Gu An's foundation was here. He couldn't abandon it. Whoever dared to cause trouble would die. Guan smiled bitterly on the surface. Senior brother Li, the herbs planted in this Medicine Valley are all low rank. The demon lord wouldn't be interested. Actually, without you here we're safer. You should go to the inner sect. We'll be fine. I can ask Lu Jiujia for help. We haven't lost touch. But... Li Ya hesitated. Guan interrupted. Senior brother Li, I always felt that the chaos in the outer sect had little to do with demon cultivators. The demon extermination hall has caught many demon path spies over the years. Could it be that someone is merely causing chaos under the guise of the demon path? If you go to the inner sect, you might save the outer sect. But if you stay here, how long can you protect me alone? Upon hearing this, Li Ya's expression darkened, recalling Elder Chen. After a few moments of struggle, he took a deep breath. Junior brother Gu, you are right. I will go to the inner sect immediately. Guan smiled, shoving all the elixirs into Li Ya's hands, making him very touched. After a brief exchange, Guan urged him to depart, which Li Ya also felt should not be delayed. Due to his injuries, Li Ya could only fly using sword control. After leaving Mystic Valley, he couldn't help but look back, murmuring, Do you see, this is why I can't let go of him. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to harm him, I will make them regret it. Chapter 61 The Secret of the Supreme Sect, the division between right and evil. After Li Ya left, Guan quietly put Elder Chen's storage bag into the 8 scenic caves, and in the afternoon, he came to the 3rd Medicine Valley. He wandered around and inspected the area, but his brows were tightly furrowed. After a while, Elder Tian finally took the bait. He walked over, curious, and asked, Valley Master, why have you been frowning so much? Guan glanced at him, shook his head slightly, and remained silent. Elder Tian took a step forward and said, Maybe I can't help you, but speaking about many things can reduce the pressure, and I can offer you opinions as an observer. Upon hearing this, Guan sighed and spoke out about what happened in the outer sect, including how Li Ya from the first layer of the core formation realm got injured protecting him. The reason he mentioned Li Ya was to ensure that the former sect leader remembered Li Ya's contributions. Guan always felt that Elder Tian would not truly settle here for life. He might make a comeback someday. After he finished speaking, Elder Tian furrowed his brows. Guan couldn't hold back his complaints. The Outer Sect's Demon Extermination Hall has been catching demon path spies all day long, yet after so many years, demon cultivators still infiltrate the Supreme Sect. Can the Supreme Sect still be considered the #1 sect if disciples within it can't even be guaranteed safety? I don't mind being killed, but I worry about my disciples. Speaking of this, he sighed again, feeling quite anxious and aggrieved. Even he praised his own acting skills. If acting skills could be added to the attribute panel, they should have reached a pinnacle, leaving some room for a return to simplicity. Elder Tian sighed and said, "It does sound troublesome, but the immortal cultivation world has always been like this. No sect would truly care about servant disciples. To put it bluntly, they don't even consider servant disciples as part of the sect." Guan frowned, this time out of genuine concern. Hearing such words from the former sect leader's mouth was very jarring. But I heard that the new sect leader has a righteous heart and is the one the Hall of Elders looks up to. Maybe he can change things, at least better than the former sect leader, Elder Tian continued. His expression remained unchanged as if he was not belittling himself, and it was unclear whether he spoke with veiled sarcasm. Guan did not respond, just sighed, and continued to inspect the medicinal herbs. Elder Tian did not follow his pace, and he didn't mention it again, fearing that it would be counterproductive. An ancient hour later, Guan returned to the Mystic Valley. Recently, he planned to stay in the Mystic Valley and return to other places on the same day. The disciples of Mystic Valley were puzzled as to why Guan had been staying there so often lately. It wasn't until Wuxia and Tanya went to the Outer Sect that they learned that demon cultivators had recently infiltrated, making them nervous but also touched. The Master cared for them. Since the establishment of the Third Medicine Valley, the disciples had felt distanced from Guan, but now they felt close again. Wuxia bore the greatest pressure and began to compel the disciples to practice spells, striving to make sure everyone had some measure of self-defense. He bought some noisy spells from the Outer Sect for the disciples to practice. It was difficult to counterattack demon cultivators, but if the commotion from the battle was loud enough, it might draw support from the Outer Sect. Guan did not stop him. Perhaps this could enhance the cohesion of the Mystic Valley and just as well train Wuxia's leadership and organizational skills. A few days later, Yilan came. She came for the same reason as Li Ya, worried about Guan. In the attic, Yilan took out a treasure sword from her storage bag and placed it on the table, saying, "Recently, there have been demon cultivators around, and their cultivation levels are not low. This sword is named Qinghong Sword. Carry it with you. Although it doesn't have strong power, it is connected to my white spirit sword. If you encounter danger, I can sense it immediately, and I will come to rescue you." Guan couldn't help but find it amusing and said, "Junior sister, your cultivation level is only a few layers higher than mine, don't come to sacrifice yourself." Sacrifice herself? Yilan understood right away, glared at Guan and hummed, "Senior brother, if we really fought, I could subdue you with one move. I may act gently in front of you, but others face a different side of me. It seems my junior sister is indeed strong. I underestimated you," Guan said with a smile, then picked up the Qinghong sword. The scabbard was exquisite, carved with an image of a wild goose soaring above the clouds, very elegant. He then drew the sword, and with a flash of sword light, a slender blade appeared before his eyes. "It really looks good. From now on, I will wear it on my waist," Guan said with a smile. These words made Yilan smile brightly. Guan noticed that although Yilan's appearance was not as stunning as Ji Xiaoyu or Li Xuanyu, she looked quite pleasing over time. Yilan sat down, smiling as she watched Guan play with the Qinghong sword. Guan suddenly asked curiously, "If you encounter danger, can the Qinghong sword sense the white spirit sword?" Yilan raised her eyebrows and said, "Why, senior brother, do you want to protect me?" "Ha ha ha, how could that be possible? You know I have never fought. I would only cause trouble for you if I came." "You know that, senior brother. Anyway, if I'm in danger, don't come." "Don't worry, I'm afraid of death." "Hee, I'm afraid of death too. I won't die. I must live on. Without me, I fear someone might bully you." "Nonsense, all these years have I ever been bullied? Then may senior brother live safely forever." Since Leah left, the Mystic Valley had not encountered any more dangers. When autumn arrived, Guan calculated the time and realized that a batch of medicinal herbs in the Third Medicine Valley should be mature. so he returned to the third medicine valley. As he walked out of the transmission array platform, his gaze involuntarily looked towards his attic. Someone was in the attic. Shenzhen. Guan did not go directly to find Shenzhen. After all, that attic had no secrets, and the only secret, the green hero travelogue, she happened to like as well. He walked to an area and began picking herbs. Seeing the constant stream of notifications, he couldn't help but smile, feeling extremely joyful. No matter how high his cultivation level reached, seeing an increase in lifespan always made him happy. He wondered how many realms his cultivation could reach with 1,000,000 years of life. He had searched through all the books in the Outer Sect's book collection hall but had found no record of ascension, and no one knew the true extent of this world. The bigger the world, the higher the realms must be. Just the Supreme Sect had great cultivators in the Void Crossing realm. The true inheritor who was traveling might have surpassed the Void Crossing realm, but still couldn't be invincible in the world. The path of immortal cultivation was long and arduous. Guan picked herbs while his mind wandered. After he finished picking, he turned and walked towards the attic. When he passed by Elder Tian said, "Miss Shen has come looking for you several times." Guan nodded slightly, then continued walking. Elder Tian hesitated for a moment and said, "I have told Elder Gu Zong about what you mentioned. Perhaps the situation in the Outer Sect can be improved." Hearing this, Guan looked back at him with a smile and said, "Elder Tian, see, everyone has their use. You always say you're ready for the grave, yet you can help thousands of disciples in the Outer Sect. Thank you." Guan raised his hand in salute and then turned and left. Elder Tian pondered deeply, murmuring to himself, "Everyone has their use." On the other side, Guan went upstairs and pushed the door open, seeing Shenzhen sitting at the desk, writing. She still wore black clothes, her face covered by a black veil, her long hair coiled into a bun, with 2 strands of hair swaying on either side of her face, giving her eyes a gentle and serene beauty. Shenzhen didn't lift her eyes, as if she didn't see Guan enter. Guan walked over, circling to her side, trying to see what she was writing. At that moment, she calmly set her pen down and put away the paper. But Guan, who had already seen part of the content, had a strange expression, hesitating to speak. Shenzhen stood up, tucked the paper into her sleeve, walked to the side, and kept her distance from Guan, smiling. "I came looking for you several times, but you were never here. Is that Outer Sect Medicine Valley so captivating?" Guan responded helplessly. "Recently, the Outer Sect is unsafe. I can't bring all my disciples away, so I have to stay and protect them since my cultivation level is higher than theirs." The reason he revealed this was to hope she would pass on the message upwards. The more people spoke, the more strength and hope there would be. With your current achievements, not to mention entering the inner sect, even going to the main city of the Supreme Sect shouldn't be difficult. Why not focus on writing books instead of dealing with these trivial matters? Shenzhen asked curiously. Guan replied, "You are the holy daughter of the Daotian sect, possessing resources unattainable by ordinary people. Why not focus on cultivating, but instead indulge in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting?" Shenzhen fell silent. Guan then began tidying up the desk. After a while, Shenzhen sighed. "As expected of the person who wrote the Supreme Immortal Venerable. Indeed, only you can truly understand me in this world. If you die, I will not only lose a book to read but also a confidant." "No, I can't let you die. Let me tell you a secret." She raised her sleeve and the door closed with a wave. Sheets of talisman paper flew out from her sleeve, sticking to the doors and windows. Guan curiously looked at her, wondering what secret could save his life. Within the Supreme Sect, some people want to practice demon skills to break through to higher cultivation levels, to prepare for the future demon calamity. But whether these skills are viable is yet unknown, so they are using the Outer Sect cities as a trial. This matter cannot be done openly as it would tarnish the reputation of a reputable sect, so they use the guise of capturing demon cultivators to cover it up, Shenzhen said calmly, her eyes becoming exceptionally indifferent. Guan frowned and asked, "How do you know this?" Shenzhen replied, "Because the Daotian sect is also trying this. Sacrificing some lower-level disciples to ensure the sect's eternal existence is an accomplishment for generations." Hearing this, Guan felt extremely uncomfortable. What demon skill requires sacrificing disciples? Guan asked. In the world, immortal cultivation is said to defy heaven, but the higher the cultivation level, the more one can feel heavenly destiny. These demon skills are meant to help those great cultivators who can no longer break through to shatter their heavenly destiny. In short, you should give up on the Medicine Valley outside. Staying there does you no good because you are Pan-en. They fear you might write something, so they don't dare tell you. Don't say I told you, Shinjin stated. Her words made Guan fall silent. The distinction between righteous and demon seemed absurd at that moment. Shenzhan's eyes curved into a smile as she asked, "By the way, how do you feel about what you saw earlier in my book?" Gu An's expression turned odd again. He seriously said, "Actually, Green Hero Travelogue has its flaws. Some things are not necessary to learn." "Why can't they be learned?" "Those are the most genuine confrontations, reflecting the truest human emotions." "Do you really have to write about them?" "Yes. But can you change the protagonist's name so he isn't called Guan?" Chapter 62. Preparing to break through, Immortal Slaying Sword Array. What are you afraid of? There's more than one Guan in this world. Unlike you, I can't just make up characters. I need to recognize someone to be able to write a story. In my eyes, you are the most fitting for the male protagonist. The only flaw, as far as I know, is your low cultivation level. Shen Zhen spoke earnestly, causing Gu An's face to twitch. Is this a compliment? Why does it sound like a personal attack? If I were to reveal my cultivation level, even your father wouldn't be able to match it. Guan continued to persuade, but Shen Zhen stubbornly refused to change the name. In the end, Shen Zhen proposed to exchange her name for a secret book, to which he could only agree. After Shen Zhen left, Guan stayed in the attic, flipping through the book she had given him. Mystic Sound Art. This was a spell of sound, capable of harming the internal organs or confusing the enemy's senses. It was quite comprehensive. Guan happened to lack such spells and could further develop in this area in the future. Once he had read the Mystic Sound Art through once, he put it into his storage bag and then got up to leave. A month later, Guan arrived at Outer Gate City. He first went to the Elixir Hall to submit this year's harvest. Elder Zhu Qinglu received him, and he noticed Zhu Qinglu looked fatigued and had a trace of demonic qi churning inside him, similar to Lu Jiujia. "Elder Zhu, you don't look well. What's the matter?" Guan asked. He didn't understand how the demon skill of the outer sect was cultivated. Some people went missing. But this time, upon arriving at Outer Gate City, he found that many disciples hiddenly had traces of demonic qi within them. These disciples were almost all from different halls, not ordinary disciples. Was it collusion or a setup? He couldn't tell, and Shenzhen didn't say much either. Zhu Qinglu smiled. "Cultivation, nothing serious. Don't you have a medicine valley in the inner sect? Move there quickly, don't stay in the outer sect. Lately, demon cultivators are rampant, and it's too dangerous outside." Guan cautiously asked, "Many people have told me the outer sect is very dangerous right now. If it's so dangerous, why don't they send more people to eradicate the demons? Also, what is the area under construction in the city? It's taking up nearly a quarter of the city." Just arriving at Outer Gate City, he saw numerous disciples laying stones in the center of the city. Those stones were not mortal stones. They all contained spiritual energy. To him, it seemed like a huge sacrificial platform was being set up. Zhu Qinglu nonchalantly said, "Naturally, those above have their considerations. We can't speculate. The best we can do is to protect ourselves as best as we can. As for the construction in the city, it's an array platform, which can protect the outer sect in the future." Looking at him, Guan felt he didn't seem like a good person and probably knew the inside story and even benefited from it. Guan didn't ask further. After a few courtesy exchanges, he left. After leaving the Elixir Hall, Guan stood on the street, looking at the array platform under construction from afar. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the once bustling and sunny Outer Gate City appeared so gloomy, as if it were a land of the demon path. Guan stood still for a long time before turning to leave. The autumn wind swept through the streets, fluttering his clothes. The Qinghong sword at his waist swayed slightly, its scabbard glinting coldly. After leaving Outer Gate City, Guan went to manage those caves. When he arrived at Li Zuanya's cave, he found her inside. "From now on, you don't need to come here. I'm going to the inner sect. This is your reward," Li Xuanyu said, sitting by the table. With a wave of her right hand, A pile of spirit stones stacked up on the table. Guan immediately bowed, then went forward to put the spirit stones into his storage bag. He didn't say much and turned to leave. Watching his back, Li Xuanyu suddenly asked, "I heard your leg technique is quite impressive?" Guan stopped, turned to look at her and said, "Did senior brother Liya say that? My leg technique can't compare to his." Recently, Liya had stayed in Mystic Valley, saw Tang Yu practicing the residual wind leg, and learned that Guan had once subdued Meng Lang with it. He didn't expect him to tell Li Xuanyu so quickly. "Yes, I just asked casually," Li Xuanyu said calmly. She paused and then said, "I look forward to the day you enter the inner sect. Then we can compete." Guan, puzzled, said helplessly, "How can I compare with you, senior sister? I can't catch up with you. Go back." Li Xuanyu didn't respond to his words. Instead, she issued an order to leave. Guan could only leave. After leaving her cave, Guan didn't feel much psychological burden. As long as he never admitted it, what could Li Xuanyu do to him? At night, Guan walked through the forest. In the afternoon, he had already told Wuxia he was going out and would return tomorrow. He said so in advance because he was preparing to break through. Once he broke through, it would inevitably cause a commotion. If disciples looked for him and found him not in his room, they might become suspicious. Since going to the outer gate city, Guan had felt an intense atmosphere of danger. Those in power were cultivating demon skills, and noble disciples were fleeing the outer sect. All these signs made him anxious. Although the 9th layer of the void-crossing realm was strong, it wasn't like the Supreme Sect had no void-crossing cultivators, so after struggling for several days, Guan decided to break through another major realm. At worst, the function of extending his lifespan by 1,000,000 years would be delayed by a year. This time, he circled far and walked 300 miles by night, stopping in a dense forest. He stopped because he sensed 2 nascent soul auras, one of which he had felt before. Zhua Yijian, the maniac swordsman of Tsanghu Lake, who had attained sword enlightenment near Mystic Valley and was injured by Guan as the flying leaf sword Immortal, had last been seen at the Ji Mansion. Guan had suppressed his aura to the lowest level, not afraid of being noticed by nascent soul cultivators. Miles away, above the forest, the blue-clothed Zhua Yijian stood in the air. 5 treasure swords hovered around him, showcasing the demeanor of a sword cultivator. Opposing him was a man in a large black robe, burly with a long staff, thick eyebrows, and leopard eyes, with a square, stern face. His black robe billowed violently, and his domineering aura pressed the forest below to the sides. "Zhua Yijian, instead of reading books in the inner sect, why come to stop me?" the black-robed man asked coldly. Zhua Yijian, expressionless, said, "Chen Xianjin, as great elder of the outer sect, you cultivate a demon skill and harm your comrades. I'm not stopping you. You've committed many injustices. I come on behalf of the heavens to take you." Chen Xianjin laughed contemptuously. "Don't you know who I am working for?" He then struck his staff against the ground, releasing circles of purple light that formed complex and mysterious formations over 100 feet in diameter. When the edge of the formation neared Zhua Yijian, it was blocked by an invisible sword intent, making it look like a piece was missing from the formation from above. "I know. I can't deal with him, but I can deal with you. If I kill you, even if the next great elder of the outer sect continues his evil deeds, at least I can protect the outer sect disciples for some time," Zhua Yijian said expressionlessly. The 5 treasure swords around him unsheathed simultaneously, their light illuminating the night sky. "You want to kill me?" Chen Xianjin seemed to hear the biggest joke, his face turning fierce. His aura erupted suddenly, and the forest within 10 miles swayed violently. Zhua Yijian's face changed slightly, his eyes narrowing. A nascent soul of the 1st layer killing a nascent soul of the 9th layer? "Zhua Yijian, do you think just because you have your master to back you, I won't dare kill you? You walking the path of power without concealing yourself is a mistake in itself. Saving some mediocre outer sect disciples is insignificant compared to saving the entire Taizong dynasty. If you don't understand this, then you've lived in vain." Chen Xianjin stood arrogantly, his domineering aura pressing against Zhua Yijian's sword shadows, causing his 5 treasure swords to tremble. "I'll give you one last chance. Turn back now, and it's not too late. Either return and read your investiture of the gods or die." The staff in Chen Zuanjin's hand emitted rolling demonic qi, forming a massive black dragon coiled around him. Zhua Yijian took a deep breath and said, Since you mentioned the investiture of the gods, do you know the immortal slaying sword array? Immortal slaying sword array. Chen Zuanjin's face changed dramatically, surprise shining in his eyes. Guan, observing from a distance, was also astonished. A single vital breath, 3 divisions, law from the kettle, bind the vast void, Zuaijian chanted, his treasure swords trembling violently, quickly dispersing to form an array with a fierce aura reaching the heavens. Guan, standing under a tree, was stunned. Can someone learn Daoist sorcery from reading books? Could he be a genius? Chen Xianjin was also frightened and immediately cast a spell to attack. A fierce battle was about to erupt. The earth shook, trees fell. Guan stood unmoved, his pupils reflecting the sword light, tightly watching Zuaijian's figure. After 10 breaths, the battle ended. Guan let out a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. Guan truly thought Zuaijian had learned the immortal slaying sword array from the investiture of the gods. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean the investiture of the gods was real? That would be remarkable. Zuaijian used his self-created swordsmanship, indeed powerful, enough to contend with a great cultivator of the 9th layer of the nascent soul realm, but he didn't last long. The clouds scattered, turning the forest into wasteland, dust rising. Chen Xianjin hovered in the air, gasping, face full of lingering fear, eyes scanning the dust below. He knew Zuaijian wasn't dead yet and frowned deeply, conflicted. Though he wanted to kill Zuaijian, reason told him that killing him might cause trouble. Though a nascent soul cultivator, in the supreme sect, he was still a pawn. At this moment, a piercing sound approached, startling Chen Xianjin, who looked quickly and his pupils dilated. A cold light sped from the horizon, dispelling the dust and raising numerous leaves, like a sword cutting through time itself. In the ruins, Zuaijian sensed something, instinctively opening his eyes. The dust above rapidly dispersed, the night sky reflected in his pupils, and amid the darkness, a bright light shone brilliantly. It's him! Zuaijian's eyes widened, witnessing a leaf surrounded by sword chi pierce Chen Zuanjin's chest, blood scattering in the night sky. At this moment, Zuaijian understood. The flying leaf sword Immortal hadn't harmed him maliciously but was guiding him. Otherwise, how could he have survived? Now, the flying leaf sword Immortal saved him, making him both delighted and ashamed. Who exactly was this senior? Chapter 63 Breakthrough to the Unification Realm. After being pierced through the chest by a leaf surrounded with sword chi, Chen Zuanjin's spiritual power collapsed within his body. His eyes widened, and he was scared out of his wits. He immediately emitted his nascent soul and fled toward the sky. In the shaking forest, Guan quietly watched Chen Xianjin escape. He intentionally did not kill Chen Xianjin. Killing him would only gain him 20 or 30 years of life. It was better to let him return to intimidate the people behind him. Even if he killed Chen Xianjin now, someone else would take his place. It would not solve the root problem. If he could not intimidate them and they threatened his mystic valley, Guan would have to take matters into his own hands. Under the black night, Guan's gaze was so cold. He turned and quickly disappeared into the forest. Among the ruins, Zuaijian struggled for a long time before he managed to stand up. He was covered in blood and dirt, looking extremely battered. He called out loudly for the seniors, but no one responded. He had to sit cross-legged and cultivate his energy to heal on the spot. Meanwhile, Guan moved quickly, traveling thousands of miles before he finally stopped. He was still hiding in the forest. He lifted his robe, sat down in front of a tree, and then summoned his attribute panel. Seeing his over 100,000 years of lifespan, he took a deep breath. The void crossing realm's tribulation crossing. Who knew how many times he would fail? But he had already made up his mind. No matter how many times he failed, he must break through. Otherwise, he would not feel secure. First, invest 10,000 years of lifespan. You invested 10,000 years of lifespan into your cultivation level for evolution and cultivation. You cultivated energy absorption for 100 years. You used the great accomplishment of Yangwood Primordial skill to forcibly break through to the unification realm and started the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the 5 elements God Thunder heavenly tribulation and failed. You cultivated energy absorption for 400 years. You used the great accomplishment of Yangwood Primordial skill to forcibly break through to the unification realm and started the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the 5 elements God Thunder heavenly tribulation and failed. The failures began to pile up. Every 300 years, he attempted a tribulation crossing. No wonder the Supreme Sect cultivated demon skills to break through heavenly destiny. This realm was truly difficult to break through. After 10 consecutive failures, Guan's heart began to tremble. Is it this difficult? He had cultivated the infinite traceless mystic heaven step, great yin-yang transformation, and mastered 2 divine skills, yet it was still so hard to cross the tribulation? Guan noticed that most of his tribulations were related to the 5 elements. Could it be that his tribulations were much harder than others? After core formation, Leah once said that tribulations are categorized. Different cultivators face different tribulations, mainly related to their aptitude and cultivation techniques. Guan's eyes sharpened. No matter how difficult it is, he must succeed. The heavens don't fail those who pay with lifespan. You cultivated energy absorption for 5,400 years. You used the great accomplishment of Yangwood Primordial skill to forcibly break through to the unification realm and started the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the 5 elements God Thunder heavenly tribulation and failed. You cultivated energy absorption for 5,700 years. You used the great accomplishment of Yangwood Primordial skill to forcibly break through to the unification realm and started the tribulation crossing. You did not withstand the 5 elements God Thunder heavenly tribulation and failed. The failure prompts kept coming. Guan hurriedly checked his attribute panel. Looking at his lifespan, he felt a bit relieved. He still had confidence. However, even after 10,000 years had passed, he had not succeeded. His mentality almost broke. He hurriedly invested another 1,200 years. Failure. 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 Guan's eyes turned red. He invested another 1,200 years. Failure. Failure. Success. You cultivated energy absorption for 900 years. You used the great accomplishment of Yangwood Primordial skill to forcibly break through to the unification realm and started the tribulation crossing. You withstood the 5 elements God Thunder heavenly tribulation and succeeded. You broke through to the first layer of the unification realm. You cultivated energy absorption for 1,200 years. Your cultivation level has increased. It was a success. Guan let out a long breath. It took him 12,400 years to succeed. Although the lifespan consumed by the evolution of lifespan surpassed real-world cultivation, he still felt the pressure. The unification realm was already like this. What about the realms afterward? But then he thought, considering his initial aptitude, reaching the unification realm before 50 was incredible. It was not lifespan being consumed, just numbers. Guan adjusted his mindset, activated the lifespan barrier, and prepared to enjoy the improvement in his cultivation level. Spiritual energy began to seep out of the ground, appearing at a visible speed. In less than 3 breaths, the ground appeared in a cyan wave, which would attribute spiritual energy. Spiritual energy surged into his body, stirring up a whirlwind around him. The momentum began to grow larger. Guan felt that this time's commotion would surpass previous ones. Although it seemed like only breaking through one realm, the spiritual energy required for this one realm was incomparable to previous realms. As spiritual energy entered his body, Guan's cultivation level began to rise, and at the same time, insights into the unification realm emerged in his mind, as if he had truly experienced years of cultivation. In the outer gate city, in a mansion, Chen Zuanjin's nascent soul floated in front of a table. His face was gloomy, and he stared intensely at the ancient bronze mirror in front of him. Soon, a blurry face reflected in the mirror, and a cold voice emerged. "So late, what do you want to see me about? I was almost killed by the flying leaf sword Immortal. And Zuaijian, he stopped our grand plan." Chen Xianjin gritted his teeth, his tone filled with unwillingness and a trace of fear. Being pierced by that flying leaf gave Chen Xianjin a feeling of facing death. He was extremely scared now. He felt that if he had reacted even a little slower, he would have perished completely. The person in the mirror fell silent upon hearing this. Chen Xianjin did not disturb him, quietly waiting. After a while, Chen Xianjin seemed to sense something, and his face changed dramatically. "The spiritual energy is sinking again," Chen Xianjin quickly said, looking toward the door as if afraid the flying leaf sword Immortal would come for him. "Tomorrow, I will come to the outer sect myself," the person in the mirror said, and with these words, the image in the mirror disappeared. Chen Xianjin turned to look outside the window. The clouds in the sky gradually covered the bright moon, as if doom was descending, making his heart even more fearful. Not only did he feel the sinking of spiritual energy, but the entire Outer Gate city was also alarmed. More and more disciples flew into the sky. Recently, demon cultivators ran rampant, with disciples disappearing from time to time. Tonight, with the sudden sinking of spiritual energy, who would not panic? Yilan flew toward the law enforcement hall. Along the way, she encountered Lu Jiujia flying on his sword from the opposite direction. Both stopped simultaneously. Lu Jiujia's face was stern. Seeing Yilan, he hesitated. Yilan's expression remained cold. Is this your doing again? Lu Jiujia shook his head. No, the demon extermination hall has already ordered a state of vigilance. This time it might really be a demon cultivator invasion. Really? Yilan asked in a sarcastic tone. Lu Jiujia frowned. Yilan continued, Senior Brother Lu, do you really think this path is right? They can be cruel to other disciples. Are you sure they will never turn against you? Lu Jiujia countered, if not this path, then what path? Like you, joining the law enforcement hall that can be disbanded at any time. The two looked into each other's eyes, full of conflict. Eventually, they brushed past each other without saying more harsh words. Dark clouds swirled, and a huge inverted vortex appeared in the night sky, vast and wide. The forest below undulated like waves, extremely oppressive. In a forest, in a hidden spot where no one could see, Guan was still sitting in meditation. An entire hour had passed, but his cultivation level was still increasing, not yet breaking through to the unification realm. The spiritual energy needed for the unification realm was truly enormous, far beyond Guan's expectations. How terrifying would it be to cross the tribulation in reality at such a realm? He suddenly felt that failing the evolutions many times did not matter. After all, in real life, failing once could mean death. Guan felt the surging spiritual power within him, unable to remain calm. Having such massive spiritual power at the unification realm, what kind of power would a true immortal possess? He fell into infinite reverie. Earth spirit energy frantically poured into his body, and green waves of spiritual energy emerged from the ground. It felt as if he was in an ocean. Outside the lifespan barrier, the forest shook violently. More and more cultivators flew over Guan's head, but no one noticed his presence. The effects he caused were not limited to this. Accurately, the whole Supreme Sect was affected. The forests outside all outer cities were shaking, causing the cultivators of Supreme Sect to feel anxious. This was not the first time Guan had experienced this, so he was not panicking. On the contrary, he found it somewhat amusing. They want to cultivate demon skills and sacrifice outer disciples. Let's see how panicked they become. Guan was dissatisfied with the notion of sacrificing a few to save many. Not because he was particularly honorable, but because he was among those being sacrificed. Time continued to pass. More and more cultivators flew over Guan's head, and he kept using the lifespan detection. More than 10 divinity transformation realm cultivators had passed by, and he even saw void-crossing realm cultivators. Indeed, the Supreme Sect was full of hidden experts. With more and more void-crossing realm cultivators passing by, Guan even spotted an ancient ancestor. The demeanor of the patrolling ancient ancestor was extremely strong, unlike the gentleness shown toward Guan. The overwhelming pressure made all things tremble. This night was destined to be restless. Another half an hour passed, and Guan finally broke through to the unification realm, transforming his entire perception. He felt that his body and his primordial spirit were more in harmony. The process of his primordial spirit emerging from the body became much easier, and his control over both his body and primordial spirit had greatly improved compared to before. This feeling was so wonderful, so much so that he could not describe it. After reaching the unification realm, Guan's spiritual power also began to change, becoming stronger and more abundant. The range of his divine sense increased tremendously, but he did not intentionally search, fearing he might disturb the great cultivators passing overhead. The number of void-crossing realm great cultivators had already exceeded 10. Guan even saw a great cultivator with the Ji surname. No wonder the Ji family dared to open a mansion in the Supreme Sect. This person had not appeared during Ji Xiaoyu's banquet before. A little more than half an hour later, Guan's spiritual power growth began to slow down. This indicated that the breakthrough was near its end. Guan's mind gradually calmed down. This lifespan barrier already consumed more than 1,000 years, but he did not feel any regret. After all, the barrier helped him avoid detection by over 100 great cultivators. The great cultivators he identified were at least at the nascent soul realm. And this was just one direction of the Supreme Sect. How many great cultivators would there be when counting those overseeing the other 7 outer gate cities? What reassured Guan was that he did not see any Unification Realm great cultivators for the time being. Although this could not completely prove that the Supreme Sect did not have any Unification Realm great cultivators, it at least indicated that the Unification Realm was at the top level within the Supreme Sect.